All right, I'm live. I'm not gonna do a countdown this time. I just did that for the video. Just, but anyways. Oh, and that did make things much better. I knocked into the tripod. I got my earbuds in, so hopefully the audio will sound better. But anyways, welcome to a special Wednesday night live stream. Normally I don't do Wednesdays, and the reason is because I normally work. I mentioned in my stream earlier, the test stream, that I'm off tonight because of a scheduling mishap at work, and then I got something going on tomorrow that I have to attend to. I've already mentioned it, but hey, I got a viewer. Whoever's viewer is awesome. And also, the cool thing about StreamYard is I can actually bring people on. Now, I'm not gonna bring every single person on, but there are some people I would love to bring on just for the heck of it. Like maybe JD Stacy and 90. I tried to bring him on earlier, but wasn't able to get him. But that's all right. I wanted to get maybe try to get some other people. I got my friend Chud from the UK on earlier, so that replay is still up if you guys want to go check that one out. Hey, we got John Patel. What's up, dude? So hey, cool about StreamYard, I can actually bring people on. So if you have a phone or a webcam, you actually can join me in the stream. So yep. So this is my friend John Patel here. Hey, I can put your comment on the screen. Check that out. Is that cool? So anyways, I'm gonna put something on here real quick, guys. I'm gonna put invite a guest, copy a clipboard, and then we do this, and then I'm gonna post it right here. So hold on, bear with me, guys. Oh, god dang it. Hold on. Dang it. I was hoping it would put a. Oh, hold on. There we go. Hold on. Just. God dang it. I hate phones sometimes. There we go. So, hey, right here, see that link there? Click that link, and just as long as, like I said, phone, or if you got a webcam, you can actually join me in the stream. I mean it. If you go back and watch the stream I did earlier, you'll actually be able to join me. But yeah, this will be something awesome that I've been wanting to do. We got Jamie Williams. Okay, we will welcome Jamie Williams to the stream. So, hi from you, man. But yeah, if we could talk wrestling, talk Pokemon, AEW. I mean, I don't know. Trying to see who else I can find, but hold on just a moment. But I'm gonna actually go. Yeah. So, like I said, if you guys see that link in the description, let me put this right here. This link that you see right in the description of the live chat, you can actually join me in the stream. So, if you're able to either type that in your browser on your phone, or if you have a webcam, and then you just go from there, and it'll actually let you guys join me in the stream. And I can do it up to 6 people. I think that's 5 if I include myself, like 6 including myself. So I basically add 5 people to the stream, but I'm still new with it. I've already had like one person at a time on my test stream earlier. But anyways, just like I said, link in the live chat here on YouTube. Click that link. I promise it's safe. It'll actually bring you to StreamYard. You can use your phone. That's what I'm using. But yeah, if you want to join me, you want to chat with me, like John Patel, I would like to hear from you, dude. It's good. We actually have you on the phone. You're with me talking. I got a third viewer. Whoever the third viewer is, hopefully I'll hear from them in a moment. So hold on, just I'm trying to go share some stuff real quick. Oh, got a guest. All right, add to stream.
What's
All
up,
right,
bro?
John Patel, finally. Welcome to the stream, man.
Oh man, this is the first time we've ever met, dude.
I know, the first time we actually had a live face-to-face. Yeah.
Heck, I'm used to talking to you behind the screen, man. This is gonna
I,
be
oh, yeah. This is what I've been waiting for, because I've been seeing other YouTubers use this, and now I can finally actually bring people on.
about time because I'm tired of typing.
Dude, I'm with you. I can't type fast enough either. Typing sucks.
Oh yes, it does, man. I like this feature better.
Yes. Because YouTube decided, oh, we're not going to do Google Hangouts anymore. So I'm like, you know what? I saw StreamYard, so you know what? This is a lot better. I can actually talk to people face to face.
Oh yeah, Google Hangouts. I remember those days,
Yeah.
2014.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to use it, but it never worked for me. And then they decided, oh, let's just get rid of it. So it's like, well, okay,
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember 2014 real well. That was the last year I could watch TNA on Spike. After that, it's been hard to watch. The only way I can watch Impact is through YouTube.
Yeah, same here. Well, that's pretty much how I watch all my wrestling nowadays because
Oh
I don't
yeah,
really have cable or satellite, so I have to usually catch stuff online anyway.
yeah. I remember during the days when I didn't have cable. It was during the ruthless aggression era, so there was a
Uh,
lot I missed.
Same here, dude. Yeah, I mean,
And
thank God for SmackDown, being on broadcast television back then, and of course it's back on broadcast TV now. So yeah,
yeah, I remember SmackDown more than I remember Raw. Like
same
I
here. And
remember.
kind of coincidence, SmackDown was also better back then too.
Oh yeah, you had Eddie Guerrero, also JBL. He was the
Yep,
perfect foil. I mean, he was the You know, you want to talk about the snobby, rich WWE
yep,
champion, and then you got guys like Taker, and I mean, come on,
yeah,
the roster. I'm also RVD was there, and
yep,
Mysterio. I mean, it
yep.
was awesome.
All right, hold on just a moment. Joe Johnny says this is awesome. I joined StreamYard, but I'm bet. Okay, Joe Johnny. All right, so hopefully, yeah, maybe next time I'll try to get this on a little bit earlier. But yeah, that's Joe Johnny. Another one of my friends. I talk Pokemon, and he's a wrestling fan too. But hey, just thought I'd bring up. And that's cool. I can actually put comments on the screen. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
All right, so
he,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. Yeah. AEW right now going on.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
probably
yeah. I
gonna
was gonna say
watch it from
Wednesday
my
Night Dynamite.
laptop.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna
yeah.
watch it from my
Yeah.
laptop.
Okay. Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
watch it right now if I had a way to watch it, but otherwise, I just usually try to catch up later.
I'm the same way because I don't want to sit through commercials. As much as I love AEW, there's days I just don't want to sit through the commercial.
Yep.
But I try to help with the ratings as much as I can with AEW
Yep. Same
because
here. I'll just go to their YouTube channel. I'll give them more views than I will WWE, to be honest.
oh yeah. And here's the thing: I don't want either company to go bankrupt because here's the thing:
No, of
people
course
should
not.
learn from the Monday Night Wars.
Exactly. That was WCW's mistake.
Also, ECW was good. You had the little company, little mom and pop
Yep.
shop that was ECW. You want to talk
Yep.
about an alternative? It was an alternative to both WCW and WWF.
Yep. Definitely. That's why it has a
And
cult following.
oh, of course, heck, you'll still hear ECW, ECW.
Yep. Oh yeah. And then WWE brought it back, and it didn't do so well. That was a joke.
At first, in the beginning,
I
it
mean, it
was
was good
good.
at first, and then it just went downhill after that.
It went. I'll tell you when it went down after the whole Benoit tragedy. It
Yeah.
just and speaking of that, I mean he was wrestling in ECW before.
Yep. Him, Malenko, and Guerrero, and Saturn. They all were there before they went to WCW. And same with Jericho.
Yeah, I mean a lot of those guys, you know,
Rey
Rey
Mysterio, another one. I
Mysterio.
mean, shoot, yeah.
Yep, it's sad too. You know, I saw the Dark Side of the Ring documentary,
Oh,
and it really
yeah.
broke my heart. Like
Yeah.
when I saw David
Yeah.
Benoit cry, because I've talked to David before on Twitter, and I've
Oh,
talked to
cool.
him on Instagram. You know, he's a cool guy. He's been through a lot.
Yeah, I know. It's like his name is basically tarnished because of what his father did.
Oh yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
I kind of know what he's going through because I've had two suicides in my mom's side of the family. So
Oh,
it's like
man.
I like one of my aunts, my dad, my mom's brother's wife last year committed suicide a couple days
Oh,
before the first
man.
episode of AEW Dynamite, and she did it like right after my grandparents had gone on the plane to come here, and
Damn.
it was a rough time, and at that time I gained a lot of weight. I was going through hell last year, and luckily things have
Hmm.
gotten better. Even with the Corona age, you know I've been exercising a lot more, and I started wearing 2XL shirts again.
Oh,
Last
that's
year I
good.
was a 3X. Last year I was a 3X, and a lot of my old wrestling shirts from the Ruthless Aggression era actually started fitting me.
That's good.
Yep. But yeah, last year was just hell. And, you know, AEW, I'll never forget the first episode. And, you know, my grandpa was going through hell because he lost his favorite daughter in law. And I'll never forget,
Hmm.
it was literally the first match. My grandpa was sitting in my room, and it was Cody and Sammy Guevara. And I'll never
Hmm.
forget seeing a smile on my grandpa's face, especially when that spot where Brandy fell down. Oh man, my grandpa was laughing, and
Oh
that's
man,
why. Ever since then, I've been a huge AEW fan because during that time, it brought a smile to my grandpa's face.
that's good.
Yep. And if I
Yeah,
ever get to meet Cody, I'm gonna tell him.
that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, hopefully when things start getting back normal, we have more, fans at shows, and they start touring again. You'll be maybe have a meet and greet with them. That would be good.
I'll tell you, I'm one of the lucky fans. The reason why is before the whole shutdown this year, I got to go in January. Like one of the first
Mm-hmm.
episodes of 2020 was when they did a show in South Haven, and I got to go there, and it was awesome. Like they paid tribute to Memphis wrestling, and they had some of the greats, and it was awesome. And they paid tribute to Brian Christopher, Grandmaster Sexay. And I'm gonna tell you a coincidence. I actually talked to Brian right before he went to jail and committed suicide. I actually talked to
Oh
him on
wow.
Facebook, and he added me back on Facebook. And I asked him
Oh
how
wow.
Rikishi and Scotty was, and it was crazy. And then
Mm.
a couple days later, I found out he was in jail, and then he died. So I told him, like, I remember telling all my friends, and even at the wrestling show I went to, when they paid tribute to Brian, I said I talked to him right before he went to jail, and that whole, it
Man.
was crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, man. Just thinking how some people have taken their lives too soon. Like,
I think Dark Side of the Ring should do a little documentary on Brian Christopher because I don't think what I don't understand, what didn't make any sense to me, how can an over 200-pound wrestler commit suicide with a shoestring? How can a shoestring support a 200-pound wrestler? That's what I don't
I don't
understand.
know. There's a lot of mysteries. I don't know if you've heard about Jeffrey Epstein. I know it's not related to wrestling, but everybody talks
I've
about
heard
him and
about
how
it.
a lot of people saying he didn't kill himself. There's a lot of crazy shit that we don't even know the truth about.
Yeah, I hope Jerry gets justice for his son.
Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of Jerry, it's his 50th anniversary in wrestling, and they're doing a huge show in Tennessee,
Well,
Jackson,
that's cool.
Tennessee. I would have went
Hmm.
to it, but here's the thing: it's like Jackson isn't that far from me, but here's the
Hmm.
thing: late night driving, so I prefer just staying home. And plus,
Yeah, I
because
feel you,
of
dude.
coronavirus, because here's
Yeah.
the thing: Scott Steiner was going to be there too. I wanted to meet him so bad.
Yeah, I'm with you there, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to be able to meet some wrestlers, but with how things are, I can't do that right now. Nobody
Oh,
can.
of course, of course. Like I said, I was lucky to go to AEW Dynamite, and I'll never forget. I got to see John Moxley smash the bubbly over Jericho's head, and I recorded, and I got a live version of it. It's on my
Yeah, I think
YouTube
I've
channel.
seen that on your channel. Yeah. So yeah, everybody else watching, John Patel, he has his own channel. Just everybody go check him out. Check out what he posts. Let's all try to support ourselves, each other in this community.
Oh yeah, you'll see a lot of unboxing videos because I right now I took a break from like the trading card and all that. I like to, like I said, I like to move around. I like to, you know, uh, I'm not a here's how I put it. I like to try different things, and right now I'm in a
Yeah,
t-shirt. Right now I'm in a t-shirt collection, and
yeah.
I've actually met some friends on YouTube. I mean not YouTube, but eBay, and I bought some shirts, and I
Mm,
actually got a Chris Benoit shirt in
well,
great
that's cool.
condition. It's got no holes and no stains, and
Mm.
you know how hard to come by it is, especially
Oh
after Dark
yeah,
Side of the Ring.
oh yeah. I'm sure there was an increase in demand for like Chris Benoit merchandise.
If you want me to, I'll show it to you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let me find it. Like I said, I got a bunch of shirts. I even got an Eddie Guerrero "I'm Your Poppy" shirt that I bought as well.
Oh yeah, cool. That I remember that shirt.
And I'm not talking about the ones that got on the shop either. I got one that's got the WrestleMania 22 logo in the back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I gotta get it out. Yeah, here's the Chris Benoit shirt. It's from the Attitude Era. Victim
Victim.
of the cross face.
Okay.
Yep, here it is,
Hey,
Benoit. Prove me
hey, I got
wrong.
Yep. Okay. Hey, got Josh on here. Hey, Josh, what's up? If you want to come join the stream, I'm gonna put the link right here. Here's the link if you want to join us and chat with us, man.
Oh
Like
yeah,
just
man.
right now, because I can have up to 6 people. I think that's 5 people I can add in total. But yeah, if more the merrier. We can all chat about wrestling and all the other stuff.
I will say one good thing about I'll tell you one of my favorite things about Dark Side of the Ring. After Dark Side of the Ring, we got Owen Hart merchandise since
Mm-hmm.
Mark Hart was involved, and her and Pro Wrestling Tees and Dark Side of the Ring collaborated. And thank God, after
Mm-hmm.
that, we have new Owen Hart merchandise. And I bought
Yeah.
some Owen shirts, so I'm so happy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because she doesn't want to do anything in WWE, but it's like she'll still do it with anyone else. But I can't blame her because WWE they dropped the ball. They could have stopped that show after what happened with
Oh yeah.
Owen. I mean, accidents happen. I mean, I'm sure they try to do as much what they could, but Vince McMahon being how Vince is and all, but
And don't
still.
forget, don't forget, he went back and he sued her in Connecticut.
All right, yeah. All right, we're about to add in Josh to the stream. All right, here we
Hey,
go.
boys, how you going?
What's
Hey,
up,
what's
Josh?
up,
Good
Yeah,
day, man.
How we doing?
Yep. Doing good. Welcome to the stream. Finally,
Yeah.
you and me, we've had talks through Facebook Messenger, but finally, the first face-to-face between Revolution Cowboy, Savious Joshua, and John Patel. Hey, finally.
Time, man.
Yep, it's been it's a long time coming, boys. It's been a long time coming.
Oh yeah, thank God for StreamYard.
I might as well come on here for a little bit just before I go over to a mate's place in Albury and all that because I'm being invited for a barbecue after so long.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
man, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, it's good to meet you too, man. I'm actually one of John's good friends. From way back about 10 years ago on DeviantArt too.
Oh yeah, I remember you, Josh. I actually remember you commenting too.
There you go.
Finally got to meet you guys, man. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I know.
It is. Definitely is, for sure.
It awesome. Like earlier today, I tried this out with my friend Chuds, who's over in the UK, and I was like, yes, this works. It's like, I'm glad it works. Now I can bring everybody on. And I was trying to get like Joe Johnny on, who's another friend of mine who does Pokemon content, but I guess because he's getting ready to go to bed, so he's got to go work in the morning. So I was like, but hey, got you guys on. So awesome.
Oh,
yeah, well, that's it. The more the merrier, like you said earlier on, John.
Yep.
Party,
yep.
man.
Like I said, I could. Yep, up to 6 people in the chat and the stream. So there we go.
Good stuff. Good stuff. In case for any one of John's watchers who I am, I'm actually from Australia, a big WWE fan, and now officially becoming an AEW fan as well, only because I've actually started watching it on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. I've been watching some of the clips on AEW, like Chris Jericho and Orange Cassidy and all that. And, of course, Moxley.
Oh, yeah, John Moxley. That's my guy.
Oh, he is. He's my man.
Yep, he's way better John Moxley than he ever was as Dean Ambrose.
Oh, of course, man, because from what I've actually been watching Chris Jericho's podcast and all that, because in AEW, the wrestlers there get more creativity and they get to make get their own characters to evolve by the wrestlers themselves without taking it up to approval by the big bosses like Vince McMahon does with WWE.
Yeah,
and even I'm starting to see why a lot of WWE fans and not fans wrestlers there aren't really happy in the workplace as of now.
Well, especially I was gonna say especially with that crap that Vince McMahon's not letting him do like Twitch or Cameo anymore. It's giving him like a month to delete those. Which is stupid.
Yeah, it really is. And apparently Rusev out of all actually got banned from Twitch as well. Also not bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I've actually subscribed to his Twitch and all that just the other month. Yeah, only because he was doing some gameplays and all that. And he looks really nice with shorter hair now, of all things.
Yeah, I'm still used to him with the long hair. I thought Rusev looked good with the long hair. But hey.
Oh, he actually looks really great. With long hair, back about a few years ago and all that.
Oh yeah. And I'm speaking of Vince wanting to delete stuff, I'll tell you Vince, you're the one that needs to be deleted. Delete.
Yeah. I will delete you. Delete.
It'll be wonderful. Just, man, three crazy wrestling fans, man. All these other people that might not know. Of course, we have David Witt, Arcade Twitch channel, asking how we're doing, which, hey, I'm doing good. Everybody else doing good, Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, let me put this back on the screen for anyone else that wants to come join in. But, hey, let's see who we got next guest. Let's see, we got Ricardo. Let's see. We got Ricardo from Brazil. Okay. If you want to.
Hello, guys.
All right. So we can't really see you, but we can hear your voice. So I guess tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Ricardo, if you can hear us. Oh no, he jumped out. Okay. All right.
He's gone.
Okay.
Hey, Josh.
Yo.
Since he was talking about Moxley, dude, and I was telling John earlier, I actually got to see him live before the whole Corona, before the whole shutdown. I got to see him smash the bubbly over Jericho's head, and I actually got the live version of that segment on my YouTube channel.
Oh, yes, I've seen that segment on YouTube as well. With Moxley pretending to join the inner circle and only just play mind games with Chris Jericho.
You want to see the live version of it? Check out my channel, man.
Oh, I definitely will after this for sure.
You'll love it, man. It's the live version. Like, you would have to have been there, dude. It was awesome, man. And,
I would have loved to go to those shows. But the problem is that they're actually over there in the United States, where I'm actually down in Australia. So
yeah. Oh yeah, and right now they're all being done. All the AEW ones are being done in Dallas, like in Jacksonville, and they're only doing limited, tickets anyway. Which hey, it's still better than what WWE's doing with this Thunderdome, which I just don't like it that much. I mean, it sounds like a cool concept on paper, but you don't get to hear the fans. It's like all fake crowd noise, so they get to choose who people cheer for and who they boo at, and
yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's not actually proper live audience cheering or booing. It's just showing their faces and all that. And I was watching someone's YouTube channel, Luge PS3. I'm actually subscribed to her channel and all that. And I actually did hear that she did try to get onto the Thunderdome, and when she was getting everything all set up, she got kicked off saying thanks for being in the Thunderdome and all that, which is not not long. It's happened to a lot of people. Yeah, it's a clusterfuck. Some people are having a hard time getting in, and even if they do get in, they only get in for like a little bit, and then they have to cycle people out.
Speaking of
it's ridiculous.
What did you think about some of them people that are ruining it for everyone? When I mean ruining, I'm talking about showing Chris Benoit.
Yes, KKK rallies, executions. The only one that was funny was the Kenny Omega, and even Kenny Omega said, "Oh boy, I got in," but the rest of those, just ruined it for the rest of those.
I've actually seen Kenny Omega on those screens when I was watching. I can't remember which one the show was. I think it was Raw or SmackDown or either one of them. Can't remember which one, but it would have been Raw. But it was actually really hilarious to see Kenny Omega's face on there.
Yeah. He's like, well, I got in.
An AEW star getting in the audience of the Thunderdome in WWE. I don't know what his take was, but I think he wanted to see what WWE was like compared to
probably, because he could have made a fake name because also he's not gonna put his real name or his storyline name, so he just put a fake name.
And bang, there goes his face on there.
Yeah.
I think it'll be more funnier if John Moxley actually dared to actually do that himself.
Dude.
Can you just imagine that?
Oh, I can imagine that, man.
Oh, I would.
Man.
Especially during a Rollins or a Reigns match.
Yes, because if John Moxley saw that on the Thunderdome, something tells me that the wild card rules still exist.
Roman Reigns finally turned heel with Paul Heyman. If only he could have done that with the live audience.
Yes, exactly. That would be a real big pop. It would have been a real big pop for sure. Because a lot of people in the universe, in all that, have been waiting for Roman Reigns to actually turn heel. Even myself personally. Because I mean, he's done a good run as a good guy for, I think, about 8 years or so. Can't remember the last time he was a heel, but it would have been when he was at NXT and all
Shield, that. Back when the Shield first formed. Yeah, and then after that, when they turned face.
They helped CM Punk, I remember that.
Yep. Yeah, and it was CM Punk run, By the way, we got JD Stacy 90, who's my friend Jim, who does Pokemon content. Jim, if you want to join in, I'm going to put the link up here, or you can go down the live chat. There's the link if you want to join us, Jim, if you can. Talk with some wrestling with us. More the merrier.
Oh,
Exactly right.
And then he's asking if Johnny was here. Johnny was here, but Johnny left. Of course, Joe or Johnny, but yeah. But yeah, just like I said, if anybody else wants to join us, talk wrestling with us, you're more than happy to, Just make sure you do it through webcam or through a phone. All right. Yeah, it's just been crazy just thinking about all this.
Yeah,
I was thinking, we talked about how there was an invasion. You remember when the Bullet Club, like when it was still Omega, Cody, the Bucks, and they said Mark Scurll in the group that they tried to do like an attempted invasion. Try to do the little throwback when DX invaded Raw 22 years ago. So they're like, oh, we're going to do the same thing, try to invade Raw. If AEW, or this before AEW formed, but still, yeah, if something like that actually did happen again, and this time through the Thunderdome, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, that would be hilarious. Or if or if they actually booked some Survivor Series, which I don't think they will do, but it would be great if they'd done a Survivor Series where it's Team WWE versus Team AEW. Imagine DX and WWE invading AEW. Can you just picture that?
Well, it could happen. They're both in Florida. AEW's in Jacksonville, and then Raw and SmackDown are being taped in Orlando. So they're probably not too far from it. Probably several miles down the road. So it could happen.
Yeah, it's just whoever gets in charge of the bookings, I guess. So
yeah,
we can keep fingers crossed and see how it goes.
We can keep honestly, it's WWE. We'll see more like NWA or Impact or Ring of Honor collaborate with AEW, but WWE, WWE wants to pretend they're like the only company.
You know what I don't like about WWE is how they're treating NXT like the developmental brand, even though it's going head to head with AEW. They're still
until they decide to move to Tuesday, apparently, because that's, I guess, the new night starting as of this week. I know they did Tuesday last week too, but I guess they want to because they were getting their butts whooped by AEW every Wednesday, so we're just going to move to Tuesdays again.
Yeah, Title Tuesday.
Yeah, I've actually heard about all that too, yeah.
Yeah, Title Tuesday. Like I said, it was actually pretty good. I'm catching up on NXT. Right now I'm watching the Iron Man match. But it's actually pretty good.
So you haven't watched this week's NXT yet?
I haven't, to be honest.
Okay, because I don't want to spoil it for you then, because I was going to tell you who the champion was, but if you haven't watched it, I'll let you watch it before I say anything, unless you don't mind being spoiled.
It already got spoiled. We live.
So you already know that it's Finn Balor then?
Yeah,
dude, we live in the era of social media.
I know. It's just sometimes you got to do your best to avoid that stuff, but I gotcha.
Exactly, and Twitter is going to be one of the worst ones that actually goes on your newsfeed all the time because the moment I get onto Twitter and all that, I just see a lot of spoilers on there. Whether it's WWE, AEW,
Facebook,
and so. Well, I'm not on Facebook.
I know you don't. I know you don't do Facebook more, but I understand. But still, that's how it is with me on Facebook. I have to try to stay off it, or stay off Twitter.
Exactly right. I reckon with me leaving Facebook was the best decision I ever done and all that because it just gave me really bad memories and all that. But Twitter though is going to be my biggest home ground and all that because I get more freedom to.
Yep, I feel you.
Happy to be on there. It's almost like me leaving WWE and working with AEW.
Oh yes, AEW. Yeah, man, that's where it's at.
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly right.
It's like
that's what it feels. Yeah, it's just how it feels like to me and all that because every time when I post tweets and all that, I just don't get any negative activity like I would on Facebook. So that's got to be a really great thing.
And I'll tell you another thing I don't like about Facebook: all the nasty stuff people be posting.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, I'm gonna be sick.
I know. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them on there. That's for sure.
Personal drama.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to hear about that. You're supposed to talk about that behind closed doors.
Exactly.
Not dirty laundry on Facebook.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's because I see all the posts from my real life friends on there all the time. A lot of them, that I didn't even know about, and I thought, wow. Really, sort of thing.
Crazy world we living in.
Yeah, it really is, and I reckon since I reckon since this pandemic actually came into play too, I think it's actually it's been mucking around with their
tell me about
mental mind.
Yeah, people have shown their true colors. Like, how hard is it to wear a mask over your face? I mean, it's not supposed to prevent prevent you from getting. It's supposed to prevent the spread, but people are just freaking out about it.
I've lost family. Let me tell you something. Some of my mom's uncles had the virus, and they just told us. They said it is no joking matter. Like, they lost their sense of taste.
And I feel that. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
It's not a joke.
Exactly right.
I was say because you guys know I work at Taco Bell, and so we're only doing the drive-through. We have to take all these precautions from way we take people's money, hand them food and drinks. So usually, if it's like 2 drinks, we don't have to do a drink here. But now they want us to put a drink here. People will freak out saying, "I don't want that." Like, why? It's like, just take it. You're gonna take a paper bag with paper wrappers. You're gonna probably toss anyway. So what's the problem? Take a drink here. And then people are like freaking out, because we have to wear gloves and touch their money, thinking we're taking it, like we're overreacting. But see, our company makes us do this stuff. I don't want to go be on unemployment like so many other people in this country because, my job wants to keep people protected from this stupid virus, but people just don't take it seriously. And that's probably my state because I live in a red Republican state where people think what Trump says is the gospel and that, he's downplayed this virus for so long. And look what's happened, so many cases here in the U.S. alone, so many deaths. And it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I was actually gobsmacked with all the cases that's going over there and all that. And I was just absolutely gobsmacked with how really bad it is over there compared to down here.
Yes.
Yeah.
That and the Black Lives Matter movement kind of, screwed up all the protests. I mean, I'm all for, there should be equal rights for everybody, but then all those protests happen, and the cases were, I was telling this to Chuds earlier, they were going down for a while. And these protests happen, they go right back up. And then COVID's getting talked about again.
I agree.
Yeah, well, I can understand in America's point of view, why they do it and all that because of unemployment with them. But when I actually heard it was happening in Australia, I thought, hang on, what the fuck sort of thing? I thought, what has Australia got anything to do with it? Because when I found out people in Australia were protesting, for their Black Lives Matter thing, I thought, guys, that happened in America, not us.
Yeah.
What are we getting involved for?
Crazy.
I mean, look at Melbourne, for instance. When Melbourne, because even though Daniel Andrews actually meant, well, you don't know who he is because he's the Premier of Victoria in Australia. Yeah, because ever since they planned this Black Lives Matter protests and all that, while I've got nothing bad to say about it because I've got a lot of African American friends. And they're doing it for the right reasons and all that.
Yeah.
But anyways, in Melbourne, they weren't practicing social distancing during the protest like Sydney and Brisbane were. But in Melbourne, they were all cladded all together. And it's sad to say this, I reckon what they're not saying on the news here about where the cases were coming from. I've heard cases coming, from Meatworks in Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, people not doing social distancing when seeing families and all that when they use it. But personally, I don't think what the news is really telling us that the ones that they actually mentioned, what they mentioned, that it was actually still investigating. I think some of it would have to do with the Black Lives Matter. I'm not blaming on them or anything like that.
No, I got you. It's just this social distance being near each other. And apparently, because also some of these protesters are engaged in, the riot squad police, they throw tear gas. And apparently that tear gas opens up their ducts, so it almost exposes them a little more to the coronavirus.
Exactly.
From what I've heard, but I can believe that. And some of these people, they take it too seriously because, not all cops are bad. Like, yes, cops that unfortunately killed innocent African Americans, they should be punished. But there are good cops out there. In fact, I'm having some problems with a sibling of mine, and I have to, go to court for it, make sure she's dealt with. If I didn't have the police on my side, if I didn't have them around, I'd be, I don't know where I'd be right now. I'd probably be pulling my hair out, just wondering what am I gonna do. It's like we need the police on our side. You mean not all? I mean, not all bad people. I just wish people would realize that, especially like up in Portland, like in Portland, Oregon, like they're really just going insane. Like they're engaged in the police like
yeah.
every night.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like do you all have lives? Like seriously.
Mm.
I live in like I said, I live in a motel in Ripley, Mississippi, and if we didn't have police, let me tell you something. These people here, especially here in where I live in Mississippi, they would have killed us. And there was actually a murder
Yep.
that
I
happened
feel
here
you. Oh
at a
wow.
gas station not that long ago, and it was crazy. The guy that was murdered a week before the murder happened, he was staying at the motel, and a week later, he got shot by a fellow coworker, and apparently had got into it at Ashley Furniture, and and it was a black guy and a white guy, and
Mm-hmm.
when the black guy, I don't know his name, when he
Uh-huh.
saw the guy that stayed at our motel, the white guy, at that at that gas station, he shot him, and
Yeah,
it was
it's not
crazy.
good.
No.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing about old Ripley, Mississippi, where I live. Donald Trump here is number one.
Mm.
Especially
Same
here
in the
where I
state
live
of
in the
Kansas,
South.
unfortunately.
Yeah, trust me, even Australia doesn't like Trump either.
No.
I live in good old Mississippi.
Trump can kiss my ass. That orange faced motherfucker, man.
I will say one good thing.
Well,
about
I was going to say the most baddest word that us Aussies always say, and sorry for saying this, but Donald Trump's really a cunt.
Oh yeah.
Two good things that happened with Donald Trump. He beat up Vince McMahon, clotheslined him, and number two, he shaved Mr. McMahon's head.
Yeah. But that's Donald Trump the character, not Donald Trump the president in real life. Even though he's a character in real life, to be honest.
Yeah, I like the character Trump rather than the one we've got now.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just as your leader, but the leader of the free world.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'll still take him kicking Vince McMahon's ass. I loved it.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean, really, that day they're both douchebags because they're best friends in real life. So.
Oh, I know.
Oh wow.
Trump's a Hall of Famer.
Yep. And then like Vince's wife, Linda, works as like an advisor to Trump, like the small businesses. So yeah.
Business, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know about that. But yeah, I'll tell you another thing I'll never forget. That at that WrestleMania, Stone Cold stunning them both.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh hell yeah!
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, it's time to let them out mud holes around here and there, and give me a goddamn beer.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Stone Cold Steve Austin made history that night. He was the only person in history to ever stun a president. Well, actually, the future.
Yeah.
President.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Correction. Before Donald Trump was the president, but yeah, that's
before,
still counts.
but we get what you're saying.
That still counts.
Yep,
it does.
Donald Trump live in South Haven, the same place, the same venue that I went to the AEW show. I actually saw him there live, and let me tell you something. Everything they say about him is true, especially the hair.
And yeah, that's got to be a wig, surely.
It's something.
Yeah, it was crazy. I said, "Oh my God, he's actually orange in person."
I bet he is.
He's more orange than Orange Cassidy.
Yeah, and it's also funny. There's a Pokemon based off him called Gumshoes, and every time I do my Pokemon openings, if I pull that card, I always got to reference, Donald Trump every time I see it.
I've saw that from your last live video for sure.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, and of course I mentioned on the comments, my nickname for Donald Trump, Donald Dump.
Yeah, Donald Dump.
Yeah. I have this great idea. Another Mimosa Mayhem match, this time between Orange Cassidy and the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Oh, God, that'd be something.
I'd watch that. I'd pay to see that.
Yeah, exactly.
That was awesome.
Oh, man, yeah.
I think, in all honesty, if any one of them wins, I hope Orange Cassidy wins against the president.
Hell yeah.
Orange Cassidy, God bless you.
Yep. Exactly.
Absolutely.
I love Orange Cassidy.
Oh, yeah. He's very entertaining. His cool layback style, his little sideways thumbs up, how he does it. Yeah.
He's just chilling. He's just chilling.
Yep.
Being himself. That's all he's doing.
Yep.
It's crazy. Last year, he was best friends as Lackey. Now this year, he's one of the main events with Chris Jericho and a Mimosa.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he beat Jericho twice.
Oh yeah.
Talk about crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, AEW, they know how to build the stars. Whether it be Moxley, Orange Cassidy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sky.
And
Yeah.
of course, the press conference they actually did the other week with Eric Bischoff. That was big.
Oh yeah, the debate
Yep.
that was awesome.
Yeah, like where he would ask Orange Cassidy questions like wrestling related, he would say nothing. Then he would ask him like about global warming, and he would give the most intelligent answer.
Oh, intelligent.
Yeah.
I reckon that was pretty smart. I reckon.
Yeah,
Orange
just
Cassidy, president.
Yep, exactly. Orange Cassidy,
Yeah.
anybody, shoot. I mean, I would still take The Rock for
MJF.
the next person. MJF,
Yes.
yeah.
And you know how I know I'm a big Rock fan? Because of this.
Yep, that tattoo,
dude,
yep.
Just bring it.
Yep.
Yep. Just bring it, bitch.
Finally, The Rock came back to bitch slap Donald Trump. Seriously, that's who needs to be running against Donald Trump, not Joe Biden. Joe Biden's a little bit of a creep. I'd rather have somebody else than Joe Biden.
I hope Donald Trump gets rock bottomed.
Oh, yeah. And of course, don't forget.
People's elbow, yep. Put him in the sharpshooter.
And I've got one thing to share just for that occasion. Hang on a sec, boys.
Okay. All right, we're going to see what Josh has got for us.
Oh, yes, a surprise. This is going to be God.
All right, yep.
Now
all right, so watch. Yeah.
By God.
So, yeah, by God. Yeah. All right, too. Of course, everybody else watching, if you guys want to join us, I have the link on the screen if you want to join me, Josh, and John while we're doing this. Otherwise, hey, always happy for everybody getting up here on the stream as we wait for Josh to bring in a surprise.
I thought I had the Just Bring It shirt in there, but it must be in the wash.
Wait.
That's all right, man.
Wait, I got the original Just Bring It shirt from 2000, dude. You know what? I have it right here. Hold on, let me get it out.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I have a Just Bring shirt. Mine's one of those reprint ones they sold at Walmart, but yeah, it's gotta see that original shirt.
Yeah, I've actually got two of them. The sleeveless one, that was a reprint and all that, and cheap one, and the one with sleeves that I got from the WWE shop.
Yeah,
that's the fella.
Oh yeah, that's classic shirt, man.
Look,
Attitude Era one.
Oh, WWF.com. How I missed that.
Yep.
I always will miss WWF, not WWE. I mean, I'm gonna always be salty about that. Just I know name change, all that. We're all a lot of fun, but I sometimes feel like that was a bunch of bull crap that they sued them, and I sometimes think Vince wanted them to sue them because I'm sure they were like fighting for years for them to change the name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the moment I saw the F on that, I knew, that's got to be Attitude Era stuff.
The World Wrestling Federation always has a better sound than World Wrestling Entertainment. Like the World Wrestling Federation champion. That always sounds so much better than the WWE champion. Like it just.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the Chris Benoit shirt I was showing you, John, and it's even got the WWF tag too. Let me pull it out. But yeah, this is a hard to find shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's because since Chris Benoit's death and all that, I think WWE has been removing anything that's related to him.
They're never going to promote him. They've said they'll still mention him in videos. Like they're not going to try to erase him completely. They're just not going to promote him in the same way. You'll never see anything in merchandise, celebrating, because of what he did. I mean, yes, obviously it was the years of concussions because the CTE that did that to him gave him the mentality of like a person of Alzheimer's, but still, it's the fact he still murdered his wife and son, and that's always going to be looked down. It doesn't really matter how it happened. They're always going to bring that up, and it's just like, it's like, I mean, he had so many great matches in Japan, ECW, WCW, WWE, but that's always going to tarnish his legacy, and that's why we'll never see Benoit in the Hall of Fame, and it's sad because he would have been a Hall of Famer someday.
I mean, if he didn't murder his family or anything like that, due to mental health and all that, because I think what caused him to go like that mentally is something to do with Eddie Guerrero's death and all that.
That too, yes, that triggered. It made him depressed. They even said that in Dark Side of the Ring, how after Eddie died, he was a changed man. He would cry a lot. He didn't want to talk to people. Like Eddie was his brother, basically. They were best friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't forget the journal too. That he would write to Eddie every day,
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy that I'm one of the rare ones now with the Chris Benoit shirt. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of other Benoit fans. I mean, there's one guy I know on YouTube called Unstable 1047. Benoit's one of his favorite. He's even like had some people make some custom Benoit figures. So Benoit still has a fan following because people like Benoit for the wrestler. They don't care for Benoit the murderer, but they're always gonna like him as the wrestler. So people try to separate the two, which it's hard to, but people are always gonna like him for that. They're just like I said, everything else tarnishes his legacy.
I'm kind of the same way, and this is the reason why. I started watching in 2004, the year he won the world title, and I'll never forget during the times where we did have cable. I'll never forget that WrestleMania when he made Triple H tap out. I remember being a little Chris Benoit fan. Like even up until his death, I was a huge Chris Benoit fan. He was one of my favorites. I even had one time. I'll never forget. One time I was in a little tutoring center back when I lived in Indiana. My parents would drop me off after school, and I remember they would have newspapers, and I saw this was 2006, before Murder Suicide, and I'll never forget. It had Batista. It was two pictures of Batista and a Chris Benoit picture on the newspaper, and I'll never forget cutting the Batista and Chris Benoit pictures and getting tape and actually taping them to my wall. Because back then, I couldn't afford posters and all that. With I remember just like getting tape and just taping them to my wall, and I'll never forget that too. That's why, I try not to, because it's hard. Like if it's hard to what you said is true. At the same time, I can't mention my childhood without mentioning Benoit, because he was the world champion, and Eddie Guerrero was the WWE champion, and
that moment, that moment now. They only show the Eddie Guerrero portion of it now because Eddie, because his death, being from heart failure, of course they're going to still mention him. Yeah, he did steroids and other stuff, but it's not going to be frowned upon like murder. Which when Eddie Guerrero died, 2005, I cried. He was one of my favorites.
Remember that. I actually
watching that tribute, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I believe a week after I don't know which it was, or I think it was on Raw or something like that, or SmackDown, that they actually played Eddie Guerrero's theme, and Batista actually came out of the car and all that, and I can tell that I can imagine how hard it was for Batista and all that. Doing the promo.
They were in a storyline together. It's like they were starting to become friends both on screen and off screen. So I know that was tough for him.
Yeah, it would be.
Speaking of Eddie Guerrero, here's that "I'm Your Poppy" shirt I was telling you about.
that classic shirt, man. It's frustrating. We see his son Dominic now wrestling.
Yeah. I'll tell you
I
bet Eddie Guerrero will be so proud of Dominic Mysterio.
Because he always saw Dominic as being a son he never had. Because Eddie only had 3 daughters, so it's like how Eddie and Ray were very tight. Consider themselves brothers. How. Like only that one time, on the tribute show on that Raw where Rey Mysterio had his mask on and he took it off to cry. And it's like, man, because, Rey didn't really take his mask off much in WWE. So for him to do that, to show respect for basically, a guy he considered a brother,
Yeah, exactly.
There's something. Here's the thing. During that time, Eddie's death, it was a happy and it was a sad moment. The happy moment was the next day after Eddie's death, my little cousin was born. My baby cousin was born. So it was sad because I actually remember the tribute show with Eddie's death, but the next day, or I can't remember, it was either the same day or the next day that my cousin was born. So that was a happy moment. And I'm gonna tell you the coincidence. Exactly 5 years later, her dad died too. My little cousin, my mom's brother. And coincidentally, he died the same way that Eddie died. Like, he didn't do any drugs or anything, but he was an alcoholic. He drank a little, and he actually died the Elvis way. Went to the bathroom, and that's where he,
that kind of reminds me of someone in town here that actually died almost in the same fate here at the house I'm actually in now. Before my mother and myself moved here. We actually had an old bloke that they used to live here, and he died in the loo. So kind of like the Elvis thing.
It was like Elvis. And coincidentally, I don't live that far from Elvis, in Memphis, and also Tupelo. I was actually in Elvis's birth city of Tupelo, Mississippi today. So
cool.
Yeah, like I said, where I live in Mississippi, I've done seen a lot of stuff. It's crazy for one of the poorest states in the United States. Yet they've produced some of the greatest celebrities and athletes. I mean, look at Kamala, who recently.
Kamala, yes, I was about to say him. Yep, yeah. And you want to talk about coincidences? How Kamala passed away, and then next day Joe Biden has Kamala Harris as his running mate, and of course the real name of Kamala is James Harris. No relation on, but I thought that was a funny coincidence. I mean, a little eerie too, but I was like, wow. Of all people.
Speaking of Vince being evil, since we talked about earlier, look at the way he screwed Kamala. Kamala, man, that was main eventing with guys like Andre Giant, Hulk Hogan. I mean, Undertaker in the first ever casket match. He wrestled Brett. He wrestled Shawn. Heck, he even came back in the Ruthless Aggression era and wrestled Randy Orton and Umaga. Yet they screwed him in a payoff.
Yeah, it's just because Vince McMahon's a little bit of a racist. I mean, heck, it took him 11 years to put the belt on Kofi, and then have him lose it months later to Brock Lesnar in 8 seconds or 9 seconds or however long it was.
Yeah, I thought there was a bit of a racist trend going on with Vince during that time, especially with Kofi Kingston's trying to get himself up to the top and all that a year or so ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna call him a complete racist. I mean, it seems like if you're not white, Samoan, or even Hispanic, he's not going to push you. Because, The Rock is half black and half Samoan, so, of course, he was the first African-American champion in WWE history, but a lot of people see it more because he was Samoan. It wasn't until Kofi won the championship for that. Kofi was regarded as the first actual African-American. And, of course, there were World Heavyweight champions like Booker T and, Mark Henry, but they weren't WWE champions. But still, it's just, the track record of Vince and African-Americans, though.
I'll tell you one of the things. Before Kofi, don't forget the first black tag team, Tony Atlas and Rocky Johnson.
Yep.
Yes, may Rocky Johnson rest in peace.
Yep, The Rock's father, man.
Yeah.
Tony
I was absolutely gobsmacked when I heard about his death and all that.
Yeah.
Tony Atlas talked about all the time. Before Kofi Kingston, he would have actually became the first black WWE champion, but Tony done messed up. And he talked about how he was into drugs and all that. If Tony hadn't messed up, I think they would have pushed him to the moon.
They could have. There's a lot of people they could have pushed.
Look at
especially of how the company is, how they've had people with steroids. I mean, Hogan, Warrior, Savage. But
I like Kofi, but I'll tell you who should have became the first black WWE champion: Booker T.
Yes,
that could have happened. Yep.
Or
the
couldn't agree more.
Five-time. champion. Yeah.
I like the five-time. Now can you dig that? Sucker!
I'm trying to Shelton Benjamin.
Oh, yeah. He came close to being the ECW champion on the ECW brand at one point, but then they just dropped the ball of him. He could have been a World Heavyweight champion.
In 2004 when Triple H
Yep. I remember that.
I love Shelton Benjamin.
But I could see Bobby Lashley being one back in the day.
Yeah.
ECW champion. I'll never forget that.
Remember of course. He was in the match with the president, of course, where he was representing the president against Vince McMahon's representative Umaga. So, of course, it kind of goes full circle here.
Speaking of Bobby Lashley and Umaga, remember when he speared him through that cage in ECW, man? I'll tell you one thing. Even back in 2007, before Benoit, man, ECW was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It was good even after. And when I mean it was good, I mean the CM Punk Johnny Nitro feud.
Well, yeah.
Pretty underrated.
Yeah, it was still decent, and it was it was basically the early version of NXT because eventually got replaced with that other NXT. But how it was bringing up new talents like Zack Ryder, Yoshitatsu. Of course, we saw Christian come back, and and it was also one last run for Tommy Dreamer before he left.
Oh yeah, I remember. Big Daddy V.
Yeah, Big Daddy V. Oh yeah.
Colin Delaney.
Oh yeah, that looked. Yeah, who was the original James Ellsworth?
Mike Adamle, Mr. Jeff.
That guy was terrible. Jeff Harvey. Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I remember him slapping Randy.
I remember that.
Oh man, I loved Randy back then, especially when he punt kicked Mr. McMahon. I
Yep.
was so happy.
Oh
I cheered.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I said slap him. Oh, when Punk slapped him. Oh man, that felt. It was good, even in 2012. I remember the feud him and Lawler had. That was, it's crazy. That was one of Lawler's last best feuds was against Punk in that cage match.
And
Yeah, I actually talked to Jerry about that. When he came, I actually met him in my town, and we actually talked about Eddie Guerrero too. And he said, "Latino Heat." I actually
Viva
got
la
him to do that.
raza, light, cheat, and steel. I say.
I got him to do that too. Latino Heat.
Yep.
Latino Heat.
Yep.
Next time I gotta get him to say puppies.
Puppies!
Dog was the one that started that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
there you
Jerry
go.
Lawler talked about it in the Broken Skull Ranch. It was Road Dogg who one time in a promo said that, and Lawler caught it on. And it's crazy. Lawler's the one remembered for it. It became his little shtick, even though Road Dogg was the one that said it first.
Well, if I remember right, it was because of Deborah. That's what Jeff Jarrett in storyline was calling Deborah's breast, the puppies. And then after that, kind of ran with that, I believe. And then Jerry Lawler started saying it a lot.
I remember. Oh man,
Yeah.
Stone Cold Steve Austin was a lucky man.
He was, and then things went downhill. But I guess at least now because even they admitted like he was on some really crazy shit where it was messing with his head, and he was abusing Deborah before they divorced.
It's a shame too. I wish, if only Deborah would have been with him now, with the Steve from now, man.
Yeah, because he's a lot better person now. Yeah, I mean, he at least treats his wife he has now a lot better. Like he has a podcast I'll listen to every now and then, so he'll bring her on. But it's all right, At least he's doing better nowadays.
David Schultz.
Yeah. Even I've got a lot of catching up on the podcast of Stone Cold's as well from my end, because I've watched some of it, but there's a lot of them I've got to catch up on when I can.
Yeah.
He reminds me of David Schultz, and I'm familiar with David Schultz because I've actually encountered his nephew Marvin Schultz, and he stayed at our motel. If you think David Schultz is bad, his nephew is just as worse. You want to talk about shitting on everybody? His nephew would shit all over the goddamn room. He had a shit bucket. And let me tell you something. He would cut promos on everybody in the motel. Him and my dad especially. They would fight every morning. And here's how I found out him and David Schultz are related. He had his uncle's book. And, here's the thing. He actually misspells his last name. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, how do you misspell your last name? You know how David spells his with like the Z? Schultz? Well, I think Marvin spells it with like an E or an S or something like that in his card. And I said, what the heck? That's why I asked him. I said, I didn't know you were a wrestling fan. And he said, I'm not a wrestling fan. He said, David Schultz is my uncle. David Schultz is his dad's brother. I said, oh, man. And then we talked about the slap. And he said, man, aren't you a little bit young to be aren't you a little bit young to know my uncle? I said, here's how I know about your uncle. It's because he slapped that reporter.
Oh, yeah, John Stossel, who was asking wrestling fake. Oh, you want to see fake? And slap the fuck out of him. Is it fake now?
Yeah, I think I've seen that before. I'm pretty sure of it. That, from some cutscenes or
yeah, there's a lot of famous stuff. Yeah, like there's one where Vader and Undertaker were like in Kuwait, and a Kuwaiti journalist was asking about to be fake, and Vader lost his shit. He was about to go beat the crap out of the guy. At the point, Vader got fined for it. Undertaker's just sitting there, just trying not to say anything because they were still trying to, keep kayfabe then.
Oh yeah, and Vader slapped him. Yeah, that was
crazy.
I
just couldn't get over that with Vader and all that. I mean, he looks like a chilled looking guy, and when you say the wrong thing, he snaps.
Yep.
I think the guy from Kuwait deserved that. Man, you don't make fun of someone's profession.
No.
These guys are away from their
especially with someone who's got, who's big. I don't mean big as in fat, as in big as in muscular. You don't want to mess with the wrong person.
Exactly.
Yeah. David Schultz,
one wrong thing, and your lights are punched out.
Hey, thank God he didn't say to the Iron Sheik. Iron Sheik would have made John Styles so humble. he would have broke his back.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
surprised he didn't. Yeah, I'm surprised Vader didn't paralyze him or put him in a coma.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, give him a Vader bomb.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
Stomps-
He's real. Yeah,
Stomps-
the show host is really lucky he wasn't in a coma after that because it could have
Yep,
been a lot
exactly.
worse.
Exactly.
Yeah, after that they buried Vader. Like before
Yeah.
that, remember, he was feuding with Shawn Michaels, Undertaker. After that slap, his run
Yeah.
became basically they basically jobbed him out.
Yeah, but then
Especially
his
if he
last
became-
appearance, in the last appearance, he even kind of called himself a piece of shit before he left. It's like, yeah, he had
Yeah,
a better
I
career at WCW and in Japan, but by the time he went to WF, if it weren't for that, yeah, he could have had a better career there. Because he was like one of my favorites too when I first started watching. I remember like an episode of Boy Meets World he was on. That I had loved to see him on that show.
Yeah, it would have been really great.
I'll never forget the feud with Cactus Jack and Sting and all
Yeah,
those guys.
yeah,
Also,
he had some
Harley
great
Race.
stuff in WCW. Yeah,
And Harley Race being his manager.
Yep.
I'll tell you nothing. You know, it's a shame that I miss so much great wrestling because I was born in 2000. So,
dude, it's like, I mean, I was born '85, right around the first WrestleMania. So yeah, I missed some wrestling too. And then yeah, there was some wrestling in the '90s I could catch, but I didn't really care about till about '98.
AEW is like
and
my
of course, with me being born in '87, you know, I believe was WrestleMania 3, which is the biggest one of them all.
Hogan, Andre. Even though the best match we all know is Savage and Steamboat. I mean that today is still like probably the greatest match of all time. And hey, anything with the Macho Man. I mean, everybody knows I love the Macho. Ooh yeah, number 2 is Slim Jim.
Hey,
That's my
folks, and I'm here to let you know that the Macho Man is back in business. Ooh yeah!
I'll tell you something. I remember
the crop reaches to the top. Yeah.
WrestleMania 3. Don't forget Killer Bees against Iron Sheik and Nikolai, and Iron Sheik still talks about him putting Brian Blair in the camel clutch.
Break his back, make him humble. I run number 1. You would think
Fuck the Hulk Hogan. Fuck the Hulk Hogan. That Hollywood blonde jabroni.
Fucking bullshit. Yeah, Iron Sheik, man, that dude is something else. Even
Howard
today, he's
Stern
something else.
show,
Just
man.
yeah.
Him and Howard Stern show. Man, there was so much great wrestling back then. I just can't get over, but AEW, AEW NXT, it's like this generation's Monday Night Wars.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's awesome. And AEW, hopefully they learn from the past. Hopefully they learn from Monday Night Wars.
Yep. And even learn from Impact Wrestling. I mean, yeah, Impact Wrestling's still around, but they could have been a lot bigger. It's like they took their ball and dropped it, and like remember when Impact went against Raw, and then they after 1 month they gave up.
Hogan and Bischoff.
Yep, exactly. Well, and
WCW.
Yep. Yeah, Dixie Carter messed up, and that's why she don't run that company anymore. Or at least the people that run it now are doing a better job.
Hogan and Linda McMahon are banned from AEW.
Well, not Linda McMahon, but Linda Hogan, his ex. But yeah, I've heard.
I've read about all that too.
I retweeted that when it happened. I actually went on Tony Khan's Instagram page and I saw it and I retweeted it.
Oh yeah, because that's what Hogan said. Yeah, he's too controversial. I mean, the fact WWE brought back, there's a lot of wrestlers who still weren't willing to forgive him, especially the way he apologized. It wasn't a very sincere apology. It's not for what he said, but the fact that he got caught saying it. But I mean, he did apologize outright eventually, but still, it's just
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, who knows? I mean, because even though I've got a soft spot for Hulk Hogan and all that, he said the wrong thing. And with his apology, it's just how you see it, I guess. But I actually saw it, saying that, he screwed up on that thing. And it's actually good. At least the good news is he's actually earned up to it. And
that's what I'm talking about.
Because when you earn up for something that you said wrong and realize that you're in the wrong, and then you realize, shit, I shouldn't have said that. I think I better apologize. And that's what Hulk Hogan did. And that's why I still got respect for him, from his song today. Because, I mean, if he tried to deny it or anything like that, or say he never said such thing and shows truth that he has, then, I would have lost respect for Hogan for that.
This is what I'm going to say. Love Hulk Hogan or hate Hulk Hogan, if if it wasn't for him, wrestling wouldn't be where it is today.
Exactly.
For Hulk
We're
Hogan.
on the mainstream.
Exactly
I mean,
right.
come on, Hulkamania, brother, and ripping the shirt and the
Yeah,
leg drop.
Hulkamania happened when he was actually going up against Andre the Giant.
Yep.
Oh yes.
Yep.
I'll
Exactly.
tell you when it was really born, and people talk about all the time when he beat the Iron Sheik, when he came back from the AWA.
Yes, that too.
dropped
That
the leg on
too.
the Sheik and became WWE champion.
Yep. That
And I
too.
remember in Iron Sheik, and the crazy thing it was, Vern Gagne actually told the Iron Sheik to break Hogan's legs.
Wow.
Now, if the
Yeah,
Iron
I
Sheik
think
would have
I've
done
heard that.
there
Yeah.
would be no there wouldn't have been no Hulkamania.
Exactly.
It's a shame that
Yeah.
Hogan didn't really try to help the Sheik out, because if it wasn't for the Iron Sheik as well, there would be no Hulkamania.
Exactly, because it was the whole tension
You're right.
between the United States and Iran. So the best
Yeah.
way to do it is like bring it over into the mainstream. Have an American wrestler defeat an Iranian wrestler for the company's biggest title, and there you go.
That's it.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, speaking of that, I remember Sergeant Slaughter and Hulk Hogan.
Oh yeah, the Iraqi synthesizer gimmick that Slaughter was doing. I remember that. I remember renting that on VHS one time, watching that. That was like one of the first classic shows I ever watched of the WWF.
Hey, at least we got to see Sergeant Slaughter become the WWE champion. It was, or
Yeah.
WWE champion.
Yeah, WWF champion, whatever. Yeah.
It's the
Yeah,
same
WWF,
company.
WWE, same thing.
It's the
Yep.
same company.
Exactly.
But yeah, WWF was really good. Like I said, I own some of the trading cards and stuff. So like I said,
Yeah.
I like to collect stuff especially from the time periods before I was born. Like I have a lot of Attitude Era stuff, like action figures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Oh yeah, those old Bone Crunchers. Yeah, those were some awesome figures.
Yep. And I actually talked to, like I mentioned, Brian Christopher earlier. When I met him back in 2017, we actually talked about WWE's light heavyweight division back in '97. The feud him and Taka Michinoku had. We actually talked about that, and it's a shame they never made him the light heavyweight champion. Yet they made someone like Gilbert champion. I thought that was bullcrap.
Yeah. Yeah, just because they wanted to take a stab at Goldberg, basically. Yeah.
And Jerry's son. I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Jerry's kid. And it's a shame that he could never get out of his dad's shadow.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, and he got popular when he and Sky Dwight and Rikishi got together too. Cool, but it's just,
oh yeah,
dude couldn't really keep it together. He was even then like using drugs, and it sucks. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier, I got to know him a little bit, and it's crazy. I talked to him right before he committed suicide, and and I actually still have the messages. So if they ever do a Dark Side of the Ring documentary, I would love to be part of it, because I'm probably one of the few that actually got to talk to him. And I know there's so many people that are saying, "Oh, John Patel's lying." Well, guess what? I have the messages to prove it.
I believe you, man. I believe you.
Yeah, same here. Yep. If they ever do a documentary about it, just don't hesitate to actually show them the messages to put in their documentary for sure.
Yeah.
Because it actually because that way you're actually helping them contribute, with everything.
Oh yeah. And it wasn't, like I said, we just talked about wrestling, and I asked him how Scotty was doing. I asked him, Rikishi, and I told him, I said, I'm a huge fan. It's true, I am a huge fan. I missed my junior prom just to see Grandmaster Sexay and Jerry the King Lawler, and it was a night I'll never forget, especially Brian slapping the fat lady's ass in his entrance. And I actually had it on video, but the thing is, it was in my old phone, and stuff ended up getting deleted or something, so I don't have the videos anymore, sadly. But he actually high-fived my hand so hard during his entrance. Like, it was right after he slapped the fat lady's ass. I swear he slapped. That's a story I'm going to mention. Him slapping the fat lady's ass.
Oh, do so. You got to, man. You got it, because the people are interested in funny stories like that today.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He slapped my hand so hard, it was like me touching the fat lady. When he slapped my hand, I said, "Oh my God, I slapped the fat lady's ass too."
Yeah.
Hey, she was a big old woman, man. And she had a mullet too.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Well, there
Yeah.
you go.
Don't get more
Like I said-
southern than that.
Oh yeah, I live
Yeah, I
real
thought that
down.
sounded quite southern. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mississippi, man, it's really down south.
Mm-hmm.
Not like
I
Florida,
believe
but
you.
No, I
it's
got
down.
you. Just the mentality. I mean,
Oh, it's
Yeah.
in
crazy.
Kansas, we're like in the middle of the country. I mean, we have people like that too here in Kansas because we're like,
Oh, I bet.
the farmland of America. So we have people like that. But I got you. Yeah, it's
It's bad over here, man. Like I tell people all the time, I'm ready to get out of this state.
yeah, I
Oh,
feel you.
seriously, I have to dumb myself down sometimes when I talk to some of the people.
Oh yeah, same here, dude. Especially when I have to deal with customers trying to explain things. I'm like Taco Bell as of late's been taking stuff off the menu, and they think like we're the ones doing it. Like, no, it's my company doing it. Don't get
Oh,
mad
I
at
know.
me because they made a change. I mean, it's not my fault they took away the Frito burrito and they put the quesadilla on the mobile app. Like, and they're like,
Yeah.
well, it's a bunch of bullshit. Damn college, you guys go out of business. Like, no, they're just changed up the menu. And people have been eating out more than they should. Like,
Oh,
when
yeah.
people should be staying home, going through drive-through. I mean, yes, I need them to pay me basically, but the way people have been going crazy, like even without there being any live events going on of any kind, like I've seen us get orders larger than we've ever had before, and it's like people gotta understand, like we can only keep up with so much. When we start running out of certain things,
Oh yeah.
like it's just been crazy, but they don't get it. Just like with the coronavirus, they just don't get it at all, and it's sad.
I went
Yeah,
to Taco
it's just
Bell.
like it's just like when I go into drives into Wagga and all that, and go to Macca's to get one of those frozen Fanders and all that. Yeah, the one I normally go to, the Glenfield Park one. Yeah, they always run out of the ones that I always want, but I never in my entire life will go damn crazy about it. If they don't have it, I thought, you know what, that's fine. I'll just go to another Macca's and get it from there. Simple, and go to every one of them.
Exactly.
Hey,
And go to every one of them until there is one. It's because I determined to get something what I want rather than arguing with the
Exactly, because they don't accomplish anything, and these Karens don't get it.
Yeah,
John,
exactly.
John,
If anyone here is actually watching in regards about that and they do this sort of thing, take my advice. Don't yell at the workers. Just drive off somewhere else to another place. Exactly. That's my advice to you.
Exactly.
John, I know what you're going through, man. I worked at McDonald's, dude. So I know how bad those customers are. And I try to be as nice as possible.
Yeah, because that's all you can be. All you
But
can
here's
do.
the thing. Even when I'm nice to them, I get treated like crap every time I go.
Exactly.
I'm like, come on. And I'm like, look, I'm trying to be as nice as possible. And you wonder why these customers are giving you crap. Lady, it's a two-way street. If you're nice, we're nice. But I swear, like some of those workers, and I tell them, I said, look, you think I don't know what you're going through? I worked at McDonald's. If you think Taco Bell's worse, McDonald's is on steroids.
Oh yeah, no, I believe it, dude. Especially when the ice cream machine is down, and I saw a video about that. This chick lost her shit. Like, your ice cream machine's always down. Like okay, it maybe because it has to go down for service, maybe because they serve a lot of ice cream. I mean, now sometimes yes, there are lazy employees. I mean, that'll happen, but still, doesn't mean you have to freak out on people. Doesn't make you look any better. I mean,
sounds like Karen
get it. Yep. Oh, the Karens.
Yep. That's got to be Karen doing it.
Yep, those Karens, man. I've dealt with them myself. Yep, we've had some of these, these one ladies that we can't, take walk-ups. First of all, it's a drive-through, not a walk-through. Yeah. It's like, well, us truck drivers, we never make sure you get stuff. And she wasn't even driving like a semi. She was driving like a moving truck. But we still try to tell her, lady, like, we can't do walk-ups. And if she weren't trying to ask for who the owner was, typical Karen, let me talk to the manager. We were going to tell her nicely she could do the mobile app and do it over that way. Then we can bring her food to her. But she just wanted to be a bitch about it. So I was like, okay, whatever. We're just not going to deal with it anymore. Me and her manager just told her, whatever you want to complain, you can go ahead and complain. It's not going to do much, but whatever.
Oh, yeah. I've got to tell you this Karen moment. This was like a few months ago and all that when I went over to Hungry Jack's, which is an Australian name franchise for Burger King here. I've actually went into Hungry Jack's one time, and someone was actually dining in there, and you can get unlimited refills of Coke and all that. And when the machine actually stopped working, this bimbo woman who has to be a blonde in her early 20s and all that was chucking a fit about it, and with the way she was outraged about it, I thought to myself, "Oh shit, Karen's at it again."
Oh my god! Hey John,
it's too bad that my phone camera is not working. Otherwise, I would have filmed the whole thing and put it on social media. Hashtag Karen's at it.
Yeah, there's times I want to film these Karens, but I feel like then I could get in trouble because they don't really want us to do it. But whatever, let them film us because apparently they can do whatever they want.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And but I'll tell you one thing I do want to get a shirt of in regard about that. Apparently, Lowbrow on YouTube actually sells fan shirts like The Legend of Karen, a big pain in the ass.
Oh my God.
When I saw that, I said, man, I need the money to get myself a shirt like that and wear it in public and see what people will think about that. The Legend of Karen, a big pain in the ass.
Hey, John, since you mentioned that ice cream machine, dude, I'll never forget when I was working there and it broke one time. And I'll never forget this one big old lady snap. I mean, she was throwing stuff, man. And you know what she did? You know what she did when she didn't get her way? She went to the bathroom and shat all over that bathroom, man. Oh, yes, dude.
Yes, some of these customers, they're savages. Stuff they be doing, like, oh my God.
Damn.
Fuck the bastards.
You didn't say that. Tell me you did not just say that.
I promise you, dude.
No, I believe you.
Dude, they would.
We have some nasty humans in this world.
Like I said, here in Ripley, Mississippi, I know it's like this everywhere. Like you said, John, but here in Ripley, Mississippi, they're a special kind of breed, man.
Dude, in Park City, Kansas, we get special people too. Plus, we're next to a highway, so we're getting people like from all over the U.S. coming through.
Oh, dude!
So believe me, that sucks. I have to expose people from all over this country. I mean,
so it's a special sort of people that actually accidentally got dropped after birth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ripley, Mississippi, it's crazy, man. Don't come here. All it is here is fast food restaurants. That's all it is. And people wonder why Southerners are so fat. Well, there's a lot of fast food restaurants. We got a Taco Bell here. We got McDonald's. We got Burger King. McDonald's and Burger King are beside each other. Competition.
Oh, wow.
AEW. It's like the Wednesday Night Wars, Monday Night Wars, but it's fast food.
Yeah, the Burger Wars.
The only great restaurant here, honestly, is the Mexican restaurant. Mi Pueblos and Fiesta Grill. Other than that, it's all shit. Oh, of course, Subway. Oh, Subway's good. Sonic.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We're getting a Checkers here.
Well, I'll tell you what. Funny you mentioned about fast food chains and all that, because I was actually watching the clip on YouTube. I believe the American Family Feud and all that, and Steve Harvey actually had families from Ellisville, and this big guy named Steve actually that just turned around and said, "There's one thing I hate about Ellisville, Steve." And it turns out what the reason for it was they didn't have any Southern fried chickens. And I thought, wow, that is Steve Harvey's guy, all right.
Yeah.
Yep, I saw that and I thought that's got to be the best Family Feud clip I've ever seen in a long time. The problem he's got with Ellisville is there's no damn fried chicken.
You know, I'm actually at a point now where I actually hate going out to eat. I'm at a point where, like, I'm done with fast food because that's all I see. Every time I go into town, that's all I see is fast food chains. So I'm at a point where it's like I literally eat. I make it a point where I literally just eat at home. I try not to go out as much, and that's how I've lost a lot of weight, man. Because, like, I went from a 3X last year. I went from a 3X to 2X, like I told you, John. And, you know, besides my aunt's suicide and all that. But honestly, with COVID-19, people always talk about the negatives. Hey, it helped me lose some weight. I'll take it. I will take it.
Yeah.
Because now my old shirts will fit me.
There you go.
And I don't have to spend my money on the WWE shop because, oh, man. We're talking about Vince McMahon being racist. Remember last year with the Jordan Mile T-shirt?
Oh yeah, that was terrible. The blackface shirt that had his name on it, looked like teeth, red lips. Yeah, I remember that.
I felt weird, man. It felt weird. Like I don't know. I thought it had to be the stupidest wrestling shirt I've ever seen in my life. Honestly,
Yeah.
this one, and the fact that they charge people basically $30. I know it's $24. It's basically with tax and stuff. It's basically like $30, and all it is basically a T-shirt with a logo. Like, come on,
Yeah.
they're lazy.
It's
Heck,
yeah, I was gonna say it's too plain, but I mean, other than the racist overtones, it's like a plainest shirt you can make anyway.
Yeah,
I could have made a shirt like that.
Yeah, because when I actually
Not
saw
like
that
that,
shirt,
obviously, but yeah.
yeah, because when I actually saw that shirt, I thought that's not going to sell. It can't
That's
be.
what I'm saying.
No.
You would have to be an idiot to buy that shirt. And I will say
Exactly.
we're talking about AEW. If you want a great wrestling shirt in this era, go to shop AEW. It's the same.
Oh yeah.
It'll cost you the same thing. The shirts in AEW, it's literally the same price as the WWE shirts. You're paying the same thing, $30. Difference is with AEW, you're getting I'm one of those quality over quantity guys. With shop AEW, you're getting a great quality shirt. With WWE, you're getting shit. You're getting horse shit.
Yeah, if they've got one with Chris Jericho's ones like Les Champions or something like that, I'll be in for it.
I got one like I bought at the live event when I went to the AEW show. I was gonna buy a Hangman Page shirt, but they didn't have one my size. They had a 2X. If only I would have bought it now, it would have fit me. I ended up having to buy it during shop AEW because at that time I was a big old boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's hard to find shirts bigger than 2X, 3XL. Like Walmart sometimes doesn't even want to do 3XL because it's
Topic.
more. Yeah, Hot Topic. That's another place. Yeah, I used to love Hot Topic. That was the place I went to get all my metal shirts. And nowadays, like, yeah, it's still a cool place for all the pop culture stuff. But I used to get like my Pantera shirts, Slayer, stuff like that. But then they kind of like shrunk down their selection now of metal shirts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good place. I mean, I've seen like some Youngberg shirts, like Bullet Club shirts there. I mean, I've gotten like a few W shirts there, but other than that, it used to be my place to go for my metal shirts.
I've actually got around here that I've actually got, and I'm actually glad my mother actually got me into it. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to get some Pantera shirts at our local Hot Topic in Tupelo, but the sizes are small, medium, and large.
Yeah, you're better off looking online.
Oh my God!
Oh, AC/DC. Hey. The band from your homeland. Yep.
Dude.
Yep.
Nice, man.
That's right.
Nice.
AC/DC is Australian. Same with NXS and all that.
Yeah. And also, an awesome band from Australia is Parkway Drive. Check them out. They are awesome. That's my favorite bands.
I know this is going to sound awkward, but even though I'm from Australia, I never heard of them.
Well, because they're a metal band. They're like an underground metal band, so they're not on the radio. So you have to really look them up. But they're awesome. I love them.
Yeah, well, definitely we'll have to for sure. But yeah, Akadaka. That's what we call AC/DC, Akadaka.
Dude.
Yep. No, seriously, we do.
Okay, so, I believe you.
Yep. Because if you mention that one time and all that, if someone you see in town is wearing an AC/DC and you say Akadaka, they're like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, a friend of mine from Australia actually told me that's what they nicknamed AC/DC."
Okay, gotcha.
Hey,
exactly.
I would get that look here in Ripley, Mississippi. Like, what are you talking about? I get that look all the time.
Where I am, I'm gonna get the look anyway. Most people in my state, listen to country, and then at my job, there's a few metalheads, but most of the people there listen to rap music, which fine, the each their own. But here I am listening to like some hardcore stuff, like Pantera, Slayer, Cannibal Corpse, Morbid Angel, Slipknot, stuff like that.
She's haven't heard Slipknot for a while. Same with Korn, Metallica, and all that, etc.
Oh, Metallica.
Yeah.
You gotta be a true Metallica fan to know how much of a freaking good band they are.
Yeah, I would have loved to see them live. They came here about a year or two ago, and I was hearing people from as far away as in Europe were coming just here to come see Metallica because it was gonna be like one of the last shows they were gonna play here.
I love Metallica, man. I love especially when they played Undertaker. Now we're dead. Oh man.
Yeah, that was a good song. Yeah, Metallica definitely has gotten a little bit better. I mean, for a while they were kind of going downhill. Like they weren't the Metallica they were in the '80s, early '90s. But at least now, ever since they learned their mistakes, that Saint Anger album, they've actually gotten a little bit better. Kind of returned their roots a little, but evolved.
Can I just say to anyone on the chat in YouTube who are not Metallica fans, if you're not a Metallica fan, put your head down in shame.
Yeah. Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? This is what I have to say. Speaking of, if you're not a Metallica fan, Chris Jericho is a huge Metallica fan, and if you're not a
Oh yeah,
I
he's a
heard
big
about
then you're
metalhead.
an ass
Yeah,
clown.
'cause, when I was actually watching
Yep.
his podcast the other week, he never stops talking about them and all that.
Oh, you know how Jericho cut his hair back in 2007? He'll always compare his haircut in 2007 to when James Hetfield cut his hair back
Yeah.
in the mid-90s. I remember that was crazy too. And he looked great with short hair, but to me, whenever I think of James Hetfield, I always think of the mane, the long hair.
Yeah, the longer hair. Yep.
Yeah.
And Jason Houston.
Yeah.
Houston, he especially looked weird because I always think about the long hair, and I'll never forget
Yeah.
this going crazy, man. He's the reason. They're the reason I'm growing my hair out right now.
Yeah, well, I've already done
yeah.
already because I've actually went bald 3 years ago, and I haven't had a cut since.
Oh.
It's
Okay, understandable.
down to my back.
Yeah, I was about to grow my hair out during the pandemic, but I have to wear a hat at my job. I was like, no, I'm just gonna get a cut again. I was like, I just don't have the patience to grow my hair out. But hey, each their own, man.
Yeah, the other thing about the pandemic is I've actually stayed clean shaven and all that because I did hear that people could catch COVID
well,
on
they could, but they try to say a lot of things. It's just propaganda. Because I feel like if that's the case, I would have caught it a long time ago, and if I probably wouldn't be here, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that's it. But even though they mentioned about it, that's only just the one time. It wasn't repetitive or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
they say a lot of things there,
and not just that. Too. I've always been clean.
All right, hey guys, I'm gonna hold on a moment. I gotta go let my cat out. He's starting to be a little annoying.
Yeah,
so I'll be right back, guys.
Well, I'm gonna have to go anyways, John, because because I'm gonna get ready to. Yeah, I've got to get ready to go anyways because I've got to leave to go to a friend's place pretty soon.
Oh, all right, man.
Yeah.
It's been great talking to you, brother.
Oh, same here, man. Same here for sure.
We should do this sometime, man. This is awesome.
No,
I love
I'm pretty sure I'll definitely will try to come on more often if I can.
At this point, usually I was busy before the pandemic, but at this point, right now, I'm free for the time being.
Yeah. A lot of people. It sounds like a lot of people have been really free and got time to spare since this all started.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, John, I'm going to get going, man, because I've got to get ready to leave to go to my mate Zach's for lunch and all that. So
okay. All right. Hey, take it easy, man. Take it easy.
Take it easy, man.
I will. Thanks for having me on here, boys.
All right, man. It's great talking to you.
Hey, rock on. Stay safe.
Rock on and
keep
collecting.
Yep, keep collecting. Yep.
Always.
Yep.
And don't do anything I wouldn't do.
No, don't worry, dude. I won't.
That's always my catchphrase. All right. See you, boys.
I'm stuck in a motel.
All right. Take it easy.
I will. See you, boys. Bye.
All right.
Man, this has been a one.
All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
I would love to meet up with you guys when this pandemic is over, but this is the closest I'll ever get to meeting you guys.
Yeah. I mean, thank God for technology. You think about 10, even 20 years ago, how stuff like this wasn't. Well, I mean, 10 years ago was possible, but 20 years ago, no. So it's crazy to think about this.
Mail. You would have to send back and forth mail. That's how we would.
Exactly.
That's how we also interacted too back when we did the
trainings.
I remember that. Like I said, I remember those days real well.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy. We met in 2012, and think about how many years we've been talking.
I was gonna say it was maybe 2012, 2013. I think you and I met probably when I had moved out of my mom's house in 2013.
Yeah, it had to have been. I think I remember. Here's how I remember it being 2012. Because when I started talking to you, it was when the 2012 trading card set.
Maybe it was towards the end of 2012. It might have been.
Like, here's how I remember. Because I remember Cactus Jack. You did a video on the a box break on those 2012 trading cards with Cactus
Okay, so
Jack.
it might have been towards the end of 2012. Okay. We probably hadn't started talking yet, but I probably started seeing you commenting, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I have a pretty good memory for the most part.
Yeah, me too.
I remember stuff in 2004. And I was 4 years old.
Yeah. Well, yeah, usually around 4 years old is when most of us develop our memories, so yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I remember we were going through a rough time, me and my parents, but also definitely wrestling put a smile. That's why I kind of do have a
Yep.
soft spot for WWE as well.
Well, yes.
I don't
Same
because I
here.
don't
That's
want them
why I'll
to
never stop watching it. I mean, I won't watch it as heavily as I used to, but I'll still watch it.
watch NXT. It's better,
Yeah. Exactly. I
even though
agree.
and I'll tell you what they need to do: stop treating it like developmental and stop taking all the good superstars out. They took Matt Riddle out. I mean, come on.
And Keith Lee, and then they changed his
Oh,
theme. Yeah, that was stupid.
yeah. Fans lost it on Twitter. Josh was talking about
Yep.
Twitter. Sometimes Twitter is just as worst as Facebook,
Well,
especially with
yeah.
the Twitter wars. But at the same time, it's entertainment. And
Yeah.
but yeah, I remember fans complaining to Keith Lee, like literally a couple minutes, literally an hour or two later after he debuted on Raw. I remember fans complaining about his theme song and him
Yep.
basically telling him to chill and
Yep.
basically take a deep breath and he basically tell him it'll be all right. And I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a theme song. I remember feeling the same way when Randy Orton changed "Burning My Light" to
Oh, yeah.
Voices. Don't get
Same
me wrong.
here. I mean, I got
I
used
love
to it, but
Voices.
yeah. Yeah, I feel you there.
I remember when he came out to CM Punk's theme, "Kill
Oh,
Switch
yeah. For a
Engage."
brief, yeah, for like 1 week, and then he went back to Burn My Life for a while. I remember that.
It just didn't fit him. It felt weird, Like,
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Randy Orton coming out to metals. It was just weird. It was more. It fits CM Punk because that was his look with the
Exactly.
tattoos and everything. But Randy Orton, he like I said, he's the legend killer, and the
Hmm.
Viper and Voices was perfect for him.
Yeah, it did fit him because it evolved his character. So it's like you're going from the Legend Killer to the Viper. So yeah, it's like yeah,
Oh
but
yeah,
after a while you have to change.
oh yeah. But Burning My Light is definitely good, and what I love is Randy's actually going back to being the legend killer. Now imagine if he started using Burning My Light again.
Yeah, he
But
could.
he hates that theme.
Yeah,
I
I've
heard he talked
heard.
about it. But hey, Voices is good. Take it for
Yeah,
what
it
it
works
was.
for him.
Yeah, and I'll never forget. He changed it. I think around the time like when he first started using "Burning My Light," it was when he was feuding with Triple H when he won the heavyweight
Yep.
title from Benoit. Dude. I remember being so happy. And then when they turned on him, I actually remember that, and I was so mad at Triple H when he busted Randy up. And I know
Yeah,
it's all entertainment, and all that, but
I know.
hey,
Hey,
damn it, it was weird.
yeah. Dude, I'm
Yeah.
the same way. I remember like back in '98, what or not? It was '99. The Finger Poke of Doom, because I was a big fan of NWO Wolfpack. And then
Oh
that
yeah,
night
me
when
too.
Hogan took on Kevin Nash and Hogan the Finger Poke of Doom, Kevin Nash falls back, lays down for the pin, and then all of a sudden, oh look, NWO's reunited. And I had a new Wolfpack shirt I got for Christmas that year. I cried. I was pissed off because I still took wrestling seriously back then. I did not want to
Yeah.
see that happen. I was like, man, my mom was wondering what the heck I was crying about because I was like, and it came out, I was like 13, almost 14 years old, but I was mad. I didn't want to see my favorite group reunite with the group I hated. Nowadays,
Oh
I think it's
yeah.
cool, but I was like,
Oh
man.
yeah. I actually got a Wolfpack shirt. I got the. I think it says in the back like "bad to the." I forgot what it said. It says something cool in the back. I think
Hmm.
I don't know if I sent you a picture, but I'll definitely send you a picture. I'll show it to you on Instagram one day. But yeah, I
Okay.
got an NWO shirt, and but I'll tell you, I remember when JBL turned on Ron Simmons and walked out on him, like when
Yeah.
Paul Heyman split them up. I was so mad at JBL, and I'll never forget the next week he came out as John Bradshaw Layfield.
Yeah, but hey, character had to evolve, and
Oh
it
yeah,
kind of
no doubt
reflected who he
about it.
was in real life.
No doubt about it. It was awesome. Don't get me wrong. I loved APA JBL, but I grew to love him. Actually, I grew to love hate him because
Everybody did.
especially the feud with Eddie. Oh man, and the Undertaker. I remember when they brought back Gangrel and Viscera, and
Hmm.
the cool part about it was JBL was part of the ministry too.
Oh yeah, yep, I remember that when he and Farouk were in the Acolytes, and then they joined the Mission. Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, he should have mentioned that during the feud. He should have told. He should. This is what he should have said to Undertaker. I was with you when you was riding in the dark side. He actually said that to him when he turned back in '01 when Undertaker turned and cut his hair
Yeah.
and everything. You want to talk about evolving? Undertaker
Yep.
evolved. I mean, that's big. He's
Oh
the
yeah.
definition of evolution.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's even said it himself. He didn't want to do the dead man, thing for as long as he did. That's why he became American Badass in the first place. I even watched a video about that recently, and how he was
Oh yeah.
against going back to being the Phenom.
Yeah, I remember. Here's the thing: I never got to see American Badass Big Evil because by the time, like I said, I started watching 2004, right
Yeah,
around the time Return of the Dead Man against Kane. That's why whenever I think of Undertaker, like I said, I remember Undertaker hair. Like obviously it was longer than this, but I definitely remember
yeah.
him coming back and the mind games and
Hmm.
him and Kane. Oh man, just Kane's reaction and the acting. It was awesome. I remember being so scared of the Undertaker back in 2004. Like I remember him and Paul Bearer, and I remember being so scared. But I'll tell you the scariest. I'll never forget one time when Undertaker was feuding with Heidenreich, Royal Rumble, and Paul Heyman had took a contract to the Undertaker. I'll never forget when he grabbed Paul Heyman and grabbed him by the throat and said, "Let bygones be bygones. I gave you a pass during the Paul Heyman situation." I remember being so scared when he grabbed Paul Heyman's hand. I was like, oh man. I used to think The Undertaker was coming to get me. Like, it's crazy. But whenever I used to misbehave as a 4-year-old, my mom would tell me all the time, The Undertaker's coming to get you. I said, oh no. I actually remember crying. Like, that's, even when I would go to sleep, that's all I would see was The Undertaker. I remember,
Oh
like, checking
damn.
everything. Like, I was so scared. That's how believable, that's how impressionable I was as a child. Like, oh, but now, I mean, I
Yeah.
love Undertaker. And if I ever made Undertaker, I'm gonna tell him that. I'm like, dude, when I was little, thanks to you, I behaved. Or the Undertaker was coming to get you. Thank God she didn't use my. Luckily, my mom didn't use Boogeyman on me. By the time I was 7 years old, I wasn't as scared as I was when I was 4. So when the Boogeyman was doing his thing, I really wasn't scared.
Yeah. Hey, just look what Josh just posted.
Oh my God,
Wow.
dude!
Miro is in AEW. Wow.
I thought he retired. Hey, thank God. You know what? I'm happy.
That's a good way to troll WWE. Like, oh yeah, I'm done wrestling. I'm not coming back. Nope. AEW confirmed. Wow. I had to put that on the screen
Dude,
real quick. It's gonna be
man.
Miro Day in AEW. Oh boy.
Hey, that's awesome. You know what? I'm happy. I hope
Yep.
AEW doesn't drop the ball like WWE did. I hope they don't.
Yeah.
And
Same here.
it's so cool. It's so cool seeing Rusev. I mean, Zack Ryder's there, and it's just awesome. Seeing all those
Oh
guys.
yeah.
And like I said, AEW it's the better product. What I love about it is they're using realism. It feels real.
Exactly.
With WWE, even the commentary, it's fake, especially Michael Cole. And Michael Cole was a great commentator, especially in a Ruthless Aggression era with Taz and JBL. But after, like I said, with the Benoit situation, after that, like I remember even Michael Cole's commentary went to hell. And
Well,
and I think,
yeah.
well, of course, but it's crazy. Now, if Michael Cole was in AEW, ooh, him and Jim Ross, oh man, and Excalibur and all those guys, I think would be great. And and the reason why WWE's commentary sucks so bad is Vince is constantly in their ear. The only person's ear that
Yep.
he's not in during commentary is Jerry the King Lawler. And Jerry the King Lawler talked about it on the Stone Cold Broken Skull sessions. And but yeah, Vince is in everyone's ear, and people wonder why the commentary sucks so bad. Blame Vince McMahon.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah,
it
it's
just
just
feels
it's because they
fake.
went PG because they had to please those investors. Like the investors, kind of like the reason
Oh
why they
yeah,
do all that crap.
and not to mention Linda McMahon got political. I think she was running in like a campaign or something during that time. Like I said, that's what I've heard. Again, I was
Hmm.
7 or 8 years old. I don't think I cared about that stuff. Only thing I cared about was my wrestling back
Same
at
here.
7. Like I said, that's one thing I loved about back then. I didn't know anything about the backstage tensions or nothing. It wasn't until I got on social media and started reading all this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. Even with Edge and Matt Hardy in that rivalry, I still didn't know what was going on, and I was 5. Only thing I knew was I was rooting for Edge because I love Edge. He's another reason I became a huge fan. him and Lita. And don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
I love Matt Hardy as well, but I was an Edge head.
Yeah, I like them both equally. Edge is definitely one of my all-time favorites. Same with Matt Hardy, especially since going back to the Team Extreme days, Mattitude, and then hell, even just the broken Matt Hardy. I mean, I like how he's evolved his character.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you something I'll never forget. Speaking of Edge and Lita, Jim Ross and Jerry the King Lawler on commentary when they would kiss. Oh man, I
Oh yeah.
still go back and watch that, and I'll never forget Jim Ross just dropping f bombs and saying, "Edge, the son of a bitch, is kissing Kane's wife." I guess Jim Ross forgot about Kane setting him on fire
I guess
in
so.
2003. Because he took Kane's side during that rivalry. I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, Jim Ross, he set you on fire. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's
And he
WWE for
electrocuted
you.
shit. Oh, yeah. And he electrocuted Shane McMahon's testicles.
Yeah, I remember that.
The
And
greatest
gave
thing about it,
Linda like a tombstone pile driver.
also him choke slamming Eric Bischoff to hell.
Yep.
I'll tell you one thing. Eric Bischoff is the only person I know in WWE history to kiss both Linda McMahon and Stephanie McMahon. Mother-daughter.
Yep.
And I know I've actually heard that Vince McMahon wanted to do a storyline with Stephanie where he impregnated her. If that's the
Oh
case,
yeah,
if
I
it's
think
true,
I've heard about that. Ugh.
Vince, you sorry. I can't find words for. I'm like, dude, that is your daughter. What is
Yeah.
wrong with you? But it's like, seriously, man, it's like that is your daughter. And I'll never forget Undertaker abducting Stephanie McMahon.
Yeah.
It's crazy how I can remember stuff from like the Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression. Yet when it comes to WWE right now, I don't know
No.
anything. Even
Nothing
after
memorable.
watching,
No.
it's
Yeah.
horrible. Like now, I do remember Rusev and Lana
Oh yeah.
and
Oh
Bobby
yeah.
Lashley. It was a horrible. It just didn't make any sense. The reason why is the first time they did it was awesome with Dolph Ziggler, but second
Hmm.
time with Bobby Lashley, he just didn't fit because Bobby Lashley to me is like that big muscle guy. He's like one of those Drew McIntyre, one of those big main eventer guys. Why are they putting him in a feud with Rusev and Lana, who everyone knows is married in real life? It makes no sense
Yeah.
unless if they did a storyline where they got divorced, and I
Hmm.
thought the whole thing was just stupid. Again, and the thing about it was before they started that feud, they originally did it with Maria Kanellis and Mike Kanellis with the baby, and we found out like someone actually asked Mike in that storyline. Obviously we didn't get to see, they never got to finish it, but someone asked him who was the father. I think it was Maria they asked, and Maria basically said it was Mike.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a shocker.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
but
this
like I
company
said,
doesn't know how to finish their storylines properly. Like the hacker, yeah, that got screwed up.
oh, it reminds me of 2000, 2001 WCW. Difference was
Hmm.
at least WCW back then was better,
Yeah.
and they made
You
the
know
Arquette
what?
world champion,
Yeah, exactly.
and Vince Russo became champion.
Oh
Basically,
God,
everyone in that
yeah.
company became champion except maybe like Buff Bagwell or a Canyon. There was a bunch. Like I said, just about everybody held that title. They hot
Oh
potatoed them.
God, yeah. There was like 15 title changes in the year 2000. That was like too many just for the world title alone.
It's crazy. I'm surprised they never gave the belt to Bagwell, considering they gave it to everybody. I mean, they gave it to a non-wrestler, an actor, and David Arquette. And speaking of Bagwell, he's been going through some stuff too. He had an
Yeah,
accident too, and I met him twice. Let me tell you, some hell of a guy. And it's a shame that it never worked out with him in WWE and that whole match him and Booker T had on Raw for the
yeah,
title. Like I said, the reason why it failed was because it was in Tacoma, Washington. If they would have held it a week later, because a week later they were in Atlanta, Georgia. If they would have had that
yeah.
match in Atlanta, ooh, it would have been awesome. Booker T, Buff Bagwell, Atlanta for the WCW World Championship at Monday Night Raw. You can't get any
Indeed.
better than that. And Buff Bagwell was like basically one of the main guys from that that was one of the big crossover guys from WCW to WWE, because towards the end of WCW he started going up. Heck, they had him with
Yeah,
Roddy Piper and Kurt Hennig. I mean, that tells you something.
yeah,
But,
definitely.
but it is what it is. But I will say one thing: Buff Bagwell is one of the nicest guys I've ever met. Wrestlers vibe. He was cool.
Yeah.
Both times I met him, and we talked about Jim Ross the second time, and he was cutting a promo on Jim. Everything he said all night, he told me that. Here's the thing with Buff Bagwell: he's an A1 guy. He'll listen as long as you talk about him. If you don't talk about him, he don't want to listen. And I don't mind talking about Buff. I'm like, Buff, you're the stuff.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, he was in a classic tag team with Scotty Steiner. But yeah,
Yep.
it was awesome.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep, when Scott Steiner had to, turn his back on his brother Rick, and yeah, then they put him and Buff together because they both were about getting more muscular and showing off. And it's like, yeah, I remember that.
Like I said, wrestling back then was so good.
Oh
You
yeah,
had the money, and like I said, competition. A little bit of competition is good for both companies. And
exactly.
and I love NXT and I love AEW. And again, AEW makes me proud to be a wrestling fan. If AEW wasn't around, I
Same
would have
here.
stopped watching. I would have literally stopped watching.
Yeah,
But AEW's here, and you know what? I watch it.
same here.
And you know what? They can take all of them. I don't care. I love AEW. I'm so invested. And here's the thing about me: I'm a loyal guy when it comes to wrestling and all that. I'm a loyal guy until you slap me in the face. And Vince McMahon, you have slapped me more than once.
Dude, remember they got me with my live streams when I was trying to do my throwbacks. It's like, oh, we're gonna copyright claim you and then block it. Like that right there was the finger in my face from Vince McMahon.
Oh
Even if
yeah,
it wasn't him, yeah. If it wasn't him doing it directly, but still, it's his company. He's the one that decides this crap.
Oh yeah. I got copyrighted too by Vince. Remember that rant? Remember on my birthday?
Yeah, I tried to watch it and I saw that it was blocked. I was like, what the fuck? Like, damn you, Vince. Oh, sorry, dude. I knocked my tripod over.
Yeah. Vince got mad because I was honest. I called him out,
Mm-hmm.
and Vince got through a little hissy fit and blocked it.
Yep.
And I had to go. I mean, it was crazy. I did a part 2 as well, and he blocked it before
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know what, I'm done. Since then, I haven't done a rant, but you know what, this is my chance. Fuck you, Vince. Yeah,
Exactly. Hey,
yeah.
this
Fuck
isn't
you for
tagged as
blocking.
WWE, so they're not going to see it unless they're going through YouTube watching people's streams at random. Otherwise, you're good here. They ain't going to see this.
Oh yeah, Vince, screw you for. I can't tell you how many wrestlers that guy has screwed. Not to
Oh
mention
yeah.
all the territories he put out of business.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And for God's sakes, he starved Kamala and his family. And I heard Kamala talk about it many times because Kamala really doesn't live that far from me. He lived in Senatobia, Mississippi, which is
Yeah.
maybe like an hour away. Again, I've actually been to the town where he lived because I played football a little bit in high school, and we've actually played against his team, his town's team.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the team's name, but yeah, we played against them, and I've been there a couple times. But yeah, it's a small little town in Mississippi. But yeah, it's good that it's good to know that Kamala's from the same state as me because I'm a huge
Yeah.
Kamala fan, and I had no idea Kamala was from Mississippi, and that's
I
the
know
crazy
that
thing.
that always surprised me because in wrestling he's like, oh, he's billed as the Ugandan headhunter, and then you find out no, he's just playing a character. He's from Mississippi here in America. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, and he makes me
I
proud
mean,
to be a
yeah,
Mississippian.
yep.
And it's a shame. And he talks about some of the racism he felt, and he talked about Andre the Giant. And I'll say one thing: I lost a lot of respect for Andre because Kamala isn't the first person to call Andre a racist. Bad News Brown
Mm-hmm.
called him out. There was a couple other guys. Heck, even Iron Sheik said that Andre the Giant treated his fans like shit. Treated
Wow.
little kids like shit. So
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. I know Andre's not here to defend himself. Neither is Kamala and Bad News Brown. But still, after hearing those stories from more than one person, I lost respect for Andre.
Yeah, and it's the same with the Ultimate Warrior because they decide, oh, we're gonna make an award to honor Ultimate Warrior, and then all this stuff comes out online about him saying racist and homophobic stuff, and even making fun of people with disabilities. It's like, man, we're gonna honor this guy, give people a Warrior Award. It's like, no, this guy doesn't deserve it. I mean, yeah, I'm glad he made up with WWE before he passed away suddenly, but man, to see all this stuff
I
like,
remember that.
man.
It's like the Fabulous Moolah Battle Royal.
That too, yeah. People were pissed, and at least they got what they wanted with that to make sure that Battle Royal got changed to the Women's Battle Royal. But
Oh yeah,
I guess they're gonna leave the Warrior Award in, whatever.
not to mention Dark Side of the Ring did us on season 1. They did a special on. They talked about the Fabulous Moolah controversy, and it really. I was sick. At one point, I'll admit, I remember seeing the Fabulous Moolah during the Ruthless Aggression. When I was a little kid, I'm not gonna lie, she used to scare me too. She didn't scare. Now I'm not gonna lie, she looked like an old Undertaker to me back then. Old grandma Undertaker, and it was crazy. I would rather look at Undertaker than look at her, man. And Undertaker's playing a dead man.
Yeah.
And Mae Young kissing everybody. Oh man! And I actually remember the schoolgirl outfits. I remember that,
Oh
and I
God.
remember being traumatized.
Oh God. Yeah. Ugh.
Because you gotta think about it, I was real small back then, and I was like, oh God, 2 old ladies in the schoolgirl outfit. And the funny part about it is, the next day I had to go to school. I said, imagine that. Imagine waking up, you go to school, seeing everybody, and the only thing on your mind is May and Moolah. It's a schoolgirl outfit.
Well, at least that's not the worst of it. The bikini contest with Mae Young, yeah.
I actually didn't watch that. When it came to that, like when I saw Mae
Yeah,
Young
you're
on there,
lucky.
I would fast
I
forward.
didn't watch it either, but I heard about it. I was like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't watch it. Ugh. Nobody needs to see that.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Mae Young, I have more respect for her than Fast Food. At least she was more entertaining. A much nicer person.
Oh yeah, of course. She helped a lot of people. Mae Young, Fabulous Moolah screwed women's division. Before, look at the way they screwed Wendy Richter.
Yep.
Wendy Richter asked for more money. Guess what happened? Vince screwed her. Before
Yep.
Bret Hart got screwed, Wendy Richter got screwed. At least Richter, at least Bret Hart had WCW and he got a lot of money out of them. Poor Wendy Richter, after that Black Spider lady or whatever, after that whole screw job, she was never seen again in wrestling. She never wrestled again. That was the end of it.
Yeah, and then
she held it back. Here's the thing: Fabulous Moolah for years held it back. Her, and I'll even add Mae Young in as well. Those 2 old ladies. I can't tell you how many women's ring time they stole. I respect that you're legends, you're Hall of Famers, but come on, it's all about the young talent, and they just helped women's wrestling back then, and they mentioned it on a documentary. And before Charlotte, before Sasha Banks, you had a women division in Wendy Richter. Think of how many other great women. Look at Alundra Blaze. She was ahead of her time. Imagine Wendy Richter and Alundra Blaze during this era. Think of the matches we would have gotten.
Oh yeah.
Even in the Attitude and Ruthless Aggression era, don't get me wrong. You had Lita, you had Trish Stratus, you had all these great matches. At the same time, women were considered more of sex toys. Like panties matches, and imagine if they tried doing that crap today.
Oh God, they'd be in trouble.
WWE would be in some. I dare Vince McMahon to try some of the stuff that he was doing with the women, with those, especially Candice Michelle, man. Oh, that's what I remember seeing. And Sable, dude. Brock Lesnar would have killed that man.
Oh yeah.
If he tried doing that with Sable today, you got to think about Brock Lesnar, the same guy that threw a belt at Vince McMahon after WrestleMania, after he beat Roman Reigns, he threw the belt at Vince. Imagine what he would do to Vince if Vince tried doing that to Sable
today. He'd probably rip Vince McMahon's head off.
I'll tell you what he'd do, F5 him through the ring pole.
Yeah.
Like he did Zach Gowen. I'll never forget that beat down he gave Zach Gowen. I thought.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I thought he done killed Zach Gowen.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I think I remember watching some SmackDown back in 03, because around like late 03, 04 is when I started remembering stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I definitely remember Zach Gallen. And I remember Zach Gallen's mom just screaming. You know, it was in his hometown of Detroit. I said, "Oh
Mm-hmm.
man," I felt bad. I know it's all wrestling scripted, but still, like, I'm
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar kill that man and the blood. Oh man,
I know.
dude, if they would have.
Yeah, it's like, especially, beating up a guy who only has one leg. I mean, that was the worst part.
Oh yeah, like I said, Zach Gallen. Even though like I said, even though his run was cut real short, it was a bit memorable with the whole Big Show, Stephanie McMahon, and Brock Lesnar feuds. But also Matt Hardy, him and Matt Hardy had a bit of a feud too. And I
Yeah.
think John Cena, back when he was a heel, used to cut promos on, used to cut raps on Zach Gallen and his one
Yep.
leg. Like I said, John Cena back then was a savage.
Oh, yeah, he was.
That's whenever I think of John Cena, I always think about Word Life, Doctor
Yep.
Douglas, because that was
Yep.
when I started watching, and I was a huge fan, and I'll never forget like seeing him win the United States title at WrestleMania 20 when he slayed the Big Show, when he slayed the Giant, as Michael
Mm-hmm.
Cole said, and it was awesome. And I'll never forget WrestleMania 21 either. Him and Batista both winning their respective world championship. It was crazy, man. It was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if those two would have been in the same brand in 2005.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been awesome. And
Yeah,
they just
definitely.
combined the world title and the WWE title. It would have been awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, how's the cat doing?
Well, he's doing all right. Of course, I had to put him outside because he was starting to cry a little. So I was like, "Yeah, it's time for you to go outside for tonight, cat."
Oh yeah, man. I'll tell you, this is probably one of the best calls I've done in a while because I'm
Yeah.
not a big video guy, but I was like, you know what? I saw, you posting on the discussion. I was like, you know what? I gotta talk to John. It's been a while. It's been a
Yeah.
couple months. I remember you doing the SmackDown streams not that long ago. We talked.
Yeah.
But again, and I actually watched Raw this week with the caning of Buddy Murphy by the Mysterio family. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
Forget Kane Dewey, more like Kane Buddy.
Yeah.
That was, dude. They caned the crap out of him, man. It was crazy. They even had Rey Mysterio's wife and daughter caned him.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
It was good. I was like, you know what? If you want fans invested, that right there is good. But I feel like they should focus a bit more on realism and just let the commentators be themselves. And honestly, I don't blame Renee Young leaving.
Exactly.
I think they should. I think AEW should hire her. I would love to hear what Renee Young is actually like in real life, like in commentary, like a real
Yeah.
set. I think
The
she
only
would be great.
the only downside is apparently her non-complete cause is going to last for almost a year. So it may not be till sometime next year that we even see her, like late next year, we could see her in a wrestling company like AEW.
Oh yeah, but like I said, that no complete call. I remember, a couple months ago when they released everyone like Rusev. It's good to see that Heath Slater, Kurt Hawkins, Zack Ryder.
Yep.
They're all being treated well. Even Mike
Yep.
Kanellis, who's now going to be wrestling Nick Aldis in AEW,
Yep.
NWA. So
Yep.
it's good for the world title. So it'll be good seeing it. Again, it's great. And I think WWE didn't deserve those guys. Vince, especially
No.
Rusev, I remember at one point Rusev was the most over guy with Rusev Day, but they
Yep.
just dropped the ball.
Same as Zack Ryder. Zack Ryder went over with his YouTube show, and WWE said, "Oh, hey, you're doing popular. We're going to take your show, put it on our channel." Then after they got buried, and they canceled the show, and that was the end of it.
That's why they did it, to bury Zack Ryder, and I'll never
Yep.
forget that, man. I'll never forget. Thanks to his YouTube channel, he won the United States title at TLC 2011
Yep.
when he beat Dolph Ziggler. I also remember Hugh Jackman was on his side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember
Yep.
Hugh Jackman punching Dolph on Raw, and I also remember John Cena was on his side. John Cena was pulling for him. Heck, even Stone Cold Steve Austin with the headband.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Zack Ryder was one of the most over guys in 2011. And also, I remember that same event, Daniel Bryan cashed in, became heavyweight champion, world heavyweight champion.
Yep.
And
Yep.
CM Punk retained. So, and then the next night, all three champions. It was so awesome.
Yep.
But like I said, WWE, that was even back in 2011, 2012. It was good. You know,
Yeah.
definitely with Punk's pipe bomb changed everything. And even
Yep.
people complain PG era, even early PG era was good. 2008, Shawn Michaels and Chris Jericho.
Yep.
I mean, the unsanctioned match. Oof. I was watching it yesterday. You want to talk about beating the hell out of each other? That's what happened. And then later on the night, Jericho replaced Punk in the championship scramble and walked out heavyweight champion.
Yep.
And
Yeah, I
then
remember
the
that.
next pay-per-view, they had a ladder match. Jericho and Shawn Michaels. The reason why Jericho won the world title was because Vince wanted a world championship match in their feud in the Jericho Michaels program. And you know what? That was actually one of the smartest things Vince has ever done. He was right when it came to that. And it was a hell of a ladder match. But after that, they took the title off of him. And it was a real shame. And they gave it to Cena when he came back.
Yeah.
You know, after Batista had injured him at SummerSlam.
Yeah, man. Even 2016 was a better year than what's going on now. Like AJ Styles making his debut, the return of Shane McMahon. It's like there was some good stuff. I mean, heck, we got to see Dean Ambrose as WWE champion, though they treated him like crap when they put the belt on. I was like, oh yeah, let's look at the third member of the Shield finally get a title, and then we're just not going to treat him any more special than Roman or Seth.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I remember. Like we're talking about, it's not just the product in general, the TV product. Even the video games have went to hell. The last real game I'm playing right now is 2K19, and the only reason 2K19 was good was because that was Yuke's last game that they made with WWE. After that, they left before 2K20, and I understand like it was visual concepts first time. It's broken. I don't know what the
I've seen it. Yeah.
I have the game. And it's broken, and you know. I'll just go ahead and say it. You know, I'm happy they canceled 2K21, but I know one thing. When AEW's video game comes out, I hope it lights a fire in WWE's video game ass. Because, and I'm ready for AEW's game. I don't know when it's going to come out. You know, I'm a quality over quantity guy. At this point, whenever it comes out, it's going to kick WWE's game's ass. And it'll kick TNA Impact's game's ass.
Oh, God, that game was bad. I played that game for a week after I bought it, and it was like, that was it. I was done with it. It was that bad.
Yeah. You know, it's actually, today's like the anniversary. I think it was like 12, 13 years ago that game came out. Maybe
it came out in 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, it's crazy how it's already been 12 years. It still feels like yesterday that I was watching TNA, like Kurt Angle.
I know, yeah.
It's crazy how time slowed down. It's like,
oh yeah.
To us, it feels like yesterday, but it's 12 years.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, it's crazy. It's like, you know, if you would have told us 12 years ago that there would be a pandemic called coronavirus, COVID-19, we would have looked at it. You know, I wouldn't have believed it if you would have told me back in 2008. I would have thought you were crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know what? Here we are, battling.
Yep.
But yeah,
oh yeah.
I think things go better. Like I said, the only thing we can do right now is just pray. A little prayer helps, but
yeah, that's it. Just be positive.
Oh yeah, but like I said, it'll end. All you have to do is wear a freaking mask. Don't be an idiot. Don't be a stupid idiot. But I can't tell you how many people I've seen at the store just not wear a mask and touch things, and then what they do instead of putting a mask on, they literally go outside. I've seen people literally throw it on the ground and start stepping on it, and just and you know how I work out the gym. There was this one lady, big old lady. She wouldn't even wipe down the equipment. They have wipes. Even before COVID-19, they've always had wipes to wipe down the equipment. Well, guess what? I was waiting on her to get off the bike because I get on this one bike and I do 45 minutes every day. I didn't get to go to the gym today, but this was actually a couple days ago. And I was waiting for. I thought she was gonna wipe it down. Then she went. I saw her go to another equipment, and she actually wiped that equipment down, but not the bike. So it just didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, why aren't you not gonna wipe the bike down? I mean, come on, common courtesy for God's sakes.
Yeah,
But that's just how people are, man. And I remember,
exactly.
like, before I got on the bike, I wiped the crap out of it. Like, I wiped the crap, and then I got on.
Yeah,
People
it's
don't
no
care.
common
That's the
courtesy
problem.
anymore.
People
Exactly.
just don't care, man. That's what's wrong. That, you know,
Exactly.
and I love this country. I love the United States, but we're like the Roman Empire. We're getting really the only thing that can stop this country is us, the people.
Yep.
We the people. If we don't get our head out of our asses, this country is gonna fall like the Roman Empire. And I use that
Exactly.
every time, even at the gym when I talk to my buddy. He hates it when I mention that because he knows I'm telling the truth, dude. We're like the Roman Empire, for God's sakes.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about Roman Reigns either. I mean,
No.
we're like the Roman. I mean, look at the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Look at it. It was like the WWE. It was number one until they got their heads in their asses.
Oh yeah, that's how it is.
And it's crazy. I mean, and I love this country, but think about it. We're last in everything, man. I'm talking about Mississippi's a state. We're the last in education, yet we're number one in teen pregnancy. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Every time I go up north, when I'm in like a big tourist group, and you know how the tour guys ask you like where you're from, and I tell them I'm Mississippi. I can't tell you all the looks I got, especially when I was in New York.
Damn.
And I'll never forget this one cab driver, and he was actually a U.S. He was actually a veteran, and he was asking us. He was like, where are you from? And I told him Mississippi. He was like, does Mississippi have a toilet? And he was telling us about. And he said, does Mississippi have internet? I said, yeah, we got internet. And he told us the reason why he was asking us that because back when he was in the military, he was stationed in a little town in Mississippi, and he would talk about how they would treat him like crap, like the citizens there. Dude, they would call him Yankee, dumb Yankee, and all that. I'm like, show this guy respect. He's fighting for our country. Like, this is the crap I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And these are the same people that turn around and bash Colin Kaepernick. Yet,
oh God, you don't get me started on that. Oh.
Like you can't bash Colin Kaepernick because last time I checked, you're treating your soldiers like crap. These people lost their limbs, they lost their lives. Not to mention they're away from their families to fight for our freedom, and you're sitting there treating them like shit. It pisses me off. I can't tell you how many homeless vets I've seen. People just throw shit at them. I'm like, are you kidding me? These people died for our freedom. Well,
I know, man. It is.
Like I said, I could go all day, and that's what. Like I said, I'm very opinionated, and like I said, I would love to do like a podcast or something, just talk about. That's kind of what I want to do. Like my mom's been asking me, "What do you want to do with your life?" To be honest, I want to do something like this, and I want to get paid for it. We're talking about living in America, land of opportunity. I think there should be a job like this, where just have your average Joes like us just come on the internet and just stream and talk about how we feel, whether it's wrestling or pop culture or whatever.
Exactly.
Heck, I was the outcast in high school. I was the guy that wore wrestling shirts. Like I remember
Same here.
I didn't have, like I said, I don't have my Bullet Club shirt anymore. I wish I did. I don't know what happened to it, but I guess it got after a while, like it started getting holes and stuff. But I remember senior year, I was the guy that was wearing Kenny Omega shirts, Bullet Club, all WWE shirts. Like if AEW would have been around at that time, I would have worn my AEW shirts. I remember like getting some looks for the way I dressed. I was like, man, I don't care. I'm not here. I'm not here to praise. This is what I tell people. I'm not here to praise you. I'm here to slay you. And I'm here to slay you, as Jake Roberts said. But like he told Cody, but that's basically what it is. I was like, in high school, all it is a popularity comp.
Yep, exactly.
If you ain't a jock, you ain't gonna make it. I didn't care.
Exactly, or if you're not getting your clothes from like the big clothing stores like Old Navy or Gap or something like that.
I'm a Hot
It's like
Topic
that's what
guy,
all
man.
that. Yeah, same here. Or
I
hell,
was the Raven
Walmart.
of high school. Oh yeah, I was the Raven of high school, man.
Yep,
Like
same here.
I'm not a suit guy, to be honest. I'm not. People tell me when I do wear a suit, I look good, but I just don't want to wear a suit. I don't like wearing.
Same
I'm like
here.
Steve Austin. I do. It's tight. It's crazy. I
Yep.
don't feel like myself. I wear a wrestling shirt. I'm loose. Like the AEW shirts, I feel great. I feel loose. And honestly, like if you check on my channel, all I basically do is I'm the guy that posts weird stuff about wrestling. I know there's people on YouTube looking at us like, man, who is this weird guy posting about wrestling? I was like, man, it's just I love wrestling, and
Yeah.
heck, I've been getting pretty good views because there's a lot of other wrestling fans like me. Like I know on my
Yep.
Facebook, not that long ago, I think I posted a picture of me wearing a Kenny shirt, and someone said I saw you on YouTube, and I said, man, that's cool. But like I said, I upload a lot of videos, you know, and like I said, I'm not gonna be like one of those big YouTubers. Like I said, with me, you won't really see that much high quality videos. But I just make videos when I have
Yeah.
time. I'm just a guy that likes wrestling, and I just like to
Yep.
get on here and show people, man.
Yep. That's how I
And
am
like
with me, my wrestling, and my Pokemon.
I'll definitely, like I said, I'll definitely one day show off my T-shirt collection. I'm still growing it, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'll definitely. I have a lot of legend shirt as well, like Owen Hart, Bret Hart, and I mixed them all. Even in my closet, I got one section is AEW, I got one section Pro Wrestling Tees legend shirts, like the
Hmm.
Hart Foundation. I even got a DDP shirt, and then the last section is basically WWE or WWF,
Cool.
whatever, same company.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Same difference.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I love wrestling. But you know, same thing with me in metal. Here's the thing: I live in the South. All you hear here is country music
Country. Yeah.
or rap.
Rap.
If you
Yeah.
think it's worse where you are, dude, Mississippi is just as worse. Ooh,
No, I
country
believe it.
music.
I believe it, dude.
Literally, I'll never forget one time I actually went to a community college for a bit, and they were talking about music. I was talking about like heavy metal. I was talking about like Pantera, Metallica. I remember
Hmm.
everyone just giving me a weird look, especially the teacher. And this was when I like had my hair real long like this. And I told her, I said, the reason why I grow my hair is the headbang. And she just looked at me funny. She was like, why would you want to grow your hair out? I'm like, lady, you shouldn't be talking. You got long hair.
Yeah.
You shouldn't tell me to grow my. You shouldn't tell me I shouldn't grow my hair out. If I cut my hair, you should cut your hair too.
Yep.
If you're gonna get on me about it, I'm just saying, practice what you preach.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's just how even in college, and I was looked down upon. I didn't care, man. I was the guy that wore the shorts. The shorts. Sometimes they would have like stains and stuff. I just didn't care, man. I was like Raven, and I was also the guy that wore flip flops and the backwards baseball hat with the ponytail and that wrestling shirt. That's just me. That's how I
Yeah.
am in actuality.
That sounds like me. When I was middle school, early on in high school, I wore wrestling shirts, metal shirts, and I didn't even wear jeans. I wore like sweatpants and that, like,
What,
and everybody saw me
dude?
as an outcast. So it's like I was like, whatever. Here I am, like in high school, still liking like wrestling and Pokemon, you know. And yeah, I'd find some people that would actually like this stuff too, but everybody else would be like kind of looking down on me, like thinking I was a freak or something. I was like, whatever.
Yeah, I remember. Like I said, you're talking about sweats. I remember wearing sweats, and I remember wearing pajamas. Literally, I was the only guy, and people still talk about it. I was the only guy in elementary school to wear pajamas, like pajama pants.
Yep.
And it wasn't until we got to middle school and where they got stricter, where they basically put on like a dress code. Like they like
Hmm.
we didn't have like a uniform on. We could wear shirts like
Yeah.
within limits. It's not supposed to have like swear words or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
we couldn't wear jeans. Like we couldn't wear sweats. We couldn't wear pajamas or nothing. Shorts. The only thing we could wear was khakis or jeans short, and that was it.
Yeah.
And it got even stricter when I went to high school. This is how much of a tool Mr. Buck was. His name was Mr. George Buchanan. Oh, you want to
Uh-huh.
talk about an asshole? Even my dad hated him. and basically what he did was like some of his rules were just stupid, like especially with hair color. Like it's none of your business what these guys dye their hair. Like the only
Yeah.
colors that he will let us have are natural colors. That's the only colors you can dye, like black and blonde, or you know, just the natural colors, not green, blue, Jeff
Yeah.
Hardy rainbow colors. And I'll tell you another thing. He was also strict when it came to clothes as well. Like I could wear the wrestling shirts and all that, but again, like middle school, like jeans or khakis, and basically, here's the thing: in middle school, they made us tuck in our shirts.
Mhm.
These regular shirts, they made us tuck it in. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's wow.
Yeah, you want to talk about crazy? I mean, come on. They were strict in Mississippi. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
In Mississippi. We're not New York. We're not. That's the thing. That's how crazy it was. And I'll never forget my principal in high school. You know how you have that principal that always be looking at the ladies? Well, Mr. Buchanan
Mhm.
was the definition of it. He didn't just look at the students. He looked at the teachers. Like I'll never forget him staring at all the teachers' asses in the cafeteria.
Wow.
And there was even rumors going around that he was sleeping with some of the teachers. It
Wow.
started, I think, my senior year of high school. They started that rumor, and it's still going around to this day. I
Oh
believe it.
wow.
The way he looked at those. Now, like I said, I got along with the teacher. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. Again, the way he looked at them, there's no telling.
Uh-huh.
And but I'm gonna tell you the reason why my dad didn't get along with the principal. He sent the principal. The principal sent the cops after my dad for no reason. He showed up to our house when they did. Mr. Buchanan and the school's principal and the school's police
Mhm.
officer, my bad, basically showed up to our house and knocked on the door real loud. And my parents opened it up. And my dad asked him, I was like, why is there a cop here? What's going on? And Mr. Buchanan said, and my dad was doing this to all the ladies. They were getting
Mhm.
complaints. I'm like, my dad told him I didn't do nothing. They waved the lady, the girl, all my classmates, they just waved at my dad. My dad just did
Mhm.
that, waved back at him since he was driving. And because of that, they banned my dad for a
Wow.
whole year. My senior year of high school, they wouldn't let my dad, come to the school. That's why I had to drive to school like on my own. Like I had my license at that point, so I just drove myself. But yeah, my dad wasn't. My dad was banned, and my dad
Mhm.
actually saw him right before my graduation, a couple days before, at the grocery store close by our house, Food Giant. And my dad asked the principal, Mr. Buchanan, he's like, "Am I allowed to go to my son's graduation?" And that's when he started kissing up to my dad, saying, "Yeah, sure,
Wow.
you can go to graduation." It pissed me off. I was mad. And one of my mom's teacher friends, that was my middle school history teacher. Even she didn't like the principal, and even she agreed with us. She thought it was bullshit. And yeah, like it was bullshit that my dad literally the last year, literally my last year at that place, and my dad was banned for no reason. And like I said, my ever since then, my dad, every time he sees him, he will cut a promo. Now he won't say nothing to his face or nothing. Like I said, my dad, he tries to chill out, but
Mhm.
my dad said the only reason why he didn't cuss that principal out was because of me, because it was my last year. I was about to graduate,
Yeah,
and he didn't want to jeopardize that.
of
But my dad told
course.
me if he ever sees it, my dad said if he ever sees him again, he's gonna flip him off. And the thing is, he can't do nothing about it because my ass graduated 2 years ago.
Yep.
But yeah, like That's how it was in Mississippi. That's literally how it is. But yeah, I hated going to school. I was so ready to get
Same
out.
here,
Like my
dude.
senior year, I didn't even. The thing about it is, I wish I could have enjoyed senior year a lot more. But
Yeah.
I was just ready to get out, man. I was like, you know
Same
what?
here, man.
Enough's enough. And you know, now like I still see some of my classmates. I still talk to them and stuff. But it's like
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I have some buddies who feel the same way as me. Like one of them actually works at Walmart. We talk about it all the time. Like, he just like me. He's not a big dresser. He, like I said, he's actually like one of us, man. And he's not. He's like he actually dresses like Raven.
Cool.
And yeah, we talk about it all the time. I was like, dude, we're not here to win a popularity contest. We're being forced to come. I mean, don't get me wrong. At the same time, I liked school. Like, I like some of my teachers, like my 7th grade history teacher, who's also my mom's friend. She comes here all the time, and yeah, she was a great teacher. And they made fun of the way that she would laugh, and I felt bad for her too. Some of them, kids are mean, man.
Yeah, dude. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know all about it. I was the kind of person that got picked on in school, and weren't people for my last name or being overweight, and yeah, it's kids they're harsh. I mean,
Dude,
yeah,
it wasn't just the kids, man. Believe it or not, the teachers. Some of those teachers, I'll never forget. They would pick on me for the way I talk.
really,
And,
wow,
yeah, they would make fun of me for the way I talk. And I'll tell you another thing they would make fun of me about. One of my 5th grade teachers, the English teacher, she made fun of the way I would talk. She would start doing this. And,
oh my god,
I can't help the way I talk.
no,
And I'm trying to think, what else did they make fun of me for? I'm trying to think. Again, it was a lot of things. My last name. You mentioned your name. You know what one of the teachers called? My last name's Patel. I'd be called Patel or
oh my
Pateli.
god,
I'm like, dude, my last name's Patel. And if you think that's bad, my name is John. It's spelled Jan. I would be
yeah,
called Jane. I would be
oh
called
my god,
Jane and Jan. Like, I can understand Jan, okay, JW. But Jane, I'm like, do you see an E in my name? Do you see an E after the N? But I remember I was called Jane, and this was teachers, by the way, picking on me.
yeah,
So it's like,
yeah,
dude,
people could be
like,
ignorant,
like it's crazy, man. I'm like, you're supposed to be an adult,
exactly,
and it's crazy when a 20-year-old has got more sense than an adult. It's crazy. Like, sometimes people tell me all the time, man, you're so mature for your age. I said, well, I have no choice because I grew up in a motel. So I've seen things that no other person should see.
yeah,
That's just how things work.
yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to be mature when a lot of people act immature nowadays with this stupid virus. Like,
Like shitting all over the damn rooms, man. Like
yeah.
literally, I've
Ugh.
literally had to clean shit before. Yeah, you want to talk about, man, I can't.
Oh God.
And that's another reason I lost weight, man. You want to talk about losing your appetite?
Oh
And
God.
I'm an eater. It's like, dude, like, it's crazy, and it's like, damn, man, you're like fucking 30, 40 years old, and you're shitting all over the place. I'm like, you're not
Yeah.
5 years old. Heck,
No.
I never shit the bed like that when I was 5.
Oh God, no.
Heck, I have 5-year-old cousins that got more sense than these people, and it's sad they're 5.
Yeah.
But that's just how it is, man. It's like,
Yep.
damn,
Yep.
that's another thing. If I had a podcast, I would talk about this crap all the time. I have so many stories from high school and middle school,
Yep.
and
I feel you,
not to
dude.
mention, like, people want to talk about the real world. I'm like, I've been exposed to it, and
Same here.
when I cut a promo, it's like Eddie Kingston on AEW when he cut that promo on
Oh
Cody.
yeah.
That's kind of what I grew up around. He wants to talk about, Cody wants to talk about hard times.
Yeah.
Dude, he don't know what hard times is, man. Has he ever had to pick up shit before?
Yeah.
I had to, Eddie Kingston talk about him growing up around alcoholics and druggies. Dude, he basically mentioned my childhood. Like,
oh yeah.
seriously,
Yeah.
he mentioned that's why I love Eddie Kingston so
Yeah.
much. I can relate to him. I'm like, that's one of the things I love is when you can relate to a wrestler, especially when he cuts a promo. And I relate.
Oh yeah,
to
definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel you, dude.
It's like, come on, man.
No,
And
people just don't have the common sense anymore.
that's it, man. Common sense. People just don't have it. It's so
Yep.
sad too. It's like, man.
I'm just trying to move my tripod a little because I'm trying to get a little more comfortable.
Common sense just doesn't exist anymore.
Nope, it doesn't.
You know, and people wonder why this country's so screwed up. That's why.
Exactly.
You know, we're sitting here battling a pandemic, and we have people turning on each other. It's like a race war. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
are you kidding me? I'm like, guys, forget it. Forget about the race war. What y'all need to be focusing on is getting rid of this pandemic so we can go back to
Yep.
so we can
Exactly.
continue on with our normal lives.
Exactly.
Y'all focus on the wrong stuff. That's what I tell people all the time. You're focused on the wrong things.
Yep.
We're battling a pandemic here, and there's people in a race war. Like, are you kidding me? The media is turning us against each other. That's what they're
Exactly.
doing. That's their goal. All they're doing is creating a story. That's when so they can get more money. It's ratings, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Television is ratings.
Exactly.
Look, AEW and WWE, they are in a ratings war. That's basically what it is. Television is a ratings war.
Yep. CNN, Fox News Channel, MSNBC. Yeah, they be duking it out.
Their plan is to divide us. That's basically what it is.
Yep.
They're manipulating us, and we're like sheep.
Yep. Exactly.
Like, come on, people. Like, use the brain that God gave you. God gave you a brain for a reason. You're not a scarecrow.
Yep. Exactly.
Heck, you're not Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz. Heck, Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz, a guy with no brain had more sense than some of the people here. And it's sad.
A lot of these people, a lot of these people are like Scarecrow, but they're also like Tin Man because a lot of people need heart.
Oh yes.
And a cowardly lion because a lot of these people are really they're cowards in real life, but yet they act all tough.
Hey, they're not just heartless. They're wicked witches too.
Exactly.
I've actually seen some wicked witches here in Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
same here in Kansas. Man. They're everywhere, dude.
Oh, if only they had the bloom. If only they had the broom so they can fly around like the motherfuckers that they are.
Yeah, it sucks that you can't pour water on them and they melt. Even though some people, I feel like they think they are gonna melt when they don't take showers. Like, ugh.
Yeah. Speaking of melting, I remember My Name Is Earl. Yeah, My Name Is Earl was a great show back in the early 2000s.
Oh yeah, that show.
Randy, Ethan Slurp throwing water at throwing a bucket of water at Betty White, and he said, "Melt, bitch." And I'll never forget that too. That was a great episode, and I remember Joy pushing Betty White down. I said, "Oh my god." Yeah, like whenever you mentioned that melting word, that's what I thought about was melt, bitch.
Yeah.
That's literally me, man. If, like I said, I related to Randy a lot. Randy and Earl, I related to those guys a lot, especially Randy because he's a big guy like me, and usually big guys are labeled as the idiots.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I have characters like Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin. Oh my god.
Oh man, I just don't care, man. Or Cleveland Brown. Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
It was crazy, man. Also, talking about big guys. I mean, I can't tell you all the comedians I've been compared to. I've been compared to Chris Farley. I've been compared to Fluffy. I've been compared to John Belushi. Like I said, I can relate to those guys. And the funny part about it is, all of their names are John, just like me, like John Goodman and John Belushi and all those guys.
John Candy.
John Candy. Oh, I love John Candy.
Yep.
I can relate to those guys because I'm a big guy myself.
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy. I can relate to those guys. And I'm one of those stress eaters, too. That's why I've been working on myself. But, yeah, I can relate to those big guy comedians. And to be honest, people, believe it or not, people tell me all the time, you should become a comedian. I should, but here's the thing. I suck at telling jokes. I'm more of a storyteller.
Yeah, same here. I'm more of a guy who can do impressions. Otherwise, trying to do straight up comedy, no, that's not my style.
No, man, that's not. And even if I do, I'm doing it Chris Farley style, where I just fall down.
Exactly.
I'm the fat guy that falls down. That's what I'll tell you another thing they did to me in high school during pep rallies. They embarrassed the crap out of me in those stupid little games. I remember one
Hmm.
time they had this balloon game where they had to knock each other out. I didn't understand the rules. Next thing you know, I got tackled by this little guy and I broke the chair.
Wow.
I remember everybody was laughing at me, and I thought it was bull crap, man. Because a year or two before that, I was cutting
Yeah.
promos like Hulk Hogan. I was part of the football team. I was cutting Hulk Hogan style promos, and I was basically a big star. And a year later, I got screwed. So I can relate. Like I went from being a main eventer and the baseball team. I'm actually good friends with the coach. They actually had the championship like on Fridays. They would do, I guess, scrimmage or whatever, and they would
Hmm.
like team the, baseball team would face each other for the title. And I think it was tough Fridays, tough Tuesdays. I don't know what they called it. It was like I said, I wasn't part of the baseball team. I don't know, but he
Yeah.
was cool, and he actually let me borrow the spinner title. And yeah, I remember I'll show you a picture one day. But yeah, I would
Okay.
cut promos and I would talk about like Tiger Mania because we were the Ripley Tigers. And I was like, well,
Hmm.
what you gonna do, brother, when Tiger Mania runs wild on you? But yeah, people loved it. I think you know how there's people that say we're not laughing against you, we're laughing with you. I think them people was laughing at me,
Oh
not with
yeah.
me. You know when people are laughing with you.
Yeah.
But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I didn't care either, man. I love wrestling. Heck, the football coaches even loved it. And there was this one teacher, Mr. Kappelman, English teacher. He's actually a huge wrestling fan. Hulk Hogan grew up in the '80s, and he actually showed his theater class some Hulk Hogan. Like after my little promo that I would cut at the pep rally, he actually showed his class some Hulk
Hmm.
Hogan videos. If only he showed us Hulk Hogan videos when I had his class.
Wow.
I would have loved it, but I actually got to talk
Yeah.
one time during exam week. There was literally nobody. It was literally just me in school, and me and Mr. Kaplan. All we did was talk about wrestling the whole block. It was fun.
Man.
He was telling me about how he met Jimmy Hart at a gas station.
Hmm.
He said Jimmy Hart was so nice. Again, he's another guy I would love to meet one day.
Yeah.
And one of my buddies has met him. But yeah, Jimmy Hart's actually one of my favorites. I can relate to him as well because he's been bullied a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I get along with all the wrestling fans because we've all been bullied, especially for being wrestling fans. That's what
Yeah.
unites us.
Yep. Definitely.
I'll tell you something I love when I go to the grocery store and when I wear the wrestling shirts and when I see a fellow wrestling fan and they tell me nice shirt. Like that actually happened last weekend. I was in Sam's Club and I wore my Latino Heat Eddie Guerrero shirt. And this guy with a ponytail came up to me. He was like, "Man, nice shirt." And he told me he actually wrestled in Memphis, Tennessee, with guys like Jerry Lawler. So I
Mm.
thought that was cool,
Awesome.
man. And like I said, I guarantee you, most of the other people, Sam's didn't know what Latino Heat was. But
Yeah.
only the wrestling fans know, and it's so
Yep.
good when you see it.
Exactly.
Like I remember one time I wore a Bullet Club shirt at the mall, and there was this one wrestling fan. Like I was walking to GameStop, and this one guy walking past me, and he threw up too sweet. I was like, yeah, like we literally said nothing to each other. Only thing we did was throw up too sweet. Like you want to talk about brotherhood? That's the thing I
Yep.
love about it is you don't even have to say a word. Actions
Yep.
speak louder than words.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh
That's
yeah. It
something I
doesn't matter
love.
if it's wrestling or like I said, also met a lot of people that like Pokemon, and through that I found there's also some Pokemon people like wrestling. That's why I met like Joe, Johnny, and JD
Oh,
State
dude,
CCO90. It's like man, just ignited by similar interests.
I'm more of a, like I said, Pokemon. I remember a little, but I'm more of a cartoon guy. Like I love the
Yeah.
old Nickelodeon shows. Heck,
Oh yeah.
I'll even talk about that sometimes on my video. But yeah, I watch all the old cartoons. That's another one of my
Hmm.
hobbies is cartoons
Yeah.
and and all just all the different stuff. Like I also watch a lot of football. I'm a Chicago Bears guy. I've been a fan since Brian Urlacher,
Hmm.
and I meet football fans all the time, and we talk about how football's basically gone downhill. That's why the only sport I'm watching about entertainment is wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
If I watch football, I watch the old early 2000s football that I grew up on.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Plus, my state, everybody's a Chiefs fan, so they got to talk about how Patrick Mahomes is like the best, and if you feel like any other team but the Chiefs, they got to shit on you. Because I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan, and we got a great quarterback. Yeah, he's not the best, but it's like, oh well, he's not Patrick Mahomes. Like, okay, I don't really care to be honest. I like who I like, so whatever.
Dude, since Mississippi doesn't have a football team, the closest thing we have to an NFL team is the Tennessee Titans. And if you ain't a
Yeah.
Titans fan, here they will shit on you. Like I
Wow.
have some people I went to school with that were Dallas Cowboys fans, and they
Mm-hmm.
got shit on. And I was a Chicago Bears fan, so I was shit on.
Yep.
And like it was crazy. Even Pittsburgh Steelers fans here are shit on.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how
Yep.
it is, man.
Yep.
It's simple. You either like my team or get the fuck out. It's kind of
Yep.
basically what it is.
Exactly.
It's not. It's your opinion. It's your choice. It's you either like my team or get the fuck out.
Yep.
That's how it is. And I don't care what team you like. Hey, that's your
Yep.
choice.
Exactly.
I mean, that's your business. And
Yep.
hey, Baltimore Ravens are good. I remember watching Ray Lewis when he played.
Oh yeah.
Ed Reed. I remember those guys. Again, at one point, hey, I loved the Baltimore Ravens, except when they faced Brian Urlacher and the Chicago Bears.
Well, yeah, of course you got to root for your team. I understand that.
Of course. Also, Ray Lewis was a beast. That's all.
Oh yeah.
I was like, guys, don't forget Brian Urlacher. I mean, come on, Brian Urlacher was underrated. I mean, look at the way he took out guys like Tom Brady.
Oh yeah.
He sacked the crap out of Brian. He sacked the crap out of Tom Brady, man.
Yeah.
But you know what? Tom Brady made it. Even playing against guys like Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis, he still made it. And Patrick Willis.
Yeah.
He still made it, and he's still playing to this day, even though he's not playing
for the Bucks instead of the Patriots.
Him and Gronk both. It's weird, man. It's
yeah, I know. And it makes you wonder how many real Patriots fans there are that are now going to go watch Brady and Gronk as Bucks fans.
Yeah, like I said, it's crazy seeing Tom Brady in another uniform.
Yeah.
Literally, he's been playing since I was. Literally, he started playing in the NFL in the year I was born, which is 2000.
Yeah. Yep.
You want to talk about growing up on Tom Brady? Dude, Tom Brady has been playing literally my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean my whole life. 2000.
No, I got you. Yep.
I mean, dude, it's crazy to think. It's crazy seeing him in another outfit, man. It's weird. It's like, are you kidding me? You want to talk about 2020 being crazy? Now Tom Brady's part of the Bucks.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ. I remember thinking, I'm like, what is going on, man? 2020 can't get any worse. Now Tom Brady playing for the Bucks.
Yeah.
Out of all teams to go to, why would you go to the Tampa Bay Bucks? I would have loved if you would have went to Chicago. I would have been happy. Chicago's got a rich history in the NFL. I would have been happy. Or, heck, I would have been happy if we were in Pittsburgh or like some, real credible teams. But come on, man, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. at least he didn't go to the Bengals. Oh,
yeah.
That's one thing every football fan will agree on. The Bengals and the Bills suck.
Yep. Or the Browns.
Oh God, Jerry Lawler's team. And
yeah.
The Miz's team. You would think the Miz that calls himself the Miz, that calls himself a winner. I'm the Miz. I'm awesome. Yeah, he's rooting for one of the worst teams in the league.
Yeah.
Same thing
a team
with
that.
Ziggler.
Yeah. A team that just has a plain orange helmet and a brown jersey. Like that's just it's like man.
Yeah, Jerry Lawler. I know the only reason he rooted for. You gotta think about it, he lived in besides living in Memphis, he lived in Ohio too.
Yeah,
I can understand. I can understand why he and Miz is obviously. I mean, oh, he's from there too.
Yep.
So, but it's like, come on, man. You know, I always thought to me when I see Jerry Lawler, I always thought he would have been like a Tennessee Titans fan because of the fact that he lives in Memphis.
Yeah.
But hey, yeah, hey, Tennessee Titans are a good team. Hey, they did a great job when they beat Tom Brady and the Patriots. They shut them out of the Super Bowl. I remember
Yep.
people around here in Ripley going crazy. Like I remember the local news site that we follow here, Tippin News. You want to talk about spreading lies and shit, ruining people's lives? Tippin News. Well, I remember them going crazy when the Titans beat the Patriots. Like a lot of people thought that the Patriots were going to the Super Bowl. Well, guess what? Tennessee Titans shut them down.
Yep.
And that was crazy too. I was actually one of the few times where I actually did root for Tennessee because of the fact that I'm from here too. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love
Mhm.
the Patriots, I love Tom Brady, I love Gronk and Edelman, but it's like at the same time, being from here, I had to root for them as well.
Yeah.
And, I mean, literally everybody from where I live was rooting hard for the Tennessee Titans. But they did a great job. I definitely see them winning the Super Bowl one day.
Yeah. Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. That includes Tom Brady going to the Bucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, come on. I was like, come on, man. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yep.
Either way, there's a lot of people that won't be watching this anyways, especially with COVID-19.
Mhm.
I mean, it ruined WrestleMania.
Oh yeah.
But you know what? We did get the Boneyard match. That was
Oh
good.
yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
Last Man Standing with Edge and Randy Orton. That was also really good. But other than that, well, and Drew McIntyre winning the title. If only there was a crowd. Oh man,
Mhm.
that would have been, dude.
Oh
Fans would
yeah.
have gone crazy.
Oh yeah.
I know I
Definitely.
would have. I know I would have, because I'm a Drew McIntyre fan. Even it's a shame that when Drew McIntyre finally did win the WWE Championship, there's literally people in AEW being, it's crazy.
Mhm.
People just don't care, even though Drew McIntyre is the champion. It's crazy, but you know what? At least before the shutdown, we got to see Edge's return at the Royal Rumble.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I literally lost it. That was one of the few
Oh yeah.
times.
That was awesome. I was looking at my phone. I heard his music go off, and I was like, and I had to look back. I was like, what the heck? My eyes were just as wide as his when I saw him come back.
Dude, man, I remember I lost it. I
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
same
oh my
here,
God.
dude. I tweeted in all caps that Edge was back. I was like, oh man.
I remember that. I remember uploading on my Instagram story. I remember like just going crazy because I'm an
Yep.
Edge head. Even to
Yep.
this day, I mean, Edge really is the reason I am a wrestling fan. Because I remember when he came back from neck surgery, and speared the crap out of Eric Bischoff at the draft. I remember that. That was when Eric Bischoff was cutting promos on Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman basically quit being the GM of SmackDown.
Yeah, because he got drafted to the Raw, so he had no
Oh,
choice.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, of course. I wish he couldn't have, because I would love to have seen Eric Bischoff torture him. It would have been
Yeah.
funny. I'll tell you what, Eric Bischoff. I'll tell you one thing I would love to have seen: Eric Bischoff versus Paul Heyman. And the funny thing is, you have the former owner of ECW, the former owner of WCW in a
Yep.
WWE ring.
Yep.
You want to talk about the Monday Night Wars and add in Vince McMahon? Oh,
Well, technically, if you want to get technical, Eric Bischoff wasn't really owner of WCW, but he was like the figurehead, basically, because Ted Turner owned the company, but Eric Bischoff made all the business decisions when it came to television. But yeah,
oh yeah,
basically, yeah, the guys who ran the companies.
oh of course, they basically just ran it. But
Yeah.
yeah, Eric Bischoff, like I said, and I know Ted Turner, but like I said, when
Yep.
you think WCW, the first name
Yep.
literally when you talk about Eric Bischoff,
Oh yeah.
people can say what they want about Eric Bischoff. But I'll tell you one thing: all those characters, all those talent he bring in. I'll say one thing: he brought great wrestling back in '95,
Mhm.
'96, and '97.
Yep.
I'll admit it was great, but the problem was he got in his own ass. He couldn't get his head out of his ass long enough.
Oh yeah, he was.
He
Yeah, he
focused
was.
way too much on NWO.
Hmm. Yeah, he was too concerned in beating Vince McMahon and the Raidens that he wanted to put down their product, but instead of making his own better, because eventually they started going downhill. But I mean, it was great for the time it was, great for. But after that, 1999, that Fear Poke of Doom, the same night, he told Tony Schiavone to tell, the fans about what's going on Raw, saying, "Oh, Mick Foley's going to win the WWF Championship. Oh yeah, they'll put butts in seats." And then half your viewers go over to watch Raw, and there you go. That was basically the beginning of the end of the Monday Night War.
Of course. I'll tell you something. We're talking about Eric Bischoff. Look at the way they treated Ric Flair.
Mm-hmm.
They buried Ric Flair.
Oh yeah.
Ric Flair was the face of WCW.
Oh yeah.
Ric Flair and Sting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sting. That's my guy.
They humiliated him.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Ric Flair, you think WCW would have gotten Hulk Hogan? Ric Flair
Probably
was
not.
actually the reason. Ric Flair was the reason. Heck, Ric Flair was the reason Eric Bischoff got hired in the first place by WCW. And he turned around. Eric Bischoff got all that power. He became power hungry.
Yep.
And he buried Ric Flair. And I felt bad for Ric Flair. I mean, he destroyed Ric Flair's contract. He destroyed the Nature Boy to the point that even when he came to WWE, Ric Flair was a wounded dog. It took Triple H to bring Flair's confidence back. Triple H, Evolution, and The Undertaker. It took these three things to get Ric Flair to go back to being the Nature Boy.
Yeah.
And it's sad, too. I mean, he was the old beaten dog after WCW. And I heard many times in his documentaries, he said he was happy that WCW folded. And I don't blame him. The way they treated him.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, guys, this is how you treat one of your main guys? A man that did so much for your company?
Oh, yeah, the man who was the face of the company when it was started back in the 80s, going back to Jim Crockett Promotions. And then in the 90s, and it wasn't the first time, there was another guy named Jim Hurd who wanted Ric Flair to shave his blonde hair, get an earring, and change his name to Spartacus. I was like, when he said no, and that's why the first time he left the WCW for WWF, because he's like, no, he's not changing the identity that made him famous. I was like, man, you can't do that.
And calling him Spartacus?
Yeah, it was stupid. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
People thought NWO spray painting his hair was bad.
Yeah.
It's nothing compared to shaving Ric Flair's head and calling him Spartacus.
Well, thankfully, like I said, it never happened. He said, "Screw it." And the worst part is for them, he still had possession of the world belt because they didn't give back the deposit he had to pay for having it with him. So eventually they had to, make a new belt before they could get the old belt back because he brought it with him to the WWF and he called himself the World Champion. Yeah.
They called him the real champion and he censored it. I remember that. You want to talk about people talk about Alundra Blaze throwing the WWF Women's title.
Yeah.
WCW. Before that, Ric Flair literally brought the WCW World Championship.
Yep.
On WWF television. So you want to talk about Alundra Blaze to the extreme? Before Alundra Blaze, you had Ric Flair showing his world title on WWF.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yep.
Alundra Blaze threw the women's title. The women's title wasn't as important back then.
Yeah.
This was the world title.
Exactly.
WCW's main title. And they wondered why WCW got revenge. This is why.
Yep.
But yeah, and it was a shame the way they treated him because I love Rick. I mean, he's the GOAT.
Oh yeah.
JBL wants to call himself the wrestling god. The real wrestling god, if you look at it, is Ric Flair.
Definitely.
Think about it. Even non-wrestling fans know who Ric Flair is. That tells you something. You don't have to be a wrestling fan to know Randy Savage, to know Hulk Hogan, to know Ric Flair.
Yep, definitely.
I mean, think about it. Heck, there's even non-wrestling fans that know Jake the Snake Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that tells you how popular it was back then.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, different time.
Oh, of course. Again, you had like the rise of cable television.
Oh, yeah.
TV. Yep.
Plus, people actually bought it as being real before it started to get exposed. Like with the curtain call, that was one time it got exposed, and another time it
Oh
got
yeah.
exposed when Vince McMahon was in court. He had to kind of reveal that it wasn't real. So yeah, it's like once
Yeah.
people started finding out, that's what changed, and that's why people started turning away from it.
Oh, of course. And it wasn't until the Attitude Era they started getting back into it. People,
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think about college kids were into
Mm-hmm.
that. I mean, that tells you something.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, speaking of them college kids, I remember one time there was that lady. Remember that DX lady that showed her tits on Raw? Triple H was like, "Come on, show them puppies." Man,
Yeah.
it was so good. It's a shame that I wasn't alive back then. But hey, you know what? At least I grew up in the ruthless aggression era.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to see some plus. Think about it. I got to see a wrestling show that was SmackDown, and we talked about some
Mm-hmm.
of the greats. I mean, Kurt Angle. I got to see Kurt Angle at his best. Really, at his best was when he was
Mm-hmm.
facing Eddie Guerrero. Oh man,
Oh yeah, definitely.
the matches those two had. Oh man,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
it was great. Kurt Angle was awesome. Also, Kurt Angle's general manager, like
Mm-hmm.
screwing John Cena.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, SmackDown back then was so good. I remember Undertaker and Paul Heyman storyline with the Dudleys.
Mm-hmm.
Them abducting Paul Bearer.
Paul Bear. Yep. Oh yeah, and then they cased him in cement. Yeah. And then Taker had a
Yeah,
chance to save him after he won the match, but then said, "Nope, I'm just gonna do it anyway because I don't need you anymore."
basically that's where he said Paul Heyman, Paul Bearer. Oh crap, the Paul's name it. Well,
Yeah, I
he
know.
basically said Paul Bearer made him look weak, and he
Yeah.
told Paul Heyman, "If I could do that to a person that I care about, imagine what I'm going to do to you."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about it. If you're willing to do that to someone that you love, imagine what you're going to do to your enemy.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it was so good, man. Especially Paul Heyman. I legit back then hated him. Like, and I know, I mean, he's a character playing a character, but I mean, back then, dude, I remember like, oh, I'll never forget Benoit and John Cena and the soap.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it was just some crazy stuff. But yeah, Paul Heyman, man, he made you love him with the ECW stuff, but at the same time, he made you hate him, especially when he turned on Rob Van Dam
Oh yeah.
and aligned himself with the Big Show in
Yep.
Philadelphia, in
Oh yeah.
ECW country. He
Oh
did that
yeah.
in Philadelphia. Man, that was crazy, man.
Oh yeah. When he favored a WWE guy over the ECW guy on the ECW brand. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what was real fun. I remember at that same time was when Mick Foley had turned heel, and that one night stand, he said
Mm-hmm.
that he loved ECW when it was ran by a true visionary, Vince McMahon,
Oh god. Yeah.
and he said, "Long live the alliance." You want the ultimate heat as a heel? Say that.
Oh yeah.
I guarantee you. Say the ECW was ran by a true visionary, Vince McMahon. I
Oh
guarantee. I
god.
dare to say that in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah.
They will boo you out.
Oh yeah.
Heck, they booed out John Cena. If people thought Money in the
Yep.
Bank 2011 was bad when he came out, ECW One Night Stand 2006 was worse.
Oh
They
yeah. I
literally
remember
booed.
that.
I remember that too. They basically told him. There was this one side, just like the one that said, "If Punk loses, we ride." It said, "If
Yep.
Cena wins, we ride."
Yep. I remember that. Yep. Throwing his
I
shirt
get
back at him, flipping him off. Even the security guards were saying "fuck you" to Cena.
that's saying something when the security guard. But heck, I even saw some little kids flipping them off.
Yeah.
Like I said, that was how edgy it is. And now people are like, the little kiddies are gonna be scared. I'm like, dude, when I was 5, 6 years old, I was tough.
Mm.
When I was like I said, I know it was a different time, but I was like, come on, man. It really wasn't. I mean, back when I was growing up, like it was edgy. I mean, come on, you had Brian Tibbs matches, and I went. Look, I
Yep.
turned out all right. The problem is now they take everything too serious. So I'm like, come on, man,
Yeah.
that's what's wrong. Look at AEW. I mean, It's perfect amount. Plus, it's not like you don't see half naked women, but you know what? It's TV 14. You still see real stuff like
Yep.
Sammy Guevara and Matt Hardy. And Matt Hardy's concussion.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
I think they should have stopped that match. As much as I love, but I think that it was one of those things. The way Matt was just looking, I was like, guys, you should have just stopped it. And Matt Hardy's got 3 kids, wife and kids. I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
But like I said, at least they checked on. At least AEW did take responsibility for that. That's one thing I do love.
Oh yeah, unlike WWE, I mean, not giving a crap for their superstars till it's too late. I mean, that's why CM Punk was smart when he walked out, because they weren't, letting him, heal up, give him the surgery he needs, let him wrestle when he's injured. To the point he said, "Screw it, I'm done," and he walked out.
He did. I remember that. I remember Royal Rumble 2014. Again, I remember me and you, like, we were huge Punk fans.
Oh yeah.
At the same time, we were mad at Punk too.
Oh yeah, I was mad. Yeah.
I was mad too. I mean, I remember back then we were buying all the Punk shirts and merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
We were supporting Punk.
Yep.
And basically Punk turned around and basically just spit on us.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy. I mean, Punk just walked out. And he called us sheep too. Remember, he said,
yes.
He said, even after I leave the company, people are still gonna buy into it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just how it was. I mean,
yeah.
I love seeing Punk. I mean, like I said, I supported Punk since he literally walked through that door in ECW. That was the first time I ever saw him, when he fought Just Incredible.
Oh yeah.
That, I was hooked, man. And I've actually talked to Just Incredible too. He actually follows me on Instagram. Heck
cool.
of a dude. We talked about WWE's ECW, and coming from a guy that lived through that, that experienced it, he told me, I think I still have the messages, he told me, he said, brother, it sucked. Like, coming from Just Incredible, like, that tells you something. He said WWE's ECW sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it. I mean, dude, he was, like I said, compared to us, he was literally there. He was there backstage. He experienced it. I believe it. And I told him, I'll admit, in the beginning, it was good. Again, the reason why was, yeah, you got some new talent like Elijah Burke, CM Punk.
Yeah.
But at the same, Kevin Thorne. But at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
you got the originals. You got Rob.
Oh yeah.
You got Sabre. You got Dreamer. You got Sandman. You got, heck, Roadkill. You had Al Snow. You had Just Incredible. I mean, you had a lot of originals. Balls Mahoney. And at the same time, you got the new talent, which I loved. But I wish they could have kept it more internet-based. And, it was actually before they got on Sci-Fi. It was originally supposed to be on the WWE Network, like an internet exclusive, with Shane McMahon taking it over. But what happened was, WWE was growing so much, they basically, sponsors and stuff wanted like another brand, like TV sponsors and everything. So that's how ECW was created. WWE's ECW.
Yeah.
And it basically just became, what I loved about the original ECW, it was a revolution,
Yeah.
And this ECW, it just became part of the system.
Well, yeah, because they got so popular with that, ECW, Rise and Fall DVD. Then they did One Night Stands. Like, okay, let's just bring ECW back as a brand, and then, just put the wrong people behind it, and that's why it got ran to the ground.
And don't forget, you had the father of ECW, with Paul Heyman, watching ECW. He was like, they talked about it in his DVD. That's why Paul Heyman left. Him and Vince were fighting over the direction.
Yeah, because he wanted CM Punk to win at December Dismember. But Vince said, no, let's make Bobby Lashley win. So, yeah, and then Heyman got let go after that, and that was it.
Yep, he left. He literally left at December to Dismember. And it was a horrible pay-per-view.
Yep, the worst pay-per-view ever made in the history of WWE.
That's saying something.
Yeah.
Back in 2006. I mean,
it was only 2 hours. There was like very little matches outside of like a few matches with the ECW wrestlers. You also had some SmackDown Raw wrestlers on there, and it's just Yeah.
I remember the Hardy Boys and Eminem. I remember that.
Yeah.
Crap. Obviously, I remember the Extreme Elimination Chamber.
Yep.
Sabu was supposed to be in that match, but he ended
Yeah.
up getting replaced by, I guess, Hardcore Holly or someone like that.
Mhm.
Again, it was crazy. I would have loved it if Sabu was in it, but
Yep.
it is what it is. But I
Definitely.
don't remember any other I don't remember
Me
the other
neither.
match.
Those are the only ones I can remember too.
The Hardys and the Eminem was like literally the only one I remember.
Yeah.
It was that bad. But you know what? It's better than today's Raw. That's saying something.
Definitely, dude.
Yeah.
I think ever since they went to HD and they got those LED screens and all that, I think that's when the product started getting crappier.
Yeah, it was literally right after 2007. The start of 2008 when they went
Yep.
to
And they went to
HD.
HD and they made all the entrances the same. Yeah, that was stupid.
It just took the uniqueness out. The
Yep.
stages were literally the same. I remember
Yep.
when they took the SmackDown fist away, I was so mad.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
a lot of people didn't realize this. People talked about Ashley Massaro. A lot of people were surprised. Like I was on YouTube not too long, like when after Ashley's passing, even before I would watch some old Ashley videos, and I remember watching one from 2008. And I saw this one comment that said that they were surprised that Ashley Massaro made it into the PG era.
Oh yeah.
And I remember she had the short hair. This was like literally after, and Ashley Massaro was someone. I mean, they did her wrong, especially
Yeah,
I found out tribute
definitely.
to the troops. It's a shame too, and I mean, she was part of my childhood. I remember her managing Brian Kendrick and Paul London to
Mhm.
the tag
Yep.
titles, and like I said, I remember her run. I remember Diva Search. I remember
Mhm.
the feud with Mickey James as well. Her, Mickey, her teaming with Trish. Like I said, I
Yep.
remember all this stuff. But it really wasn't until she went to SmackDown. And I remember even backstage, one time she spilled coffee on Vince, and Vince basically just getting all red hot at her and like suspending her. And I remember
Man.
Matt Hardy was standing right there. I actually remember thinking, I was like, wow. I remember she was like the female CM Punk.
Oh yeah.
That's basically what she was. I mean, that's why Vince didn't like her. She's basically a female version of CM Punk.
Yep.
I mean, CM Punk, like during that first World Title, he had heat with everybody. Even
Mhm.
Tony Atlas got onto him about like taping his wrist. I heard him talk about it, and Tony Atlas complained about wrestling back then. Which I mean, you got to think about it. He wrestled in the 70s and 80s, back when fans thought it was real. So
Yep.
I can understand where he come, and also Undertaker. Believe it or not, even Undertaker didn't like Punk.
Oh yeah,
Undertaker thought he
because he gave a shit for not wearing like something nice,
suit.
formal attire. Instead, coming wearing like a t-shirt and blue jeans, not looking professional apparently.
And I'm sorry to say it, but Undertaker, you can't. As much as I love you, he's a legend. Undertaker,
Yeah.
you can't say nothing, brother. All you
Yeah.
got, your whole arm, you're full of tattoos, and not to
Yep.
mention all you did was wear black. I know
Yep.
that's part of your gimmick, but come on, you can't talk about anybody dressing formal.
Exactly.
But I'll let it slide since it's the Undertaker.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, CM Punk, they gave him shit. I remember when they got him out of the championship scramble, like I was mentioning, Unforgiven 2008, and they replaced him with Jericho, and he
Mhm.
punt kicked by Randy. Literally a couple years later, WrestleMania 2011, they literally restarted that feud, and Punk mentioned how he got punt kicked. They literally waited for at least 3 or 4 years. Think about it. A lot happened in them 3-4 years. Punk won another Money in the Bank. Not to mention he
Mhm.
had his head shaved by Rey Mysterio. Lost the
Yeah.
long hair. I was actually upset at Rey Mysterio over that because I loved the long hair CM Punk. Man, I was so sad when he cut his hair too. And I remember that's another thing I remember. The old ladies, would literally try to slap CM Punk and would call him the devil. Because
Wow.
remember, that was
Yeah.
back when he had the long hair and the beard, and they thought
Yep.
he was, looked like Jesus. And
Yep.
I
I
remember,
remember that.
I remember he got a lot of heat, especially them house shows. But like that
Mm-hmm.
tells me something. Even in the PG era, CM Punk was getting heat.
Oh yeah.
He was one of the realest for a PG era. He was real, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Plus
there was a
straight
couple.
edge, didn't smoke,
Yeah,
didn't drink, do drugs, and hey, I can respect that because that's how I am. I don't do any of that either.
I'm the same way, man. My mom grew up in a house full of alcoholics. Like my grandpa was an
Yeah.
alcoholic. I mean, I'm not afraid to say, yeah, my uncle, they all, like I said, my grandma, I mean, my mom doesn't drink. I don't drink. I remember being peer pressured a lot in high school. And I remember
Mm-hmm.
I would, people would actually spread rumors about me saying that I smoked cigarettes, even though I
Oh
never did.
shit.
Yeah, they would spread rumors about me saying that I smoked cigarettes.
Yeah, people are assholes.
I was like, fuck you, man.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, heck, I don't smoke. Heck, I mean, you know what? I hope you don't lose your voice from all them cigarettes you're smoking, and I hope you don't talk in one of the machines like Kane that they
Yep,
use for Kane. I'm
yep,
like,
yep,
you know, hey, like I said, don't make fun of people, man. You know,
yep,
treat people the way you want to be treated, and like I said,
exactly.
like I said, I remember that's how it was. That's how high schoolers they spread rumors. There was
Yep.
a couple other rumors they spread on me. I definitely remember the cigarette rumor. I remember like people they didn't just talk about it behind my back. I remember like there was one in my theater class. I mentioned Mr. Kappelman. Well, there was a one
Mm-hmm.
classmate that would literally in front of everyone say, "John, you smoke cigarettes?" It's just stuff like that. I'm like, and not to mention he would call me Alejandro, and I forgot. It was crazy, man. It was a lot
Call
of
you
rumors.
Alejandro when you're not Mexican, you're Indian,
That's
but that's already yeah. Like some
oh yeah,
people.
and in their mind, Indian people, Mexican people, Middle Eastern people are all the same. Dude,
Yeah.
you know, in middle school, I was called a terrorist, even though I'm Indian. I'm not Middle Eastern.
Yeah,
I was called a terrorist. I was called Mexican. I was even
man.
called Filipino. You know, you want to talk about people being evil? Yeah. But you know what?
Hmm.
I believe in a little something called karma. What goes around comes
Yep.
around.
Yep.
I remember in the school bus I was called Filipino, and you know what? Hey, I take it as a compliment because I think
Yeah.
Batista's part Filipino,
Yeah. Yeah.
and hey, I'll take it as a compliment. And Batista's one of my favorites, and I've actually
Mm-hmm.
had people tell me, believe it or not, I resemble Batista, but I don't see it. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe if I cut my hair, now who knows? Maybe if I got buff, I would, but I don't know. Like I said, I remember being called so many. Heck, I was even called Pancake.
Wow.
Yes, dude. In elementary school, I was called Pancake. I remember there were days like I used to tell my mom. I would cry. I would say, "Mom, I don't want to go to school." And you know, since this month's suicide prevention month, man,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, luckily I overcame those thoughts. But there were
Yeah.
points, like especially eighth grade, it became so overwhelming, man. Like
Dude,
I
I
got
feel
so
you.
tired.
I feel you because my last name's Duncan, so people call me Dunkin' Donuts, but that's not how I spell my name. You know, my last name's Duncan, but Duncan's Dunkin, but they still call me that. I was like, it
Oh
used to
yeah,
bug me when I was younger. And then,
that's why I
being
go.
overweight, they made joke about me having boobs. Like, hey, you should wear a bra. I'm like, oh my god,
Wait,
that's
they
how
got
people
on
would
you
be.
about that joke, dude? They got on me about it.
Yeah, because if they see that you're overweight, they think you have boobs. It's like, man, it's like, jeez,
I'll tell you what's worse than that. When your own family gets you, man. I
really,
can't tell you. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I go to India and all my family calls me fat. I'm like,
wow,
well, you know what? You should come down to America, dude. I live in
yep,
Mississippi where it's basically full of fast food. What do you expect?
exactly.
You know, when it comes to
Exactly.
Ripley, Mississippi standards, I'm considered healthy. You ought
Mm-hmm.
to see some of the people here. Oh my god, they have 3, 4 chins,
Oh, damn.
dude. They're literally huge. You should see them. You should see them
I
in
mean,
Walmart
yeah, I've
riding.
seen some big people in my day, but I mean, I get it.
You should see them ride them in their little scooters at Walmart.
Yeah.
I'm like, especially at the wrestling shows. That's another reason why I don't go to indie shows, because I've met
Mhm.
my fair share of assholes. So at
Mhm.
wrestling shows, that's why I don't. That's why the only shows you see me go to are AEW. Even at
Yeah.
AEW, I had to see some assholes. Like I remember they were paying tribute
Oh
to
yeah. Yep. Yep.
AEW. If you saw some of them videos, you know if you watched some of AEW, remember that one guy that was pointing up like this
Mhm.
while I was recording, and there was a couple guys showing their signs. I couldn't even see the action. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy they bring the signs and stuff, creativity and all that. Hey, that's
Oh
good for
yeah.
TV. But the problem is they're blocking people's view because of those signs.
Uh
People
huh.
can't see.
Or you get the
And
annoying
I
ones who
can't.
keep yelling. Like I remember going to a WWE show and the Shield was still together. This guy kept in, "Believe in the Shield!" Yeah, it's like, oh my god, this dude was so obnoxious. Like, okay, dude, we get you. You like the Shield. Tone it down a
Dude,
little.
you think that's worse? You gotta think about it. Hangman Page is a Southerner from Virginia, so you
Uh
know
huh.
Mississippians love the Southerners. They're like
Yeah.
cowboy shit, cowboy shit. That's all they said. Heck, you probably heard it on the especially the Hangman Page. They were like
Mhm.
cowboy shit. I mean, dude,
Yeah.
it was crazy. And I'll tell you what was even crazier when they were paying tribute to the Memphis Wrestling. I was actually gonna upload the whole segment of them paying tribute. That's why I only
Mhm.
uploaded like the couple of like the Eddie Gilbert Macho Man stuff. Is because I was gonna record Brian Christopher, but there was this guy that was literally standing up. Everyone else was
Yeah.
seated, and there was this one asshole in front of me that was seated, and I was sitting up, and I said, "Are you kidding me, man? I'm trying to record my friend. I'm trying to record AEW paying tribute to my friend Brian Christopher. I
Yeah.
paid. I mean, I paid $100 for. I bought 3 tickets for me, my mom, and a family friend of ours who was with us. And I was like, after that, I was like, you know what? I still want to go back to AEW, obviously, but it's like the fans is what's
Yep.
ruining it. That's why, I
Yeah.
mean, with the coronavirus, I can understand why they're limited. That's one of the good things about it. At first, I was happy there was no fans at the same time, except for
Yeah.
WrestleMania. I was upset, but it was
Yeah.
some asshole fans, man. Like they just ruined it. Like that night, it was
Yep.
crazy. It was like cowboy shit.
Yeah.
Literally, I remember, dude. It wasn't just that. I heard them yell a lot of other profanities, stuff that I shouldn't say. Like they were yelling at Riho, who was then AEW champion, calling her a
Mhm.
midget and saying nasty stuff about her.
Yeah, that's the sad thing is some of our fellow wrestling fans are ignorant. I mean, I'm glad there's good fans like you, myself,
Oh
Josh
yeah,
Russell, and I know some other good ones, but there's some people take it too seriously. Like
oh
after,
yeah,
Lana and Storyline married Bobby Lashley and broke up from Rusev, people were sending her death threats like it was real. Like, really? You guys don't
dude.
you
John
guys
Cena
think this
got
is
sued.
real? Yeah.
John Cena. I remember, I
Yeah.
remember hearing it all the time. I'm like, guys, you're playing a character. Like,
Yeah.
you know, that's why people like Hannah Kimura committed suicide. It's because of
Yep.
fans like this, man.
Exactly.
You know, it's sad. I mean, and we're talking about like some of the other stuff. I know for a fact Brandy Rose, who's heel, they got on her. Heck, they
Yep.
even got on Dr. Luther. If you know, I forgot his name, Dr. Luther, the original Death Dealer. I remember I was
Uh-huh.
there the night he made his debut. I wish I had it on record. Like I said, I actually seen some of his matches in FMW, but I didn't recognize him because I was in the
Mhm.
cheap seats. But I remember fans yelling at, "Who's that bald guy?" I mean, dude, and literally the guys that was sent by, they had their own little made up wrestling company and they had their own little custom belt. I remember they just
Uh-huh.
ruined the whole show. I remember that, heck, you know who else they got on? Justin Roberts, one of the
Mhm.
greatest ring announcers in this era. Every time he made a ring announcement, they got on him. You know how Justin
Wow.
Roberts would announce the time limit, like you have 10 minutes left,
Uh-huh.
5 minutes. Every time he would yell it, they were like, "Shut up, Roberts." I'm like, the only ones that need to shut up are you fans, because Roberts is doing his job.
Yeah. Or you remember like that Iron Man match? Was it Seth Rollins and Dolph Ziggler? I don't know who it was. Was it them?
Um,
And it was, and the fans kept on look at the timer, and they kept on, doing like a Royal Rumble countdown, and going at the end. They finally take the timer off because the fans wouldn't shut the hell up.
Oh God, man.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
was like,
said,
even I'm like at home saying, "Shut up, you dumb fans! You're ruining it for me. I'm trying to watch the match. Y'all want to keep acting like it's the Royal Rumble when it's not."
you think that's worse? The what chance?
Oh God, yeah.
I heard them too. Oh yeah, when I went to AEW, I heard them as well. I heard everything. Literally, my first big major event I went to, first major wrestling company, whatever
Hmm.
you want to call it, and I heard it all. And I'll tell you another thing: the Hall of Fame hecklers, they're
Oh
the worst.
God,
You know, Chris Jericho even
yes,
said. Chris Jericho said if he ever gets inducted and if he hears someone heckle, he's actually gonna go up there and slap him. And hey, you know what? I'm with him. I'm with him slapping him.
yeah,
I'll tell you what was worse than that: the hecklers, the guy that
yep.
attacked Bret Hart
Oh
last
God,
year.
that guy was a douchebag.
I
Especially
saw
because
the
Bret
video.
Hart had a stroke, survived
Oh
it. And
yeah,
if this guy could have done one little bump, could have made Bret have another one. I mean, that's how bad that would have been.
not just a stroke. Also, the man battled cancer,
Yes.
stroke and a cancer.
Yep.
So and let me tell you something, man. A stroke ain't no joke. Because I think my dad had one too at one
Well,
point.
and and you remember because I've told her here on YouTube. Remember my mom? That's how she passed away. 'Cause she had a stroke.
Oh yeah, you know, that's another thing. They made fun of my dad. You know, my dad actually had his jaw broken in a car accident, and people around here, especially people at my school friends, who I'm not
Hmm.
friends with them anymore. They would
Yeah.
make fun of the way my dad talked. My dad can't
Oh my
help it. Because
God.
here's the thing, my dad broke his jaw, and let me tell you something. My
Yeah,
dad's lucky to be alive because he had an elevator
man.
fell on his leg, and he's got a plate in his leg. And you want
Hmm.
to talk about a guy that's in constant pain? My dad's basically half man, half machine because he's got a plate in
Damn.
his leg, and he's also been in a bunch of car accidents.
Hmm.
He was actually in a coma once for 3 months. And guess what happened to him? And he was married before. I
Hmm.
actually got a brother, a half brother, and a half sister. Guess what
Uh
happened to my
huh.
dad when he was in a coma? His ex-wife
What?
left him, took his money, took everything, took every
Wow.
land they owned.
Jeez.
Guess what? She even took his clothes.
Oh
She took
wow.
everything. Yes, and like I mean, and that's the thing that gets me. Me and my dad, we don't get along as much, but you know what? I still love my dad,
Well,
and because
yeah.
especially when people around here make fun of him. Like I'll admit, sometimes I'll make fun of my dad because he's my dad, but
Hmm.
when other people make fun of him, especially for things he can't help, like the way he
Yeah.
talks, he can't help it.
Yeah.
And he talks about it all the time, man. He told me he came to this country in the '70s. He told me he would literally cry, and he came to. By the way, he lived in San Francisco when he first came here, and he
Hmm.
told me back in the '70s, even in California, back in the '70s, he experienced racism, and he
Man.
told me,
Yeah.
and he told me he would cry in the bathroom, like
Dang.
when he first came here, and it's crazy because he told me stuff I never knew, and he was actually in high school for one day. My uncle had enrolled him, my dad's brother, and
Hmm.
he literally went one day. And what happened was this was during the '70s, so you know how them ladies were, especially in the '70s, they were
Yeah.
handsy. And my dad told me they were getting pretty handsy with him, and he had to tell my uncle he told his brother he was like, bro, I don't want to go to high school here. And that's how he got into the motel business. He was like, I don't want to go back. Them ladies are handsy,
Hmm.
and like I said, Dad didn't want to catch any STD,
Yeah.
especially in the '70s, man. And Dad was like, my dad was telling me back then was crazy. It's not
Yeah.
like it is today. Like he told me,
Yeah.
even when it comes to race stuff, he said it's gotten better now. Even in the '70s, it was a bit rough.
Yeah.
He came here in 1976, so he came here the year Star Wars came out.
Hmm.
Yeah, he was telling me about that, but yeah, people around here all the time make fun of him. I said, look, he can't help it. Heck, he speaks better English than y'all, and y'all born in this country. Seriously,
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you another thing. Like This is what they call the shopping cart in the South, the buggy.
Oh my
I hear it all the
god.
time. Get the buggy. Ugh. At least up north, they have manners. You want to talk about Southern
Yeah.
hospitality? Southern hospitality, my ass. Heck, people in Chicago, people up north, I've actually been treated better there than I've here. And I used to live in the Midwest. I used to live in Indiana. I'll tell you
Yep.
something. The people up there were nice, and believe it or not, they acted more they acted more southern than the people here. That's because they have a lot of farms over. That's basically that's
Yep.
the only thing you see over there is farms. Here, I haven't seen not one farm. Maybe like one or two when I pass by, but it's mostly just fast food joints. And people wonder why Mississippi lasts in education, why we
Mhm.
last in everything. This is why. And I'm sorry to say I'm from Mississippi, even
It's all
though
right, man.
we have Kamala the Ugandan giant and produced some of the greatest football players like Brett Favre
Mhm.
and the Mannings. But other than that, oh man, like I said, it gets worse and worse here, man. But like seriously, if you came, you want to talk about meeting up? If you came over here, dude, oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I would say I already put up enough shit here in Kansas, but Kansas is not so bad. I mean, I've had people come from Georgia saying, "Oh yeah, there's a lot of assholes down in Georgia," but I come to Kansas, a lot of nice people here. It's like, yeah, for the most part.
I know what that Georgia guy is going through because when I leave Mississippi and go to Georgia, hey, I say the same thing. I'm like, man, Georgia people are so nice. That's because we're not used to how things are. Like I said, we're tourists. We're literally
Yep.
just there for like a day or two, and then we're gone. So it's like, and like you said, that guy, he's from Georgia, so obviously,
Yep.
he's used to that's why he said the people are up there are assholes. I'm like, dude, people, you want to talk about being assholes? One time, me and my dad, we was literally this was when I was 12, 13. This was actually around the time me and you were like we were really close, talked all the time. I'll never forget,
Mhm.
me and my dad, we was doing something in the garden, and there was this one guy that passed by our hotel and called us the N word, like
Oh
the
my
ER.
god. Oh god. An African American
Yes,
slur word for someone that's not African American.
I like I
That's
said.
the. It's not just racism, just ultimate in ignorance. Like, dang, you're
Oh
a
yeah,
racist and you can't get your race right.
and I explain to people, like I said, it's not just African people. It's not just
Yeah,
African Americans that call the N word. Heck,
yeah.
like if you're Middle Eastern, they will call you the sand and the N word.
Yep, I've heard that
If
one because
you're
I used to have somebody from Bangladesh that used to work with me, and I had this one guy that came in and was a racist and said that word to him, like for no reason other than the fact he was a racist, to this guy. Like, damn,
oh
like what
yeah,
did he do to you?
hey, he would fit in right. He would fit in
Yeah.
Ripley, Mississippi. They would consider that guy to be a hero. Like I heard it all the time here. Same thing. Like in my case, I'm Indian, so they would call me a curry N word.
Yeah.
And my mom talked about how when she was working she was a housekeeper. Like when my dad had his elevator surgery, not one person in that town helped us. Maybe like a couple of my mom's coworkers. By the way, we lived in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
People ask me why I don't like Florida. It's because we experienced a lot of racism there. That's why deep down I actually hate Florida. And I know, I mean, heck, another reason I hate Florida is they let Casey Anthony, a woman that murdered her own
Oh
child,
yeah.
I mean, come on, they let her off the hook. That's another reason why I hate Florida. It's simple. If you
And
want to
keep in
come
mind,
in,
the people down there can't vote right here. That's why Bush was president, because people down there screwed their
oh yeah,
ballots up.
oh yeah, no doubt about it. And I'll tell you something. It's bullshit. That's why I don't like Florida. Like my mom talked about all the
Yep.
time. When my dad had his elevator surgery, not one person helped us. That's why we were homeless for a period too. We were
Wow.
like I said. I mean, this was when I was 1 or 2 years old, and you got to think about it. Mind you, that housekeepers don't make a lot of money, and
No.
especially back then, it was like $500. And again, you got
Man.
bills to pay, food, not to mention hospital bills. People want to talk about health care. People say this country's number one. Well, guess what? We're last in health care.
Oh yeah,
why
that's why healthcare is a joke,
I mean, look at
and it just
Canada.
got worse under Trump. Yeah, oh yeah.
Canada's got better healthcare than us. You
Yep.
know, people around here, they shit on Canada. The reason why they shit on Canada because they know the truth. They know Canada's
Yep.
better than us when it comes to
Yep.
healthcare. You know, I mean, it's a shame too, and I've experienced it firsthand. Like, I actually live across the street from the hospital, and I
Mhm.
don't remember when my grandmother was in the hospital when she had the blood clot.
Mhm.
You know what they did to her at this hospital? They literally had her wait for at least 30 minutes. Like, since she was across the
Wow.
street, they took her real quick. And guess what they told us? Literally, they had us wait 30 minutes. And guess what they told out? They came out, one
Mhm.
of the nurses, and they told us that she's got to be transported to Tupelo. Are you kidding me? You wasted 30 minutes. And honestly, we were lucky my grandmother didn't die in those 30 minutes. If my grandmother did, we would have sued that hospital for negligence because literally, you know damn well she's got a blood clot. She can die at
Yeah.
any point. Why couldn't you guys? I mean, just for that, all you had to do was from the beginning when we walked in, all you had to do was tell us, "Look, go to Tupelo. It's a bigger hospital." But again, it's bullshit. This is the kind of shit that happens here. And, coincidentally,
Yep.
I also live across the street from a funeral home. So literally, like, my hotel is across the street from a hospital and a funeral home and my gym.
Wow.
So,
Jeez.
people joke about it all the time, even though it's not really a joking matter. They're like, if something happens in the motel, like a heart attack, then they can go to hospital. And then
Mhm.
literally after they pass away, they can go to funeral home. I said, but seriously,
Wow.
even if there's nothing wrong with them, they would still pass away in Ripley Hospital. That's how bad it
Man.
is. And yeah, like I'll never forget, my grandmother had that blood clot, and it was literally felt like 30 minutes. I don't know if it was, but it felt like, and my mom was telling me about it, and literally, the nurse came in 30 minutes later and like, go to the Tupelo Hospital. But luckily, they gave her a ride in the ambulance. Luckily, they took her. Now, if he had to take her by car, my grandmother wouldn't be here today.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bullshit. That pissed me off. But yeah, luckily my grandmother's still here. She's kicking, and I mean, what more can I say? But
Yeah. I
that's
feel you
just
there,
how
man.
it's a shame. People say, and I love this country, and I hear Tony Atlas, I hear all these guys talk about all the time. It's the truth. It's like healthcare here. It's like it's not really a priority. It's sad.
Exactly.
You don't know. Like I said, no one knows what you're going through until your family's in the hospital, until
Yep.
you lose a loved one. And I'll tell you what's even worse, and I've seen it firsthand, is those nursing homes.
Oh yeah.
Those nurses and all CNS work. I've seen they literally beat the elderly. It's sad that it's sad that you're beating someone that can't defend themselves.
Yeah.
And honestly, you're gonna go to hell for that. It
Oh yeah.
pisses me off because my grandparents, they live. If someone did that to my grandmother, like I said, I'm not a fighter, but hey, I will literally if I literally see someone do something to my grandmother or someone else, I
Mhm.
don't care. I get triggered real quick. I don't
Oh
care.
yeah.
Like I said, I'm one of those people. I don't care if I go to jail, but I'll be damned. You're not gonna hit that old lady again. Not on my watch.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's someone else's grandma or not.
Yep.
I'm gonna defend them because it's really sad. Because these people don't have that long, man. They got maybe like a year or
Nope.
two left. I say let them. I say I say let them enjoy their final years, man. Instead of
Exactly.
beating on them. And
Yep.
and guess what? Some of these other and that mentioned some of these elderly people don't even get fed in this nursing homes. They
Wow.
starve them too. They beat them and they
Yeah.
starve them. I said, this is what's wrong.
No, just no compassion. It's sad.
Yep, man. It's still weird talking to you, like actually on a video chat, man. Because I'm so
I know,
used to just
man.
seeing you and typing. So it's
I
like, okay,
know. It's like makes it a little bit easier to respond to you guys.
I
Yeah.
know, man. That's what I love about it. And it's so cool. Like, there's a lot we can
Yeah.
talk about. Like right now, if we were typing, I would have been gone a while back because there was a lot of there were many times where there was a lot I want to talk to you about this stuff, but it's like, man, I just don't feel like typing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've seen more people have jumped on earlier. They haven't had a chance to get in the stream, but it's like, I like to answer everybody's comments, but that's why I try to give everybody the option to join. But that's all right.
Oh,
Maybe
of
in the
course.
future.
Yeah, like I said, when I'm not busy, I will definitely. I'm probably gonna be one of the few that'll see. Like, hey, I'll definitely join. And I enjoy talking to Josh too.
Yeah, it was awesome having him on. It's like I was saying, we've had conversations. Like he and I would, he would call me on Messenger on Facebook. We never had a video chat. And that was our first video chat ever in the 10 years we've known
I
each
know.
other.
Yep, it's crazy. I mean, we've known each other at least 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
Again, but yeah, we never, like I said, we've talked about it. But hey,
Yeah.
this is the first time it actually came into
Yeah, because I remember
and
like you used to do those Google Hangouts with Dustin Nunn, but when you guys did them, I was always at work, so otherwise I didn't have the time to really jump on.
Yeah, I still talk to Dustin Nunn. Like I said, he's a good guy. He's known as being the Chris Benoit guy, but
Yeah.
people don't realize he's actually a really nice guy. He's been bullied too before, and he's autistic. And yeah. Like I said, he's actually one of my good friends. We still talk.
That's good.
He's from Ohio. And yeah, like I said, I would love to. I've done a bunch of calls with him, and like I said, we haven't really done a call since the Google Hangout days.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I remember he had heat a while back, like on the YouTube wrestling community. You may have heard his name many times. He had heat, especially. You gotta think about like literally get on YouTube, watch any Chris Benoit video, and you'll literally see Dustin Nunn's first comment. But yeah, I mean, Dustin's one of my best friends, and I mean, like I said, he's a nice guy. Once he gets to really know him.
Yeah, I feel you there, dude.
Yeah, I'm always that guy. Even the weird people love me. Somehow or another, especially weird women, man, they're always attracted to me. Even in high school, I'm like, there's literally weirder people than me. And I'm like, and they're like, can I be your girlfriend? I'm like, yo, let's just be friends. Plus, I prefer being single, anyways.
Oh yeah, I feel you, dude. I feel you. I'm single and I'm fine with that.
Yes, me too. Plus, in my culture, we have something called arranged marriages. So my parents
I've heard.
My wife. Hey, it's better them choosing me.
Yeah.
Because what if? Hey, it's much easier. Because what if I pick some monster? What if I pick some sweet lady at first? She's sweet at first, and the next thing you know, she starts beating you.
Oh God.
Ooh,
yeah.
Women beaters. People always talk about the guys calling them women beaters. I'm like, last time I checked, there's a lot of man beaters too.
Yeah, plus they could get pretty moody anyway compared to us. Like, you get a woman on the wrong time of the month, and you're dead.
Oh God, they'll hit you with a frying pan. They'll basically hit you with whatever they can get in their hands.
Yep.
Like, I'll tell you a story. It's not really a beating story, but you know how women, how they accuse guys of being all handsy, even though they've never done. Well, I'll never forget. I was 14, 15 years old, and there was this one lady. She. You remember when me and my parents owned a liquor store? Well, one time my dad was watching the liquor store, and she stole this. I forgot this big bottle. Like, my dad was assisting another customer, and she just stole it. And I'll never forget. She got wasted, and the cops saw her, and the cops asked her, like, "Where did you get that from?" And she told them, because you know how drunk. Believe it or not, when you're drunk, you tell the truth. And she told them, she was like, "I stole it from, liquor store, from our liquor store." And guess what they did? They arrested her, and they came back and they gave us the bottle.
Wow.
And they paid for it, the police. If the police weren't here right now, we wouldn't have never gotten paid, and we wouldn't have never known that someone stole her bottle. And that same lady, a couple years later, came back, and I'll never forget, I was 15, 16, and we actually had company. Someone from my grandma's side of the family, one of my grandma's cousins, came to visit us. And I'll never forget, that lady actually came to the office. And here's the thing. that's one thing I hate about in the hotel is she snuck in with another guy. Her husband or whoever it was claimed to have been her husband.
Wow.
Well, he rented the room, and we didn't even know she was in there. It wasn't until she came saying the air condition don't work, and me and my dad, we had to go check it on, and the air conditioner was working fine. Next thing you know, and at that time we were having some sewage problems, so we had some plumbers working on it. So
Mm-hmm.
me and my dad, we both said, I was like, yo, the air conditioning's working first, fine, just fine. Next thing you know, she said, y'all touching me, you grabbed me here.
Oh
I'm like,
God.
lady, we didn't touch you. And guess what she did? She said, I'm gonna call the police. And my mom, I ran out and I actually told my mom, I said, Mom, that lady's accusing, and my mother was about to kill her. You don't want to talk about a cat fight. You know how mothers are, man. Like, you mess
Oh
with your
yeah.
little cub, they don't,
Yep.
you mess
Oh
with your
yeah.
cub, and mom
Yep.
was about to crawl her eye out. I'll never forget the police. Luckily, one of the police that came was the school police, in my high school police. The guy I
Mm-hmm.
told you about that came with Mr. Buck, our principal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? Luckily, he was there, and he knows what kind of guy I am. He knows that I would never touch it. He knows I keep my hands to myself.
Yeah.
And he asked me, he was like, "Did you touch her?" I said, "His name is Officer." I said, "Officer Wyndham, do I look like I would touch that lady? She looks like she old enough to be my grandma." And it's true. You want to talk about kids don't do drugs? That lady was looking like the Wicked Witch, and that was an insult to witches everywhere.
Wow.
Like, seriously, she was old enough to be my grandmother, and I was 15 years old. I told Officer Wyndham, I'm 15 years old. Why would I touch someone that's old enough to be my grandmother? If anything, she should be the one going to jail for trying to touch me.
Yeah.
The heck, they got on Michael Jackson for it. Come on. But seriously, they ended up after that, she ended up getting arrested, and basically we told the cops we don't want her on this property. Like, she's barred, and since then we haven't seen her.
Yeah.
But she's got a twin sister too. Believe it or not, we've seen her twin sister, and
Hmm.
she's nice, way nice. You have the good twin and bad twin. Even she thinks
Yeah.
her sister's bad. Like, that's bad when your own sister thinks you're bad. Like, that's saying something. But yeah, since
Wow.
then I haven't seen her. For all I know, she may be locked up.
Yeah,
But yeah,
you would hope so. Yeah.
like I said, I got a ton of stories, man. Like I said, if I ever do end up in the wrestling business again, I know a lot of wrestlers, and if I ever do write my own autobiography, man, people will be sitting there belly laughing, because that's how many stories I have. Like,
Yeah, that's
I've been
good.
called
Yeah.
everything. I've
No,
been,
I got you, man.
like I said, I was 12 years old and I was called the N word. And think about it. But I didn't care, man. I was like, yeah. Here's what I tell those people: shit in one hand and wish on the other hand. See which one fills up first. Yeah. I actually told that lady. I said, tell your story, walking bitch. Like I
Yeah.
said, I try not to swear. I try not to swear that much, but sometimes it's like, man, these people, they piss you off so much. Like, I
Yep.
try to be PG. Like, here's the thing, I don't cuss.
Yep.
Like, when I'm around my little cousins and stuff, I don't
Yeah.
cuss. Like I said, I try to be a role model, but at the same time, I'll tell them, I was like, yo, don't be like me, because I've done some things I'm not. Like I said, I was a bad kid growing up, so I was like, yeah, I was like, do the opposite of what I do, and you'll be fine. But yeah, like I said, I've had quite a crazy life, to say the least. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You only get one life. I'm 20 years old, but my mindset is like that of a 50, 60-year-old. Like, in
Yeah.
20 years, like, think about it. In 20 years, imagine by the time I'm 60 years old, I can write I'll have like 1,000-page book. It'd be like Mick Foley's autobiography.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
Yeah,
another
dude.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
When people look at Mick Foley, they think Mick Foley's like this idiot. But in actuality, Mick Foley's one of the smartest wrestlers. Look at the biography. A lot
Mm-hmm.
of people didn't know Mick Foley actually wrote that himself. I mean, come on, he's New York Times best-selling author.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's a smart guy.
You know, it's crazy because he played that crazy. You know, he played Cactus Jack. Same thing with
Yep.
Bruiser Brody. You know, he played that crazy wild man, but in actuality, he was a genius. Like if you ever
Mm-hmm.
listen to any of Bruiser Brody's, he was the original Mick Foley.
Hmm.
Before Mick Foley, you had Bruiser Brody, and it's a shame that he got stabbed too. Like I
Yeah.
actually
I was gonna say
saw
yeah.
in Dark Side of the Ring did documentary, and yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that actually opened my eyes to the wrestling business. People think wrestlers are friends. No, they're not, man. It's a business.
Nope.
It's a dog eat. I'll tell you how I found out when Tony Atlas talked about it during the, you know, he said Brody only had one friend during that stabbing, and that was him. He said none of the wrestlers cared. It was like same thing, and he was right. Same thing happened during Owen Hart. Oh, a man died in that ring, and they just continued with the show.
Yep.
Like you mentioned it earlier, that's why I don't like Vince McMahon. That's why during the summer I cut these rants on him, especially when he
Yep.
released all these superstars. And this is, you know, Teddy Long actually told uh, Tony Atlas. This was back in 2008, 2000. He told Tony Atlas, "I can't tell you. There's so many of these wrestlers right now walking around that are fired and they don't even know it
Mm-hmm.
because they. You got to think about Vince McMahon. He don't fire these people face to face.
Nope.
Obviously, they would knock him out like Bret Hart did. That's why after Bret knocked him out, he doesn't do anything face to face. He waits
Yep.
until they're literally literally at home is when they find out. Like Roddy
Yep.
Piper, when he got released in 2003, he didn't know. Like he talked about it in his DVD that he did. He didn't know he got released. It wasn't until like he shook Vince's hand and he talked to him. He literally got home and he got released. He found out
Oh yeah.
on the internet. So I mean, think about it. Roddy Piper was one of the biggest superstars, and even he didn't know that he was getting released.
Yeah.
I mean, that's saying something. Heck, even today, I can't tell you how many wrestlers are wrestling there right now that are fired and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
I mean, heck,
Oh yeah.
you know, they talked about Heath Slater wrestling there for so long. Well, you know what? He finally got released and it's sad.
Yep.
But you know what? He's an Impact now, and they're actually
Yep.
treating him like a main eventer.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing I love about TNA. Wrestlers that are considered mid carders, lower mid card guys in WWE are main eventers in
Well,
TNA.
yeah.
Look at Christian.
Yeah.
Look at
Yep.
Christian
Or
Cage.
EC3. EC3. When he was Derek Bateman on NXT, he was like a nobody. He leaves, goes to TNA, becomes Dixie Carter's storyline nephew, becomes a world champion at least a couple times, and there you go.
Don't forget the feud. He also, I remember he had a feud with James Storm. And he had a
Mm-hmm.
feud with a lot of guys. I remember he had a
Yep.
feud with Rockstar Spud. Him and Rockstar Spud.
Yep.
You know, Drake Maverick.
Drake
They
Maverick.
teamed up
Yeah.
and they had a feud.
Yep.
I'm trying to think who else. He had a feud again.
Matt Hardy.
Matt Hardy. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I was thinking about that too, and then I was actually about to say it, and I lost. I was like,
Yeah, then he made a mistake to go back to WWE. Yeah, he did good on NXT. And they brought main roster, did nothing with him.
Oh,
And
God.
that was stupid.
They wasted literally that whole year.
Yeah,
Like,
they wouldn't even let him talk for a while either. That was another bad thing. Like, dude was great on the mic when he was in NXT, and then he goes to the main roster, and they make him mute for a while.
That's the thing that didn't make any sense to me. Why would you just move? Why would you move him to the main roster? Yeah. That's the thing that's the thing I didn't understand. You know, as a wrestling fan, I was like, why did you guys move him? Like, what's the point? But that's just how they are. But you know, I actually have 2K19, and my universe mode, my booking is way better than Raw and SmackDown. I'm actually using the EC3 a little bit. I even made Robert Roode the Intercontinental Champion on my universe mode. I actually had him beat Seth Rollins. Like I said, I'm actually using some of those. Look at another guy, Robert Roode, Bobby Roode.
Oh God, yeah.
TNA. Dude, remember the Selfish Generation? Remember when he turned on James Storm, smashed that bar over his head? Remember, I'll never forget that run, dude. He wrestled Sting, James Storm. I'll never forget the street fight with King Mo. as a ring. Oh man, the cage match in Tennessee, James
Yep.
Storm's hometown. I mean, Austin Aries, when Austin Aries beat him. That's another guy that was wasted in WWE. Austin Aries.
Yep. Yeah, put him in the Cruiserweight division on 205 Live, have him lose to Neville, and then they said, all right, when the DVD comes out, we're going to cut that match from there. That's the worst part about it. Just basically erase the match.
It was one of the best matches in that.
Yeah.
I remember it was one of the best matches, and it's a shame, too. That was back when the Cruiserweight division was actually legit, when you had guys like Austin Aries.
Yep.
And then after that, remember Enzo Amore?
Yeah, then that was pretty much it. Yeah.
I don't blame Pac. I don't blame Pac
for
leaving. Look at him since then. Gone on to AEW. I mean, look at the feud him and Kenny had.
Yeah.
The Iron Man match in
Kansas
City. Kansas City. That was awesome. But like I said, I'll tell you another guy that was way away. Ty Dillinger. Or should I say the chairman, Sean Spears.
Yep, Sean Spears, yep. I was going to say two guys actually, the top guys, Revival, now known as FTR. They were smart. They said, screw this. Once they had a chance to leave when their contract was up, they left. They're like, we're not sticking around, especially after what Vince wanted to do, making them into like a comedy act. They're like, nope, that's not us.
God. Dude, those guys, when you see those guys, they're basically Arn and Tully. And speaking of Tully, Tully's now their manager.
Yep, he's their manager. I know, yeah.
And he's also managing Sean Spears.
Yep. Well, yeah, they're talking about there might be another 4 horsemen at some point, and that's 3 of them. And maybe I think either Cody or Hangman's going to be in that group. The way they're making it look.
I think what they're doing, I think Hangman Page is going to join. Because here's the thing, you already know. Hangman Page has been saying for a while that he's a loner. He doesn't want to be part of the Elite. They finally kicked him out. Yeah. But technically speaking, he always distanced himself. Obviously, since last year, he distanced himself from the Elite. I mean, come on. He's been saying it from the beginning.
Yep.
I'm not in the Elite. I don't want to be part of the Elite.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point of kicking him out? I mean, he already said he's not part of it.
Yeah.
This is the Elite. Kenny and the Bucks.
Yep, exactly. Because even Cody's not even at the Elite anymore. He's now doing his own thing. Yeah.
Cody got his own faction with his brother, QT.
Yep.
I mean, heck, Allie now, Brandy. I mean, come on. He got his own faction.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. And also, Kenny's going back to being the cleaner. And just the way he walked out on Hangman after the match with FTR, it was awesome. That match was great. And he walked out, and I'll tell you another thing: the Bucks have basically turned heel. They became a lot more edgier, a lot more aggressive.
Yeah,
especially against Jurassic Express. After they got screwed by Hangman Page, they turned into heels. And same thing with Kenny. He said he's going back to being the cleaner. He said it's time to clean things up.
Yeah.
And I definitely see Hangman Page. And when I see Hangman Page, he reminds me of one of those Barry Windham, Stan Hansen, one of those old school Western.
I can see that. He has that vibe.
That's what I love about him. He gives me that old school vibe. That old John Wayne, that old kind of vibe. But yeah, I definitely see him. And you got FTR already to tag team champions.
Yep.
I'll tell you someone that needs to become TNT champion, and that's Sean Spears. You want to talk about another 4 horsemen, but this time Tully being J.J. Dillon. I think have Hangman be AEW champion. You already got FTR as tag champions. Sean Spears as TNT champion. But we're talking about guys that are doing well. That went from WWE to AEW. You want to talk about Luke Harper, Mr. Brody?
Oh yeah, that was definitely a change. And I love that he's doing a parody of Mr. McMahon because of how Vince would act. So now he's like taking that and making that into the Mr. Brody Lee character, and doing all the Vince McMahon mannerisms, smacking Evil Uno over the head with the paper on his head, telling him they can't do third-party apps like Twitch and Cameo. Like, man, it's awesome. I love it.
Don't forget the steak.
Yes, and then like one of them sneezed, and he told him to get the hell out of here. Yeah, I remember that.
Alex Reynolds,
Yeah.
the long-haired guy.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, the way he squashed Cody.
Yeah.
I mean, he beat him. He beat the hell
Yep.
out of Cody for that TNT
Yep.
championship. And he didn't just beat. I mean, I'll tell you another thing. Colt Cabana was part of that group.
Oh yeah, yeah. He is.
You know, he got smacked around too Sunday.
Mhm.
'Cause here's the thing: when they fought Cody's faction, like I said, Cody was there by his brother and
Yeah.
Scorpio Sky.
Yep.
Here's the thing: Colt Cabana had the opportunity to win that match. They
Mhm.
said he decided. Literally, Brody Lee literally gave him an opportunity to pin the guy, and he decided to go for a moonsault. And I forgot who was it that he tried on. Wasn't it Scorpio Sky that he tried it on?
I don't know. I didn't watch All Out. I was at work.
I watched it, but whoever it was, might have been Sky or whoever. Well, they got out of the ring. They ended up pinning Colt Cabana, and Brody Lee's face told it all. Like, I knew, I knew that Colt Cabana is about to get smacked. And sure enough, I mean, he got smacked all right. And you should have seen all them Dark Order members' faces, because he already had heat with Alex Reynolds and a couple other guys.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the reason why was because Brody Lee never smacked him. Up until that point, Brody Lee smacked them all, even Evil Uno.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Evil Uno. Yeah.
Hey, he choked Stu Grayson. I'll never forget. It was a tag team match. Or tag titles against Hangman and Kenny. They were so close winning them titles. And I'll never forget. After the match, he choked Stu Grayson, grabbed him by the throat. I said, "Oh my God!" It was crazy. I didn't expect that, because those guys were I didn't expect it, because they were like the main guys. Whenever I thought of Dark Order, up until Brody Lee, you thought about Evil Uno. Everyone thought that Evil Uno was the leader.
Yeah.
Like last year, I remember even when I went to South Haven, when they tried to recruit Christopher Daniels. I remember that.
Yeah.
Everyone thought, even at that show, everyone thought that everyone thought that Evil Uno was the leader.
Well, and also, yeah, I was gonna say, at one point they even thought that Matt Hardy could have been the leader of the group, because they did a promo where they had a mysterious voice and the guy said "wonderful," so that was kind of a hint at one point. It was like definitely a shock to me when they brought in Brody Lee. I was like, "Huh, didn't expect that." It's like, but hey, it works.
Think about it, Brody Lee, Luke Harper. He went from being the lackey of Bray Wyatt to now being the leader to now basically being the exalted one. So he's kind of like AEW's Bray Wyatt.
Exactly, and I feel like he'll be a future world champion in AEW at some point. It's gonna happen. Like WWE, they dropped the ball with them. Yeah, I mean TNT, that's because that's like their version of the Intercontinental title, basically, or the TV title. And it's like, yeah, it's definitely a stepping stone. I mean, because he just had that match with Moxley not too long ago, and he could have won it then. So I feel like at some point he will, before his career is over. I feel like he should. It would be a missed opportunity if he doesn't win it.
Oh, of course. Like I said, you want to talk about guys getting mistreated? Look at Zack Ryder.
Oh God, yeah, Matt Cardona, the former Zack Ryder, yep. Which man, in fact, and it's cool. And also, he and Brian Myers, they're both toy collectors. I listen to like the wrestling figure, major wrestling podcast every Friday. I have to have that on before I go to bed, because I like hear them talk about figures. And now that's good, because they're not with WWE, so they can talk about AEW figures now too.
Oh yes, I'll tell you something. What I loved about them, it's not just that, is the fact that they were edge heads too.
Yeah.
That's how.
Because
Major Brothers.
They pitched the idea too. They're the ones that, hey, we should be with Edge, be like his lackeys, they ran with it. And then they even mentioned how like they think a cool figure for ringside and Mattel would be like a figure where it has Edge's head and then two interswapable heads of Hoggins and Ryder, and they actually made it.
I remember that. They posted it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another thing. I mean, Z True Long Island Story. I was there through it all, man. I supported him when he
Same
first
here.
came into the company, won the tag titles, all the way to Edgehead, all the way to when they were burying him when he was in WWE ECW, and then where he cut
Then the
his
High
hair.
Brothers. Yeah, that was stupid.
Oh
Remember that?
God!
At least
Also,
even he admitted that was stupid. It's like it's better when him and Myers are together because at least they're legit friends. But he hated being Mojo Rawley.
oh, I know, and don't forget, don't Kurt Hawkins was with Tyler Rex.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it seemed like
And
Kurt Hawkins with a lot of people that ended up not staying at the company very long. Like Lance Archer, he at one point was also teamed up with Kurt Hawkins too.
speaking of Lance Archer, he won
Yeah.
the Casino
Yep.
Battle, and he's
Yep.
now going to be fighting John Moxley.
Yeah, that'll
For
be something. Yeah.
Did you see the way he flipped? Oh wait, you didn't watch. He flipped
No.
off like after the MJF match. MJF was bloody. I mean, he had some color.
Mhm.
I'll never forget. Like they beat the hell out of each other. After the
Yeah.
match, he flipped off Lance Archer. It was so funny.
Yeah.
It's still, I'm like, can I say something? I'm so used to him being Dean Ambrose.
Yeah,
It's
I
weird seeing
know.
him do all this stuff. It's like,
Yeah, he's
oh my
just more
God, am I seeing
serious. Yeah.
because
Not some
he talks
comedy
about all the time.
character. Yeah.
He talks about all the time. He became a joke. They basically turned him into a joke.
Exactly.
I remember I'll tell you when I really started taking him seriously. When he came, like when he made his debut at Double or Nothing, and then when especially the match at Firefest last year against Joey Janela and the Tax. Oh my God, that was when we really saw the hardcore side.
Yeah, we saw the real John Moxley because that's how he used to be when he was in CZW and the indie scene before WWE signed him, and then watered him down as a comedy character after the Shield split up.
I will admit one thing: even after the Shield split up, he did have some great matches.
I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, I loved him as Ambrose. I mean, yeah, I mean he was still great. I mean, it wasn't like he was a complete comedy character. But it's like still, they didn't really use him to his full potential, even when he was WWE champion. So he could really just eventually drop the belt to AJ Styles, which, hey, I'm not going to hate on Styles win the belt. That was cool. But still, they could have made him seem like more of a credible competitor against Styles instead of just being an afterthought who after that drifted like into the Intercontinental picture and then eventually just is there for a Shield reunion with Reigns and Rollins. And it's like, yeah. And then his heel turn, that was a failure.
Speaking of that heel turn, he was ahead of his time, especially when he came in with the mask.
Yeah.
Literally a year later.
Oh, God, yeah. And he even got a shot at one point, too.
Oh, yeah. That's why whenever I saw all this stuff, especially this year, that's the first thing I ever think about. Especially whenever I go to the store, when I see everyone with the mask and the shots, especially during flu season. I always think about Dean Ambrose, especially that last run last year. And I'm thinking, I was like, man, he was ahead of his time.
He predicted COVID. He knew something.
He did. He
Moxley is a smart guy. He knew what was going on a year before all this happened.
And now look at him. He's now the AEW champion. It's crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was a fan of his from the beginning. I remember.
Well, yeah, same here. Yeah.
I remember, like I said, the first time I saw him was obviously with the Shield, and
I
remember
same here.
The matches, even after Shield, the matches with heel Rollins, the Hell in a Cell. Oh man, and the matches.
Yeah, that was a hell of a feud. Yep.
Remember the street fight, the ambulance match?
Yep. Also, and then he had one bad match at Brock Lesnar where Brock Lesnar just killed him. That match could have been a lot better.
At WrestleMania, I remember.
Yeah.
Cactus Jack McFoley gave. I remember they
gave,
like the barbed wire, and they built it up, and then Brock Lesnar destroyed him.
Spared him. That's it.
Also, even after that, like when he went to SmackDown, I will never forget the TLC match him and AJ Styles had.
Yeah, and then Ellsworth James Ellsworth.
James Ellsworth.
Yeah.
He ruined that match. He ruined it, and I was so mad too. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
And I know it's all scripted and all that, but it's like, come
on. Yeah, that dude James Ellsworth, he's kind of a piece of shit in real life from what I've heard, talking to young girls and stuff.
Can I tell you something about James Ellsworth? One of my buddies in Tennessee actually met him. He goes, I told you about they're doing that show for Jerry Lawler in Jackson, Tennessee. That's where my buddy met him. Like I think he met him literally right after he got released from the WWE, and he told me that James Ellsworth was an asshole and that he was overcharging people at that show.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely tell.
He said not even Jerry Lawler charged people, and Jerry Lawler signs free autographs.
Really?
Jerry Lawler's
cool.
a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you got a
Wow.
jobber. That's basically what James Ellsworth was. He was Carmelo's line. I'll tell you one thing. There was one time where I wished I was James Ellsworth. You know what that was? Was when he was kissed by Carmella.
Oh yeah, Carmella's a hottie.
Other than that,
yeah.
I mean, come on, what happened with Corey Graves and his wife and all that? I thought Corey Graves did do his wife dirty like that.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. If you were going to end things, you should have just been a man about it and said,
exactly.
This time. But I thought what he did was bullcrap, and he's got kids. I mean, come on, Corey, he got kids.
Yeah, and you could say the same about Bray Wyatt too, how he did his wife, but
oh God, with JoJo.
I mean, I like Bray Wyatt, but that was kind of a little bit low for him. But I guess just when you're on the road and you see other women more than you see your own wife, I guess
I can understand.
It just depends on the person, I guess.
I'll tell you the best thing to do. If you're looking for love, why don't you just get with someone that's in the same field as you?
Exactly.
Look at Rusev and Lana. They work together.
Yep.
Look, boom.
Seth Rollins, Becky Lynch. Hell, Triple H and Stephanie, they got put together in a storyline. And yeah, of course, Triple H ended up cheating on Chyna, but hey, later on, they ended up getting Triple H and Stephanie got married real life.
They did. I'm going to be honest. When that whole situation, they screwed Chyna.
Yeah, they did.
I remember after that, Chyna's life went to a downward spiral.
Exactly. She got addicted to drugs, and that's what eventually ended her life because she overdosed because she was so depressed. Even trying to get with X-Pac, that didn't work.
Also, the movie she was doing, I'm not going to say.
Oh yeah, the One Night in China. Yeah.
Triple H actually mentioned it. Remember someone asked him on the Stone Cold podcast, like why Chyna isn't in the Hall of Fame, and he basically mentioned all those things. He said when kids search up Chyna, that's what they'll see. And guess what? Chyna's now in the Hall of Fame, even though she's not in by herself. Hey,
no, of course not. Yeah, of course.
Hey, at least she's a Hall of Famer.
Exactly.
Take it and people still complain. I'm like, guys, be grateful she's even in the Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
DX. Because
Chyna
was the pioneer. She contributed so much. She was the first woman to enter the Royal Rumble. She was also the first woman Intercontinental Champion. No one in history ever after signing, no one has ever done that.
And even the first woman, the first one to challenge for a World Heavyweight title. Yeah, she didn't win, but hey, she'll always have that accomplishment that she challenged Austin for the belt.
Also, she was in the King of the Ring too.
Yep. And Royal Rumble, yeah, and you mentioned that earlier. So King of the Ring, Royal Rumble, so yeah.
And I mean the feud with Jericho for the Intercontinental title.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Jarrett, and I mean, come on, she did so much for the business. Heck, even the early stuff with DX.
Oh yeah.
Rude. I mean, heck, she remember she was even part of the feud with the Undertaker. Shawn and Undertaker were feuding back in '97. But like I said, she was a huge part of wrestling. Also, Hunter Helmsley's. Like, when he won the King of Ring, it was because of Chyna.
Yep.
Chyna's interference. The same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Matches he had with The Rock and
I
mean, Mick Foley and I'm trying to think, Goldust. I remember when she...
Oh, dang, you dropped out, little dude.
Oh, yeah, dude. I think you dropped out, too.
Yeah, and I see I got a guest here. Hold on. Okay, it's just you. I'm making sure. All right, yeah. I guess we've been streaming now for 4 hours now, believe it or not.
Damn, man. Like I said, the first time we talking, boom, we're talking 4 hours.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, and then you think about Chyna being with Eddie Guerrero, I mean, that was something.
That was awesome. It's a shame, both left us way too soon.
Exactly.
I'm happy Vicky did find love again. At the same time, I feel really bad for her, what she went through,
Yeah.
I mean, I will say one thing. Vince may be a lot of things. At least he did help Vicky out. Because
Yeah.
here's the thing: Eddie Guerrero was the breadwinner. You got to think about it. Vicky was a
Yep.
stay-at-home mom. After
Yep.
Eddie's passing, you got to think about it. Now she's the breadwinner. Now she's got to take care of two
Yep.
daughters and put two daughters through college. And you know
Yep.
college ain't cheap.
Nope.
And so I will say one thing. Yeah, Vince blocked a lot of wrestlers from her podcast because she showed up to AEW. But you know what? At least during the difficult time of Eddie's passing, he was there for him.
Yeah.
At least he was there for him. And I mean, he did give her a job. Think about it, for many years, she employed him. He
Yeah.
employed him. I mean, come on. And I mean, he took good care of her. Look at the storyline. She was with Edge. She was a general manager. Feud with The
Yep.
Undertaker. Also, she managed Dolph Ziggler and Eric Escobar.
Yep.
I can't believe I actually remember him. But also Jack Swagger, and definitely
Yeah.
even towards the end with the feud with Stephanie, and it was crazy. And you know the way they had her exit with Eddie's theme playing out.
Yeah.
That was a little detail I loved, and you know it was awesome. You know, and
Oh
then
yeah.
she went to AEW. Now she's managing Nyla Rose, which is really
Yeah.
cool. So yeah, Vince blocked a lot of wrestlers from her podcast because again she showed up in AEW. So
Well,
what?
yeah, of
She was right
course.
there. And I understand like where Vince is coming from because again it's competition. But you know what? Vicky wasn't a sore loser about it. Vicky said, "You know what? At the end of it, you know what? He helped us out during a
Yep.
difficult time. That's why she was like, but you know what? I mean, look, at least she's now much happier. And
Yeah.
and guess what? She didn't just put her daughters through college. She put herself through it as well. She also went to college, got her degree, and now she's now married. So
Yep.
I think it's good. Like I said, and I watched Dark Side of the Ring, and it's still sad. I mean, I can only imagine how she's feeling after all these years, even after Eddie's passing.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
know, like I saw her tearing up, and then Chris Benoit passing away. You know, I know for a
Yeah.
fact it still hurt. I mean, like I said, Benoit was her friend. You know, her Nancy, Benoit and Nancy helped her out. You know, especially with Eddie's passing, and you know, I mean, Nancy was, and I watched the documentary. And Nancy actually got her out of bed and said, "You got to get up and take care of these kids,
Yep.
because if you don't, then who will? Then who else is going to take care of them?" But yeah, it's so sad. You know, when I saw the doc, especially back then, if you would have told me back in 2004 when Benoit and Eddie Guerrero were both holding up the world championships, if you would have told us what would have happened the next couple, like literally
Yeah.
next year with Eddie's passing and then Chris Benoit, I would have thought you were crazy. It's really sad too. It was like, especially Benoit's, to me,
Yeah.
it was just, it felt weird. At least with Eddie's, it actually felt like a celebration of his life. Even
Yeah.
before it became clear what happened, I remember tuning in, and I had my Benoit action figure, and I'll never forget, man. It was like, it just felt weird. Even for a 7-year-old, I knew something was up. I was
And
like,
yeah, I was also coincident because remember, Mythic Man had faked his own death 2 weeks earlier, so that's what
oh
made it even
yeah,
weirder.
yeah, it was weird. I remember when I saw him, I'll never forget, in that empty
Yeah.
arena in
Yeah, because
Corpus
he was supposed to
Christi.
be and do like a tribute show to Mythic Man, and instead it ends up becoming a legit tribute show for Benoit.
It was crazy, man. Like I
Yeah.
said, he faked his own, and then,
Yep.
like I said, I remember he was supposed to wrestle Punk, you know, for
Yep.
the ECW title. He was supposed to win, and
Yep.
it's so sad. But I'll tell you nothing. Eddie Guerrero's death was even more sadder.
Oh
Because
yeah.
Eddie was supposed to win the world title. A lot of
Yep.
people don't realize it was a
Yep.
triple threat match
I remember
against
that.
Randy and Batista. And you know, Vicky, you know how the world found out about that was in the tribute show when Stephanie McMahon was talking about him, and Eddie told her, "I will become the world champion again."
Yep.
And sad he never did. You know, and she mentioned
Yeah.
2004 when he, you know, the year before, you know, when he won the title in San Francisco.
Yep.
And it's crazy to think, you know, it's sad that he never got to
Yeah, I
hold the
know.
world title again.
Yeah, that first title reign, man. I mean, how it ended pretty short, you know, and he could have had another one, because he had like that redemption story, how he was, doing drugs, got fired from WWE, and then cheated on Vicky, and it took him a while to kind of, get to that point where he's finally got his career back in order, got his marriage,
And then he's gone.
back to being normal and got clean, and just for him to later on, pass away, and a year later after his
You know what the coincidence is? You know how he passed away in Minneapolis? That's
Mhm.
also the same place where he got fired.
Yep, I heard that.
Tell me if that ain't a coincidence. The same place that he got
Yeah,
fired.
I know, it's eerie. And also,
Eerie.
yeah, and then there's times I'll go back and I'll watch No Way Out 2004, and when I hear Brock Lesnar say "Die Eddie Die," and then you think that Brock Lesnar is from Minneapolis, or that's what he's built for. It's like, wow, that's eerie when I hear that. I'm like, Brock, man.
I don't understand. What is Minneapolis' problem with the Eddie Guerrero?
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's I don't know.
It's crazy. It's one of those things you just can't say. It's like I remember all that stuff. And, it just felt weird, and it's a shame that and people always compare Eddie. Like every time you see like a Latino superstar, but I'll tell you the closest person I see to Eddie, if you ask me, would be Angel Garza. Just the look of him, to me, he reminds me more of Eddie compared to someone like Sammy Guevara. They always compare him to Eddie. I love Sammy Guevara, but I just don't see it.
No.
I don't see him being the Eddie. Same thing. They said the same thing about Humberto Carrillo. They said the same thing about any other Hispanic wrestler. I'm trying to think who else. Again, there's so many of them they said about.
Yeah.
I'm like Alberto Del Rio.
Yeah, Del Rio. It's like Del Rio is more like JBL in a way than Eddie.
He's like the Hispanic version of JBL.
Yeah, because you can't compare a wrestler because of their ethnicity,
That's basically how they compare them.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though I wasn't a wrestler, even my own family thinks I look like the Great Khali. I don't see it.
I was gonna say no.
Even when I was in elementary school, back when this was when Khali was world champion.
Mm-hmm.
This is 07. Even in middle school, even in high school, you get the picture. All throughout school, I was called the Great Khali.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, are you kidding me? Do I look like an over 7 foot tall giant? Do I look like a 7 foot tall giant? I'm just saying. We look nothing alike.
No.
But hey, it is what it is. It's because of my ethnicity.
Yep.
It's because I'm Indian. That's why.
Yep.
Heck, I've even been called gender.
Oh well.
Now I'll take Jinder Mahal as a compliment.
Yeah.
With the beard and long hair, I do look like him. But it's like Great Khali. I'm like, dude, I'm not 7 foot tall.
No.
Like I said, I like the Great Khali. I'm wrong. I liked him before they turned him into a joke.
Yeah. Because when he was a monster, yeah.
Cesaro beat him. Everyone beat him. It was crazy. The same company that had Hornswoggle beat the world's strongest man, Mark Henry.
Oh God,
I'm just saying. And the same company that had Hornswoggle win the cruiserweight title.
Oh yeah.
They buried that cruiserweight. You want to talk about burying?
Yep.
They buried Eddie. Basically, when they buried the cruiserweight division, they buried Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, all those wrestlers.
Chris Jericho,
Chris Jericho, Dean Malenko, they buried him.
Yep.
Moving to Guerrero, they buried them all, man.
Yeah, because that was the workhorse belt in WCW. And yet, when it came to WWE, it's like, oh, just another property, of ours that we just aren't going to care about.
Even today, at one point, they were bringing Prestige back into it, and then they slowly buried it.
Oh, yeah. Like 205 Live, yeah. It was never seen as a serious show. Even when they had the Cruiserweights on Raw, they were seen as an afterthought.
Oh, yeah. You're not wrong there. That's basically what they were considered. They were considered afterthoughts. And it's a shame, too, because, they had Neville, and they had, Noam Dar was really good. They had Tony Nese, Cedric Alexander, Mustafa Ali. They had Gentleman Jack Gallagher. I mean,
Yep.
Drew Gulak. Heck,
Yep.
let me tell you something. They even made Drew Gulak into a joke. It literally wasn't until
Mhm.
Drake Maverick last year took over, and it's a
Yep.
shame that when 205 Live was finally getting good with Drake Maverick as GM, the 24/7 title came along. And instead
Yeah.
of being more of a GM, he became a competitor, chasing the 24/7 title. I'll say one
Yeah.
thing: that street fight he had with Mike Kanellis, that was the only time I really took Drake Maverick serious.
Mm.
That was a brutal street fight.
Yeah. And then, of course, WWE decided, oh, hey, we're going to fire people, but we still have Drake Maverick in a tournament. And then after being in a tournament, losing his last match, oh, hey, we're going to rehire him, but not rehire everybody else. Like, that made no sense.
I think the reason they fired him was more for storyline purposes. A lot
Yeah,
of the reason they brought him
exactly.
back in the tournament. Like they were basically just poking fun at everyone they released. I'm like, guys,
Yeah.
we got a pandemic going on, global pandemic, and you're letting go of these guys. Like, what are these guys gonna do? But luckily,
Yeah.
most of these guys jumped back up and went to AEW or NWA or whatever, or some of them just retired and came back later on and trolled them, like Rusev just did. Hey, I'm happy
Oh,
for
yeah.
him.
Oh, yeah.
And speaking of Rusev, a lot of people gave Vince another reason they gave him shit was because they kept Lana and they fired Rusev and
Yeah.
they said Lana can, and I agree too. But at the end of the day, it's like, what else can you do? It's Vince McMahon. He's lost
Yep.
touch with reality. He needs to step
Yep.
down.
Oh, yeah. He's a 75-year-old senile old man.
No doubt about it. It's crazy. 75 years old, and he still acts like he's 20 years old.
Yep.
There was even a video of him jumping off of how they did the thing where Gronkowski jumped off at WrestleMania 20 and landed on
Uh-huh.
everybody during the point. Vince McMahon even did it. He was,
Yeah.
Vince McMahon's one of those guys. He's like, I'm not gonna have you. I'm gonna try. Before, like, I gotta get my words out. He's one of those guys. He does it before he has anyone else do it. That's
Mm-hmm.
basically what I mean. He said he
Yeah.
won't let anyone try it before. It's basically what I'm hitting at. And it's true though. I mean, the way he jumped on, I'm like, dude, he's 75 years old and he's jumping off of balconies.
Yeah. Yeah, and he definitely don't look as big as he used to be. I mean, he looks like he's more frail nowadays than how he looked 20 years ago when he looked more jacked up.
I'm gonna tell you something. My 72-year-old grandma looks better than him. And last year, my grandmother, especially, she came back at this time. If you saw my grandma last year, she looks like a ghost. Now this year,
Hmm.
my grandma's in great shape, and she
Hmm.
works around the garden. She walks around a lot. She exercises, and I mean, she works hard. She moves better than a lot of 20-year-olds.
Wow.
I'm just saying. Same thing with my grandpa. My grandpa, my mom's dad. He's
Mm-hmm.
82, and he's still in. I mean, like I said, he's gotten a bit weaker. Obviously, 82, but he's in
Well,
better
yeah, of
shape than
course.
Vince. Even he says it whenever he sees Vince McMahon in wrestling. This is what he said. He says, "Son, when I grew up, you had world champions like Luthez, like the
Yep.
real world champions, and not these wrestlers today." My grandpa said, even at 82 years old, he could whoop some of these wrestlers.
Yeah.
Think about it. Coming from an 82-year-old man, 82-year-old
Yeah.
senior citizen. Like I said, my grandpa, he watched wrestling when it was real wrestling. When
Oh, yeah.
like I said, he talked about like Luthez. I mean, he
Oh,
was a
yeah.
world champion, man. Buddy Rogers,
Yep.
the real Nature Boy, the
Yep. Oh,
original
yeah. Oh, yeah, I know.
before, yeah, before Ric Flair.
Oh,
It's
yeah, I know.
crazy. Yep. He like I said, Grandpa he talks about the old wrestling. Like he
Yep.
still watches AEW, but like he'll watch WWE occasionally. But even
Mm-hmm.
he talks about how fake it is.
Oh, yeah.
Like WWE, like it's like it's crazy. This is what my grandpa told me. The commentary is so bad, he actually mutes it.
I don't blame him.
True. But like when it comes to AEW, he loved it too, especially when Brandy fell down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, but yeah, he loved it. I gotta watch it with him sometimes, but yeah, I forgot to tell him when we went to the AEW show. I haven't been able to talk to him as much. He's not able to get out, since he's 82. But I definitely got to show him the
Mm-hmm.
videos. He'll definitely like that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Oh yeah, but he like I said, he really loved like my grandpa. He loved the Ruthless Aggression era. He actually
Mm-hmm.
liked Booker T.
Hmm.
He liked like back then. He used to buy me a lot of the action figures. Like my mom would say no, my grandpa would literally say one, and he would buy me a bunch of action figures.
Wow.
And I'll tell you something. He loved more than the figures. You know how back in the Ruthless, like during the Jax figure, in the back, like it had pictures of all the other, and he
Mm-hmm.
would literally read them out loud, like every wrestler in the series. He would say Booker T, Johns. He would announce them too, and that's something I really liked. Like he
Wow.
actually one time bought me a Vince McMahon action figure. It was jacked up Vince, and
Yeah.
it's crazy. Like Vince McMahon, like my grandpa was only older than him by a couple of years, and he, like I said, he talks about Vince McMahon too. He actually got to see young Vince McMahon on TV,
Mm-hmm.
and he told me he's like it's crazy seeing him jacked up because
Oh
back
yeah.
then he was so skinny. Same thing with like Howard Finkel too. Howard Finkel, you forget Howard Finkel in the beginning. He was real skinny, and then when you
Yeah.
saw him in like Legends House, it's like it's hard to recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame, he. Speaking of 2020 sucking, I mean, another thing that sucked about 2020, the
Yeah.
greatest ring announcer died.
I know. I remember that.
I think the closest thing in this era, to me, one right now, the greatest announcer in WWE. I mean, not WWE, in wrestling in general. Even though he announced in WWE, now in AEW. I'm talking about Justin Roberts.
Yeah.
Yep, I keep forgetting. WWE basically turned him into a joke, and
Yeah.
it's sad. They didn't like. They told him to tone it down, especially with like the Lucha Libre, like Rey Mysterio and all that. Like they actually told him to tone it down. And in AEW, they told him, they said just go out there and have fun. And you could tell he loved it. You could
Yeah.
tell he's actually happy to be there, especially when he announces Cody Rhodes. He's like the American Nightmare. But I'll tell you my favorite wrestler he announces, Jan.
Oh yeah.
I love
Yeah.
him.
Yep.
Or I mean, there's I just love it. I just love his announcing. But but those fans in South Haven, they got on him. They're like, shut up, Roberts. And if like I said, if you hear like the videos, like you know what I'm talking about. You watched them. You could hear like I forgot one of the matches. You can actually hear it clearly. He said, "There's 5 minutes left, 10 minutes, or whatever the minute was." And one guy was like, "Shut up, Roberts." I'm like, dude, he's doing this job.
Yeah.
And plus, I mean, it's televised. Everything's on a time limit. I mean, there's a reason
Yeah.
why I mean, you got to think about it. It's not just you watching it live; it's the entire world.
Yep.
So the entire world is watching you, is listening to you acting like a jackass.
Yep. Exactly.
It's crazy. It ain't just people in South Haven, Mississippi, looking at you live. It's the
Yep.
entire world, all over the United States, whether
Yep.
it's New York, California. I mean, the whole world looking at you.
Exactly.
I mean, heck, a lot of celebrities are looking at you too, famous people that watch the product. And that's just how fans are, man. It's like
Oh yeah.
they don't just ruin them for them. They ruin it for everyone.
Exactly. They make the rest of us look bad.
Oh yeah, like I said, when I'm at a wrestling show, like I said, I'm respectful. I really I yell like for obviously
Yep.
but I try, but I'm within my limits.
Yeah.
I don't go crazy. But these other people, like
Yeah.
especially the one that blocked the views with the sign, I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah. I hate that.
Stuff like that. Like you were telling me, you went to a live show, and they were like Roman or something like that. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely go back to an AEW show, but it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna have to tone these people down. I just gotta listen because they just ruined the show for everybody, man. And I'll tell you another
Yeah.
thing. You know, they would actually talk about some WWE wrestlers. Like when I was in the crowd, they were mentioning like they would like literally when they would yell at the rest, someone would yell like at WWE slur at them too. They were like, the WWE is better than y'all. Well, if the WWE is
Wow.
better than AEW, then why are you at an AEW event?
Exactly. Because AEW, they don't really care because if you went to a WWE show and yelled AEW is better, security's gonna find you and they're kicking you out.
Oh, you know
Because you're
that.
not allowed to wear like anything that's not WWE related unless it's like, something random. But if you're coming and wearing like something supporting AEW, oh, you're gone. They're gonna tell you to take it off and put on a WWE shirt or get out of here. We don't care. We're not even giving you your money back. You're not allowed. No AEW signs, nothing like that. At least AEW's like, screw it. Do what you want.
Hey, that's
Just be
good for them.
respectful, obviously.
I mean, look at WCW. If you think this about WCW, was like Vince Fear's WCW.
Yeah.
That's the famous signs. Well, since we're talking about that, um, code of conduct. Like before the
Mm-hmm.
show, Justin Roberts read us like the code of conduct. And
Yeah.
it's sad that they had to read that to a bunch of adults.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That were acting like 5-year-old children. Like when I'm at a wrestling show, he was like, I'm respectful.
Yep.
Like I said, I just come to watch. I just
Yeah.
paid to watch the show, not to act
Yep.
a fool in front of a bunch of basically in a live television show. That's just how people are. They act a fool,
Yep.
man. And guess what happens? They're banned.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we got a viewer. We got JD State 6009. Like, hey Jim, if you want to join real quick, join in the conversation. You're more than likely to. You can. I got the link right there for you, buddy. If you want to.
Yep. Like I said, you'll have fun, man. We've been talking for 4 hours.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I will have to wrap it up here soon, but if anybody else wants to jump in before eventually, I do cut it off. Hey, jump in now while you have the chance.
Oh yeah, of course, man. Like I said, it was a great. Like I said, this is probably one of the best calls I've ever done, and the longest.
Oh yeah,
I've never done
definitely.
a 4-hour, man.
Dude.
Usually, I do like an hour or two, and I'm gone.
Yeah. Okay. JD Stacey M says, I can soon. Let me clean my room so I'm not so cluttered. All right, dude. Well, if you can, cool. Just eventually I'll have to charge my phone, and the bad thing about my phone is I got my earbuds in, and new phones don't have headphone jacks, so I would have to take my earbuds out and eventually put a charger in. That's the only downside.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like seriously, that's the dumbest thing ever about phones. Like why?
Dude,
Like why take the earbud jack out? Yep, there's the notification on my phone telling me I got 15%. So, but I like how my earbuds are actually giving me better audio because when I was doing my stream earlier, the audio didn't sound as good. Like I sound like I can hear myself a lot better.
Yeah.
Let me take it out for a moment.
Like I said, since I'm talking to you, I had to put my phone in charge too.
Yeah, because if I take the earbuds out, yeah, you may not be able to hear me too well. You can also hear me a little bit, but
I can
the audio probably. Yeah, that's a little.
Here's the thing: I don't really wear that much earbuds. Like I have Beats. The only time on the wireless, but really the only time I wear them is when I'm at the gym.
Yeah.
I don't like to wear them when I'm at the house. I don't like to wear that much headphones. I just, like I said, even at night when I'm on my phone, I just, I just turn my volume up and listen. Well, not too high, but just I don't want to wake anybody.
Yeah, I feel you, dude. Yep. Yeah, because I'm about to go put my phone on charger here in a moment. That means I'll have to go to my office, so I'm about to probably do that.
Oh, you got your own office?
Yeah, well, because I live by myself, so yeah, I have my own place.
Dude, I got my own office too. My mom got me my own little. It's basically just a little table, and I got my laptop in.
Oh, cool.
I got a little leather desk, so I felt like I'm basically like the poor Vince McMahon. I'm like the
All right.
Dollar General Vince McMahon.
Yeah. All right. So it's gonna be a little dark in here, so I gotta eventually turn the light on. I'm in the office now.
Like I said, I like the StreamYard thing. The one downside about it is you can't switch the camera.
I know. I hate that. At least with the YouTube one, you could.
You know the one, and that is a shame too, especially when I was showing you my wrestling shirts. Because I was,
Mhm.
I tried, but I was like, man, I guess you can't switch. Because every time I click the cam, obviously this happens. So it's
Yep.
I
Yep.
was like, you know what? That's why I had to show it like that. It just felt weird.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, what is
Exactly.
John showing? I'm like, look,
Yeah.
I'm trying to show a wrestling shirt.
Yep. Yeah. So let me go grab my charger. It's in my bedroom. I'll be right back. All right. Plug that in. There we go. Now the stream
Man.
don't have to die before I'm ready to end it officially, but I'm not getting it yet. But yeah.
My friend.
All right.
4 hours.
Now let me go grab my drink real quick too, so I can have that with me.
ना तो मैं एक famous friend है दुनिया का कोई stream करता है famous है stream YouTube.
Okay. I have returned.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking to my mom for a bit.
I figured you were talking to somebody.
Yeah, I was telling her. She was like, "Oh my god," because I'm usually not in the call for this long. I was like, you know what? I was like, screw it. This is the first time. Usually I do like 2 hours. I was like, you know what? This is the first time me and John have ever talked this long. For God's sake.
Yeah. Well, and also it's good for me because if I were to do this stream by myself without anybody, I'd be done. My voice would be out of it. This would be all the way gone already. Like this would already be empty.
I know, man. Like I said, man,
Yeah.
you would have been the only one. It would have been funny too. If like, dang, John, you want to talk about feeling weird? I've actually tried doing live a couple times.
Yeah.
I remember, like, you know what? There's literally nobody there. And
exactly. I did. Yeah. I was gonna say I did a stream on Sunday actually that actually went 4 hours, which thankfully I had people join me, like Josh. He was in the live chat and had a few other people join me. But it's like it was a lot for my voice though, because I have to make sure to reply to comments and be able to say what's on my mind, and then eventually on some streams like where everybody will go off and I'll be waiting for an hour to see if I can talk. Like I can only take so much. Like all right, I'm done. I'm gonna end it. So at least having like another person here actually makes it where I can still talk, but I also have other people to talk here with me. It's been cool.
Oh yeah, like I said, I'll definitely join if I'm not doing anything. Hey, if you're doing streams like this, and like I say, if it's not one of those regular like typing streams, I will definitely join.
Hey, yeah, I'll say this is much better. Yep, quality's better. I've been watching it back on the replay, and it's like, well, it's not perfect quality because my phone. I think it's better than what YouTube puts out. Because YouTube, and I was telling like somebody earlier, make my voice sound like I'm auto-tuned or something when it'll lag. That's terrible. I hate that.
Oh yeah, like I said, it's good being on here. You want to talk about YouTubers helping YouTubers. Hey, I love it. I love coming on here and talking to wrestling fans. And like I said, it's great. I've actually got like some new subscribers right now. I got like 10 subscribers, and my views have been going up too. Like I said, I'm not really out here I really don't care about the views. I just like making wrestling videos, man. That's the thing I love about it. And like I said, I've actually been getting some likes and some comments too. So it's always been nice. I always wondered who likes it. That's the thing about YouTube. You don't know who's liking your videos. So it's like, man, I always wondered. I was like, man, who's liking my videos?
Yeah.
But hey, I'm happy
Oh, yeah.
too. I'll
Yeah.
tell you the AEW. I'll tell you the most views I ever got. There was literally the Eddie Gilbert tribute shows. Even more than the Macho Man was Eddie Gilbert. Like, it's crazy. Eddie Gilbert. But hey, you know what? He's a legend, especially around here in Memphis wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
plus, he was the reason that Paul Heyman actually got into ECW.
Hmm.
A lot of people
Yeah.
don't realize that. Yep. And plus, he was with
Yeah.
Missy Hyatt, the
Yeah.
original Sonny. Before Sonny, you had Missy Hyatt.
Yep.
Yeah. At least,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, it's a shame what happened to Sonny. We talked about China's problems. It's a shame what
Oh,
happened to
God.
China.
Yeah, Sonny, I used to have a crush on her back in like '98. She was such a hottie, and now you see her today, and she looks like trailer trash.
Oh, God.
You know,
I've seen trailer trash better than her. It's
exactly.
so sad. And I'll tell you another thing. But here's the thing. What she put Chris Candido through, that tells you right there Chris Candido was a real man. The fact
Yeah.
that you know, they were high school sweethearts. It's so sad.
Yep.
Even after his passing, like, it's you could tell she never really cared about him. Like,
Yeah.
even in ECW when they were together, like, during promo, she would flirt with announcers. Heck, the affair she had with Shawn Michaels. Shawn
Yeah, I've
Michaels
heard
and
about
Bret
that.
Hart had sunny days. The only one who had sunny days was Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
I mean, the way she just did him, she literally slept with half of the locker room. Literally
Oh,
half
yeah.
the locker. I mean, and I felt, and the fact is that Chris Candido put up with it, that tells you something. You could
Yep.
tell he loved her, because if it was someone else, like, if she would have did that to me, her ass would have been out.
Oh, yeah.
The
Oh,
first
yeah. I
time she would
wouldn't.
have been.
Yep.
But you
I
know
wouldn't
what,
have
Chris
put her
Candido.
either.
But you know
Yeah.
what, Chris Candido earned my respect, and I'll say one thing: there's three things that's even going to happen. Like I said, Sonny's in jail.
Mm-hmm.
If the way Sonny's going, she's going to be dead. She's going to end up. But I don't know how. What I don't understand, I don't know how she's still around.
Dude,
Like,
it's kind of like the same with me and a family member, because tomorrow I got some stuff I got to deal with that I wonder how this person, I'm not going to mention them on here, it's a sibling of mine, but you've probably heard stuff I've talked about in the past.
oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like I finally
it's
had to put an end to this, put no trespassing order against this person, and now I'm going to court for, to go testify against them. That's the most I can really tell everybody here. But hopefully it'll work out. I mean, just
I
get
hope
it done
so,
with, get this person to clean their act up, especially for their kids.
Oh yeah, like I said, I understand. Like I said, we've went through that stuff. You know, I'm not gonna put anyone's name out, but yeah,
Yeah,
I know what you're going. I see it all the time in the motel business. And like I said, the reason why I'm saying that, I hope Sunny gets her act, like I said, clean, because
yeah,
I know, like I said, it's rough, man. But you gotta want to get the help. You know, no one.
exactly.
I mean, we can tell her all we want, but at the end of the day, the only
Yep,
person that can really help her is herself. And it's really it's basically what it is. It's a mental chess game. It's a mental chess
exactly.
game. So, but like I said, if Shawn Michaels can make it through it, I mean, think about it. Shawn Michaels at one point was heavily into drugs. Look at him. He's now a born again Christian.
Both him and Sting too.
And
In
Sting,
fact, they made a
oh,
movie about that Sting moment of truth. I have that.
oh
It talks
yeah,
about his journey from like dealing with being on the road, drinking, abusing painkillers, and finally one day he said, "Jesus, I can't take this anymore. Take me. I want to. I want to. Be blessed by you. Just I want to be. Relieved of these demons." And he did that, and I can respect it for it. I mean, I'm not the most religious person, but I get
oh
what he
of
was
course,
going through. It was tough for him, especially when he was at one point almost close to leaving his wife, or his wife leaving him, before he had to finally accept Jesus into his life to, get past all these things.
yep. And they actually ended up getting divorced, and I actually have his new wife on Facebook a while
Yeah,
back. I sent her a request, and surprisingly, she actually added me back. But it's
cool.
so good seeing Christian. It's so good seeing Sting, become a born again Christian. Same thing with
Yeah,
Eddie Guerrero too. Eddie
yep,
Guerrero, we talked about. Shawn Michaels. That's another thing. Most people in that tribute show of Eddie's, they were talking
yeah,
about Eddie
I remember
the
that.
wrestler. Eddie.
Yeah.
Shawn Michaels was literally the only one in that tribute show that talked about Eddie the Christian, Eddie the
Yep, I
born
remember
again.
that.
And he basically said Eddie was his brother through Christ. And that's something I
Mm-hmm.
really love too. You know,
Yeah.
even as a 5-year-old, I thought that was cool. How literally, like guys like Benoit, guys like Dean Ambrose, guys like Dean Malenko, they were all talking about Eddie, Eddie's road life. You know, the
Yeah.
drugs that Shawn Michaels. Obviously, they never wrestled. You know, they were actually
Yeah.
going to, but Eddie passed. But obviously,
Yeah.
they knew each other through Christ. They became
Mm-hmm.
brothers. They both think about it. They both went through the same crap.
Yep.
They were both heavily into drugs, and don't forget they were both perfectionists. They both
Mm-hmm.
worked their asses off for the fans. I mean, look at Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart, WrestleMania 12, one of the greatest matches. Look at Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio, Halloween Havoc '97. I mean,
Yep.
come on. You want to talk about perfectionists? They busted their asses. They stole the show every night, and that's what's missing nowadays, man. I feel like that
Yeah.
passion is gone. That's something I love about AEW. You could tell the wrestlers actually want to be there.
Mm-hmm. Or even like NWA. When I was watching NWA Power, Eli Drake cut one of the best promos talking about how he was passionate about it, how that everybody wanted to be here. Like, and it was like one of the best promos ever. Like, I was like, man, you can tell when you let a wrestler speak from the heart, not from scripts, and you see that's the realism. And that's why
Oh yeah.
AEW, NWA, Ring of Honor, even now Impact's starting to show a little more of that too. Like, WWE, nope, just write
Kurt
scripts.
Hawkins.
Yeah.
You know, that's another thing. We're talking about promos. I mentioned earlier the Cody Rhodes TNT Championship when he had those open challenges. I
Mm-hmm.
remember Eddie Kingston coming out
Yep.
and the promo he cut.
Yep.
You knew it was real just by
Oh yeah.
looking at Eddie Kingston. You got to think about
Oh
it. He's
yeah.
a New Yorker, so everything he said is true, because
Mm-hmm.
New York is known for that stuff. As
Yeah.
someone who's been there, like I know where Eddie's coming from. It's rough
Mm-hmm.
over there. Like I said, it's rough. It's basically rough everywhere, especially the
That's rough.
big
Yeah,
cities
dude. You're not kidding.
like Michigan. Oh, I
Oh
was in
god, Detroit. Yeah. Detroit's
Detroit.
like, yeah, it's like a cesspool there. Like the fact that it's even considered a city with the amount of poverty and crime and so much other shit going on in Detroit.
Memphis too. Also
Yep.
Memphis, Tennessee. And I actually
Mm-hmm.
don't live. Like I said, I don't live that far from Memphis.
Yeah.
And it's rough. I mean,
Oh yeah.
the poverty. People talk about Detroit. Memphis is just as bad. And plus, the
Mm-hmm.
South is already known for being poverty, especially Mississippi.
Yep.
And I keep mentioning it. Mississippi is labeled the poor state, even in the
Mm-hmm.
South. Even people here in Georgia, Alabama. Even Alabama people give us crap,
Yeah.
and they're known for going
Jeez.
to prom with their cousins.
What? Yeah.
I'm not like I said.
No, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they're giving us crap.
Dude, everybody's gonna get crap. Like my state gets a lot of crap for being boring because there's not much to do here in Kansas.
Oh yes, like I said, you're from the boring state, and I'm from
Yeah.
the poor state.
Yeah.
I hear it all the time too. It's like,
Yeah.
man, Mississippi the poor. I'm like, well, but you know what? Yeah, we may be the poor state, but you know what? We've produced some of the greatest football players that have helped put some of these big
Hey,
cities on the
Kansas,
map.
we got Barry Sanders, probably one of the greatest running backs ever.
We got Walter
I'll
Payton,
tell
the
you.
greatest running back.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep. Yep.
also,
Definitely. Yep.
also Brett Favre, one of the greatest
Yeah.
quarterbacks, and I
Mm-hmm.
mean Archie Manning,
Yeah.
Peyton Manning's father, Peyton and Eli Manning's father. Also, I mean,
Yep.
there's so many. Jerry Rice, the greatest wide receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. We produced some of the greatest football players, and yeah, Barry Sanders. A lot of people around. Heck, even here in Ripley, Mississippi, there's a lot of people that love Barry Sanders.
Yep. And he's
One of
somebody
my
who didn't do it for money either. He just played for a while, then he retired and said, "I'm good. I don't care about the endorsements." And he did it if I didn't win a championship. He could have stayed and tried to win a Super Bowl because he could have if he had the right team, But he didn't care. He's like, "Nope, I'm just gonna play for a while and then just be done with it."
it was kind of like Pat Tillman. Pat Tillman wasn't there for that long. Remember, he played for the Arizona Cardinals,
Yeah,
and then
but then
he
9/11
went to go fight
happened.
for our country.
Yep, that was more important to him than winning a ring.
And I
And yes,
agree with him.
he died in action, but you know what? He died because he wanted to protect us.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he died in a friendly fire.
Yeah, he did. I believe so. But still, the fact that he went out there and put his life on the
Oh
line,
yeah.
that was more important than being on the gridiron trying to make money and win titles and all that.
And it's sad too. I'm happy. I mean, think about it, he died a hero. It's so sad too, because he had a wife too, and she
Yeah.
ended up, getting remarried, and she's actually now got kids too. But it's so
Mm-hmm.
sad. I mean, they actually did a football life on Pat, Pat Tillman. They talked about it,
Yeah.
and even like, especially at the end of the documentary, and she talked about how she ended up getting remarried, and she, like I said, she still thinks about Pat, but she's got kids. At the same time, I mean, I know it's still her, but you got to think about it. At least he's in a better place now.
Yeah, definitely.
And plus, I mean, he's a hero.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. He fought for our country. Here's a
Oh
guy
yeah.
that was making millions of dollars in the NFL that left
Mm-hmm.
it. I mean, you want to talk about not caring about a ring? Talk about Barry Sanders. I mean, this guy went to fight for our country.
Yeah, exactly. I do agree with
Yes,
you.
I mean, he gave up on millions. Even to
Yeah.
this day, even when people were talking about what happened with Colin Kaepernick, there's people
Oh
that
God.
bring up,
Yeah.
Pat Tillman. And it's the truth, especially, even to this day, NFL, whenever there's like a Memorial Day, they will always post a picture of Pat Tillman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, you don't have to be a Arizona Cardinals fan, but I mean, come
Exactly.
on. He fought for our country, no matter if you're a
Exactly.
Cardinals fan or not.
Yep.
Yeah, he was an
Hey.
Arizona Cardinal, but you
Hey,
know what? He
nothing
went
but
to fight.
respect for me.
Like I said, he fought for our country, and you know what? He died.
Yep.
Like I said, and he's not the only one. There's so many other people, sadly, that the world don't know that have lost their
Oh yeah.
lives fighting
Oh
for our
yeah.
country.
Oh yeah.
So some of these idiots can run around. Ugh.
Yeah.
You know what I tell these idiots, especially at the wrestling show. I tell them I can't tell you how many poor souls died fighting for your stupid ass's freedom, for your stupid. I'm just I mean I'm sorry, like I'm not worried, but it's like I can't tell you how many poor people
Yep.
lost their lives fighting for your rights,
Yep.
and you sitting here acting like an idiot. I tell these people, you need to be ashamed of yourself.
Yep.
Cause I'm just saying these people, they're dying, they're putting their lives on the line, and then they come back and they're getting treated like crap.
Exactly.
And I see these ads all the time. I'm like, help these troops, man. I'm not saying to give them $1 million, but help them out.
Yeah.
God's sakes, give them a hot meal, do something, give them some money.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, these people sacrifice. These people gave you the ultimate sacrifice. Don't forget, these people come here. I'm
Yep.
talking about I'm talking about. They lost their limbs. They come back with no arms, no legs. I mean, think about it. Their arms and legs have been amputated.
That, or if they haven't lost a limb, their mentality's not the same. They all develop
Mentality.
PTSD.
Oh yeah.
Because they could still come back in one piece, but they will never be the same emotionally. One bad noise, they're gonna freak out like they're in the war. Like it's like
Yeah.
they're never the same.
Yeah. Actually, like my dad told me about that once. He told me like when he actually came to this country, I think they were going to war. I can't remember. It was a big war. I forgot what it was. I think it was either in the 70s or the 80s. I can't remember. But my dad told me he was drafted. But
Mm-hmm.
when they did the physical, he couldn't fight because I guess
Mm-hmm.
he had some health conditions too. My dad said he would have. My dad said he would have been one of the soldiers, but
Yeah.
because of his health conditions, believe it or not, people don't realize they check before they send you to war. They actually check that, like the medical, like Go check and see. Even if you have diabetes or whatever case,
Yeah.
go check.
Oh yeah.
And my dad's got diabetes, and he's
Yeah.
got high blood pressure, so he couldn't fight.
Yeah.
Or he would.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
my dad told me. I told my dad, I was like, if he was a vet right now, we would be getting we would be getting a discount. He was like, I know, son. I told my dad. Plus, he would be considered a hero. And I'll tell
Yeah.
those people, if my dad would have fought, I would have told those people, laugh at my dad now, because
Yeah.
he almost lost his life for your freedom.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like I said, but I love my country, man. I try to. I'm pretty patriotic.
Mm-hmm.
But this year I was so mad. I actually decided, like,
Yeah.
during Pro Wrestling Tees every year they do like a Canada sale. I was so mad at this point. I actually bought a bunch of like Bret Hart shirt. I brought a Bret
Mm-hmm.
Hart and an Owen Hart shirt. I was like, you know what? This year I'm going Canadian.
Yeah.
Seriously, the way I saw these idiots run around, I was like, you know what? Yeah, they're making me ashamed to be an American. I was like, you know what? I'm
Yep.
buying all the great Canadian shirts.
Yep.
I even
I
bought a
feel you.
British Bulldog and a Dynamite Kid shirt. I was like, you know what? Yeah, if you're gonna act like this, yeah, I'm not gonna invest my money.
Yep.
I was like, yeah. Plus, they got healthcare in Canada. At least
Oh
that's
yeah.
not that Friday.
And you know what else they have? Toys R Us. I miss Toys R
Yes.
Us.
Oh yes.
I'm so
Everything
jealous.
here done
Like,
gone bankrupt. The
yeah.
only thing
And they're
we
trying.
have here
Yeah.
now is fast food.
Yeah. They
Literally.
were trying to bring Toys R Us back. They only opened up 2 stores. Then the pandemic happened, and now it's like, I just don't know if there will be a full comeback for Toys R Us. But they still have in Canada, so yeah.
I'll tell you something I miss. Forget Toys R Us. KB Toys.
Yeah, they were supposed to come back too, and then they just
Yeah, they
couldn't get
were.
it together.
I remember that was actually where, like, forget Toys R Us. I remember that was where I bought my first action figure. Like, I remember I was living in Birmingham, Alabama. I remember
Uh-huh.
going to the mall. And I remember KB Toys. Oh man, the shelves would be stocked. I'll never
Yeah.
forget buying all the action figures for the first time. I remember seeing Rey Mysterio, like the Ruthless Aggression figures. I remember seeing like Rey Mysterio, and I remember seeing like all these great wrestlers, Eddie Guerrero, and heck, even Muhammad Hassan. Muhammad Hassan's actually the first action figure I bought. That one I actually
Really?
bought at Toys R
Wow.
Us. It was a 2-pack, him and Davari.
Oh
And it's
yeah.
crazy. It's a shame what happened to him at the end.
I know it was bad timing with what they did with that angle. Then
With
what
the
happened in
bombing.
London? Yeah.
He actually talked about it too. Like, you want to talk about some of the racism? He actually talked about how people would call him, like, people say all these demeaning things. But here's the thing people didn't
Yeah,
realize.
he's not Arabic though.
not
That's the
really
funny thing.
Arabic.
He's Italian. They made him
He's
act like he was
Italian.
Arabic. Yeah. He was only pretending to. He just got like a deep tan and didn't pretend to be Arabic. That was it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I compared it to, like, when it's like, I'm trying to think. It was like, I'm trying to think, who was it? Like, they one time had him pretend. It wasn't just Muhammad Hassan. There was a couple other guys that weren't really, I'm trying to think who.
Well, I can tell you one, Jamie Noble, when they made him pretend to be Japanese and he's not Japanese. Called him Jamie Star, wore a mask. The Young Dragon with Kazuyashi and Jimmy Yang. And then we unmasked. Wait, he's not Japanese. He's white and he's a redneck. And then, of course, Jimmy Yang, he's Japanese, but he's actually from North Carolina. And they actually made him to a redneck.
Dude,
so that's like turn about fair play. It's like.
Speaking of Jimmy Wang Yang, I actually met him in 2011. My first official wrestling show. It was an indie show. And Rick Steiner was there. Jay Lethal was there. Carlito was there. Carlito was the main event. And Jimmy Wang Yang, I'll never forget, he was signing autographs. And, he, like I said, he didn't know how to spell my name. He was spelling it J-O. And,
like how I would spell, or with the A for, not realize it was 2A. I gotcha.
And, earlier on, I took a picture, and Jay Lethal and them had actually, like he asked me how signed an autograph. I wish I still had those autographs. But like I said, I don't know whatever happened to him. I guess I lost him. Well, he actually told Jimmy Wang Yang how to spell my name. and I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, Jay Lethal actually remembered how to spell my name. I was in shock because I remember, Jay Lethal came fresh off of TNA around that time too. Because year before he was feuding with Ric Flair,
Oh yeah,
in
I
the
remember.
Blue Off.
Oh yeah,
And,
I used to love the heck out of Jay Lethal because I liked when he did the Black Machismo. Being a big Macho Man
Black
fan, he was like his impression of
Oh
Macho Man
yeah,
was almost like spot on.
he,
Yeah, and then even his
Rick.
impression of Ric Flair was spot on too. I was
Oh
like,
yeah,
man,
yeah. I remember him and Rick Steiner were at the same table, and he was
mm-hmm.
telling me, he was like, who this is? He was like, Rick Steiner, part of one of the greatest tag team. I said, yes, the Steiner brothers. I said, besides the Road Warriors, and I said one of the greatest tag teams there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Rick Steiner was really cool too. I wish Scotty was there. I would love to have met him, but you know what? At least I got
Yeah,
to meet his brother. Oh, I
yeah,
got to meet his older brother, and
yep.
I mean, Doug Gilbert was there too. Eddie Gilbert's brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Buff Bagwell was actually there too. That was the first time I met Buff Bagwell. It was the biggest show they had around here. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I met a who's who of names. I actually met Kevin Sullivan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Kevin Sullivan, famous for, he was married to Nancy
Yep,
Benoit.
Nancy. Yep, and
And,
then he's the one who orchestrated the end. To have like Chris Benoit take his wife in storyline. Well, that backfired because he would do it in real
oh, yeah.
life too.
Oh, yeah. And then what later on, how it happened in 07. But, it's crazy. It's crazy that I actually got to meet the man that orchestrated that. And I'll say one thing,
Yep.
he was actually really cool in person. He actually had the Dungeon Master robe from Dungeon and Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he was cool. We talked a little bit, and yeah, I forgot to ask him about Benoit. We just talked about, like, I basically told him I was a huge fan of his. Like, I watched his matches on the network. And
Yeah.
he thanked me for being a fan and stuff. But like I said, he was cool. I wanted to mention Benoit, but I was like, nah. It's like,
Yeah, I wouldn't
like I
either.
said, I know if it was someone else, I was like, you know what? And it's sad that people just accuse him. And David Benoit actually looked into it, and he didn't. Like I said, it's sad. People still blame him for that. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Well, anyways, man, it's been great talking to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is kind of late. We've been over 5 hours. I'm gonna try to see if Jim can come on, but I'm eventually gonna wrap up here soon.
All right, man. It's been great talking to you. Rock on and keep collecting.
Yep.
All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. All right. So, thank you very much, John Patel. Hey, the longest chats I've had here. Awesome, dude. I appreciate you a lot, man. So, I've been on now for 5 hours, guys. Believe it or not, 5 hours. Last time I was on for almost 5 hours was one of my throwback streams. But it was cool. I'm catching up with John Patel, getting ready, talking with him, talk about wrestling, just talk about personal lives, kind of. I'm going too personal, but I don't mind if you guys share a little bit of personal stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna probably stick around for a few more minutes, and then I'll wrap it up. I gotta get some eat eventually, like make myself pizza or something, and then eventually get ready to go to bed soon. Because like I said, tomorrow I've got like a kind of a long day, not too long, but something I got to do where I got to kind of get up a little early. So I got to contact somebody about the court proceedings. Like I said, that's so I can deal with that. And yeah, so I'm gonna check my messages here on my phone real quick or on my Instagram and stuff. He said I might wait around for Jim and I might not. I mean, Jim, if you're watching the replay, obviously after I finished going live, I apologize. I couldn't wait for you, dude. But I'll have to let you guys know in advance next time I go live. Says he's online right now. Like I say, I don't know how many viewers I'm going to get here before I end the stream, but that was awesome. I mean, it was good to talk with him, with John. Good guy. I do recommend him. Go subscribe to his channel. Just look up John Patel, and if you see a guy with wrestling shirts, that's him. Try to support each other in this year. And everybody else that came on, I apologize if I was unable to reply your comments. When John's talking, I kind of I do my best to kind of pay attention to what he's talking about because I've talking about some good stuff. Talking about interesting things about wrestling. He's got a good knowledge about wrestling. Hey, it's good. It's good when you find people who just like you may not have grown up in a certain time, but they do their research on wrestling and they follow everything. So it's like, man, I like that, And also, hey, I want to thank my buddy Josh Russell for coming on. Good to hear from him. Hopefully, we'll have another, live stream again at some point where I'll have him back on. And hey, hopefully more people. I mean, hey, if I just have one person on, cool. 2 people. At most, I could have maybe 5 people on the stream with me. We have one random person come on, some Ricardo guy. It's like, I'm gonna start making sure I watch to see who's jumping on before I let people in the stream because that was random. I felt like he just came on just to say hey, hi, and then just leave. Like I said, I'm gonna make sure I look for subscribers next time that I actually recognize. But once I get to know people, if I love the streams, that's one thing. But yeah, I'm about to wrap up. But yeah, I'm about to just kind of call it good for the night. But Jim, if you're watching this, if you're doing a stream, I might come by if you do. If not, that's understandable. But I'm starting to get hungry. It's getting kind of late. I mean, I'm not gonna go to bed for a little while. But hey, it was fun doing this tonight, guys. I am hoping that I can come back on again soon. So yeah, so I'm gonna type something in real quick, just for the heck of it before I wrap things up for the night. I mean, I can only go for so long. It's like, hey, that's a good thing about having another person on the stream. I can actually have somebody talk and I'll listen. I'll bring in my points. And it was cool having both Josh and John on tonight. I appreciate both of them. Both of you guys are awesome. And hey, anyone else that came and chat, once again, I'm sorry I couldn't reply to you right away, but that's why I give you guys the option to join in. So I'm giving one more moment because it's already like 12:01 now, my time as I'm getting ready to wrap things up. Like I said, we're gonna do this real quick because I don't want to type out here because then it kind of screws up a little when I do. And so there's not a metal horns emoji on this phone. I'm gonna have to get that on there. Trying to find it one. Sorry, guys. Okay, we'll just do this. Okay. I'm gonna put that on the stream real quick, and the one viewer is me. So let's see when it pops up. So yeah, guys. Oh, it didn't pop up on the screen. Maybe I can't do it on there. I don't know if it's a delay, maybe in the comments. Interesting. So I'm trying to use it on the YouTube live chat. Huh, okay. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. There we go. We'll put on the stream. Just to let y'all know that it is over if you are coming at this point. Jim, I try to stick around for you, dude, but I just ran out of time. But I do promise the next time I'm on streaming, please, please come on if you can. I'll stick around as long as I can for you. I can't really do that many late night streams, but I will try to again in the future. Just has to be the right night. But that's it, guys. If you watched it live, thank you. And if not, hey, if you're watching it on the replay, then hey, thank you to you as well. You guys are awesome. So as always, guys, thanks for watching. Rock on, keep collecting, and as always, stay safe.